Good morning and a warm welcome to Lancs TV, day 2 of the penultimate game of the season, live here from Emirates Old Trafford, where we've had an eventful first day. We thought we'd start actually in the quiet, the peaceful surrounding of the roof terrace garden. I have no idea if it's called that or not, but it's lovely. So the Badger and Coombs teams have been doing their washing here, which is excellent. We've got Liv's sunflower, which looks lovely. That was planted back in April, and look at it now, beautiful. Hopefully, by the time we start next season, it'll be twice as big. The weather conditions are excellent, and we're hoping for a good day for Lancashire. It was certainly an eventful first day. We had 21 wickets falling on the first day. Lancashire all out for 140, and then they roared back with the ball, bowling Somerset out for 146, and they resumed this morning on 16 for 1 with a lead of 10 runs. Conditions are excellent. It was 21 wickets on the first day, one of the most eventful days of the season. This place was the ideal place to be, actually. A bit of peace and quiet. Join us from 10:30.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Good morning and a warm welcome to everybody across the BBC Sport website and app, across Lancs TV. And if you're listening via smart speaker as well, we're live from Emirates Old Trafford. It is day 2 of the Vitality County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Somerset. And just like day 1, it's lovely. We've got blue sky and we've got some sunshine. It's a nice warm day. The forecast is good. We had a pretty eventful first day where 21 wickets fell, and we saw the end of the Lancashire first innings, the conclusion of the Somerset first innings, and the start of the Lancashire second innings. So it was a busy day for those two, the two umpires, Saggers and O'Shaughnessy. They were involved almost every delivery, pretty much, in giving a decision or two. So a busy day for the two umpires heading out to the middle. We shall see what the second day has in store. Somerset being led out by their captain, Lewis Gregory, with Lancashire resuming on 16 for 1 in their second innings. So the lead is 10. They did, however, lose a crucial wicket in their second innings just before the close of play last night. The captain, Keaton Jennings, was dismissed. So the night watchman, that's Will Williams, leading out Harry Singh, who is just a few paces behind him, and these two resuming for Lancashire with a lead of 10. And what on earth will happen on the second day, as we welcome Sports Extra listeners to the commentary box as well. Anthony Gibson's alongside me. It was, well, it was a quiet day, wasn't it, yesterday, mate?
Yeah, not much happened. Just the 21 wickets, which is the most wickets that have fallen in a first day here at Old Trafford in the County Championship since at least 1990. So it's, yeah, and Jason Kerr, the Boltonian, Somerset head coach, was not over-impressed with the pitch that they played on, or that they are playing on.
What was his main concerns?
There was too much in it for the seam bowlers, basically. It's a hybrid pitch, apparently.
Yes,
which means that it has polyurethane woven into the surface, which is quite commonly used for T20 games of cricket, but not very often in the County Championship. First over of the day with Craig Overton in to bowl, and Harry Singh gets in behind a defensive shot. Yeah, the last time that 21 wickets fell in a day on the first day in the County Championship here at Old Trafford was back in 1970, when 23 wickets fell in the match between Lancashire and Leicestershire. So it was a very eventful day, featuring good bowling and some not very good batting. Singh is forward, defending this. But I was listening to your interview with George Balderson last evening, and George was saying that he thought that under the influence of the heavy roller, it would get better. And George Balderson fancied Lancashire to bat through the day today, so we will see. Tom Abel is back out there for Somerset, which is good news. He's at first slip as Overton is in and bowls, and Singh is playing that defensively into the onside. Harry Singh just 4 runs. He's faced 35 deliveries, so his emphasis has been very much on survival. That awkward passage of play last evening when Lancashire had 12 overs to get through, and they lost the wicket of Keaton Jennings, which pleased Somerset mightily, because he's been such a thorn in their flesh. Outside the off-stump, no shot from Harry Singh.
Yes, I think, as ever, you need to speak to the players, don't you, to get an idea really as to what is kind of happening out there and what the pitch is like. It's sort of kind of second guessing a little bit, aren't we, from up here and watching the pitches. But yeah, it was interesting when I asked George about, there's a spell yesterday when Somerset were like 60 for 1, something like that, and it looked like things were a lot easier, calmer than it was in the previous kind of few hours.
Overton bowls. Got a good ball from Overton, making the batsman play, but Singh defending. successfully.
Yeah, and he did just say maybe it was just that effect of the heavy roller initially that caused things just to calm down a little bit. But as you say, he did feel as though that you know, if potentially if you can try and get your head down, you can try and get some runs here. But wasn't doing, in his opinion, a great deal kind of off the pitch necessarily. The pitch itself wasn't.
Overton in a bowls and very nearly a chance to Tom Lammonby at third slip. He went down to his left. He is left-handed. Not sure again if it quite carried.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, to watch that back on the replay. It was certainly a sharp, low chance, wasn't it, to Tom Lammonby's left-hand side. Whether that carried, whether that just kind of kissed the surface beforehand. Slightly nervous glance over the shoulder from Harry Singh.
It was. But we haven't seen the replay, so I'm not sure if that carried or not. It would have been a very, very good catch if he'd taken it.
Would.
Even if it did carry, because it would have only have been inches off the ground and went quickly and low to his left. But, well, that'll give Craig Overton some encouragement. He's found the outside edge and didn't bring him the wicket, but there's still something in this pitch.
There is, yeah, and that's what George was trying to say last night, that it wasn't necessarily kind of rearing up or keeping low or spitting or anything that was too aggressive or untoward, but it's obviously been with that little extra bit of grass left on. As we start the second over of the morning, it's pushed away off the front foot up towards mid-off, and there is no run. It has clearly offered a little something for the seamers throughout the course of the game so far. It's certainly produced a busy first day. There's lots going on.
The game has moved on.
It has a little, hasn't it? Yeah, it has. We're going to get a result. we can confirm that as we start the second day.
I still wouldn't be entirely surprised if we're still here on Friday, you know.
There's Randell from the Brian Statham end, comes over the wicket, bowls again, left alone by Williams through to Rue, and there's no run.
It's not beyond the bounds of possibility that this pitch could flatten out. Well, quite significantly. And we could have two fairly abbreviated first innings and two quite extended second innings.
Yeah, and again, that's something that George was saying last night, that they don't often see wickets like this here, so therefore you're not quite sure how it might pan out. And the pitches do tend to get flatter here, flatter and flatter here. So if that continues to be the trend, well, maybe through the course of today, things might just quieten down a fraction. Randall in bowls to Williams off the back foot. That's steered away into the offside. Just picked up at backward point by Archie Vaughan, and there's no run. So Williams, the night watchman, and Harry Singh. And Singh actually he got 7 in the first innings. He's got 8 so far, but the way he's acquitted himself, and especially last night, that was a pretty fearsome spell later on. Thick end of 10-11 overs that Lancashire had to face, and yeah, he performed admirably last night, and indeed he did in the first innings. He got a very good ball from Craig Overton. Here's Randall in to Williams, left again, and through to James Rue.
He did have one stroke of luck when he edged one between first and second slip.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And neither of them went for it. It was Tom Kohler-Cadbor at first slip and Craig Overton at second, and it flashed between them.
Yes, they kind of left it for each other, didn't they, really?
But it was travelling. It would have been a very good catch.
Oh, now I think James Rue wants the helmet. He's going to stand
up to Mr. Randall.
He is.
Who's been attracting some critical comment on Twitter. Well, he's yet to take a wicket for Somerset.
Right.
And you expect your overseas to do a bit better than that.
Well, he's in again, working hard, trying to get his first one for Somerset. It's driven away by Williams to the left of mid-off for a single. 21 for one, lead by 15. So how many games has he played for?
Well, he's only played... This is his second.
Right.
He played against Surrey.
Okay.
and took, what did he take? 0 for 35 in the first innings and 0 for 8. Just bowled 2 overs in the second innings.
How many overs in that first innings?
I'll tell you, it was.
He turns and sets up again for the final ball of his first over of the day today into to Singh. That's off the back foot and pushed away to the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 21 for 1.
11 overs he bowled in the first innings and just 2 in the second innings. Didn't take a wicket here yesterday because Overton took 4, Gregory 4, and Casey Aldridge the other 2. Archie Vaughan just doing 1 or 2 practice bowling actions. We haven't seen any spin so far, so we don't know whether this pitch will take spin, but it's certainly been doing plenty for the seamers. 21 for 1 after 2 overs. Good to see Tom Abel out there. Jason Kerr said it isn't his hamstring that's the issue. He's been feeling some tightness in his left calf.
Oh dear, right, okay.
Hence the flexing of his ankle that we saw him doing. Overton in, bowls, and Williams just takes a step towards the pitch of that ball and drives it up to Gregory at mid-off. Gregory not in the slip cordon this morning, preferring to marshal things from mid-off. About the same sort of crowd as we had yesterday. Similar numbers, similar day as well, lovely sunshine. Oh, an appeal for LBW and gone. That's the end of night watchman Will Williams, and almost a triumphal appeal. He looked pretty much stone dead there playing across the line, and that's the first wicket of the morning for Somerset. Yeah, pitched Midland leg and maybe just straightened a fraction as well. So I don't think Mr. Williams can have any complaints about that. First wicket of the day, 21 for 2. Williams gone. LBW to Overton for 7.
He's having a good game, isn't he, Craig Overton?
He is.
Wickets in the first innings, catches as well, took a couple of good catches, or at least one good catch in the slips.
Well, that's just the start that Somerset wanted. There's nothing more irritating than a stand involving a night watchman going on for an hour and a half the following morning.
Yes, he'd have liked to have dragged it out a little bit longer, Will Williams, but I guess he faced 27 deliveries, of which the bulk were last night, weren't they?
And he did his job properly.
He did.
He took as much of the strike as he could.
He did, done a pretty decent job as night watchman. He's had some good scores actually as night watchman for Lancashire in the last year or two. I think he got his highest score in first class cricket. I'm sure that was as the night watchman. I think it was maybe in the game against Surrey last year. 60 odd or something like that. They say he did his bit last night.
Josh Bohannon is the new batsman. He's not having his best season, I think it'd be fair to say. No,
he's had a big double century in a big partnership with Luke Wells against Kent in one of Lancashire's only 2 wins this season, and not much really around that. It's not quite got to the levels. I mean, he was outstanding last season, and has been on an upward trajectory really since his debut, but quieter season for him this time round, certainly.
Overton from the Jimmy Anderson end is in bowls to Bohannon, who's beaten as he pushes forward at a ball outside his off stump. Craig Overton signals for something from the dressing room.
Worth just mentioning too as well that Nottinghamshire quickly have got up towards that 400 mark. I think they resumed 4 runs away from the bonus point, the extra bonus point this morning. Now got to 412 for 6, so they've got themselves another batting bonus point, and they
got over 11 overs to get 5th as well.
They might get to 450 yet. They're 413 for 6, Nottinghamshire.
Overton to Bohannon, who plays this defensively off the middle of the bat out into the offside. Josh Bohannon is averaging 36.5, I think, this season, as compared with a career average in first-class cricket of just about 45.
Yeah.
So it's
down a bit.
He is quite significantly down. Overton bowls to him, appeal for LBW, and good shout, nothing from Steve O'Shaughnessy.
No, it was a good shout. Bohannon's heart may have skipped a beat for a moment. Ooh, it's not the worst shout at all.
Well, benefit of the doubt to the batsman.
Yeah, it's come a decent way down, hasn't it, I suppose?
Might just have been a little bit high. Craig Overton, obviously tall man, 6'5", 6'6". I think he's actually officially 6'5". He always seems taller. He's in and bowls to Bohannon, who plays this back to the bowler, who doesn't pick it up in his follow through. But that's a successful over for Craig Overton, a wicket maiden to start his day on the right sort of note. He's bowled 8 overs now and taken 1 for 9. So some top class bowling from Big Craig, who must still have ambitions of further involvement with England, given the tendency of England fast bowlers to sustain injuries of various descriptions. And Craig is as fit now as I think he's been all season.
Might be worth just having a little bounce around some of the games elsewhere, and just to set the scene with what's happening, certainly with the games involving Surrey and Durham and Kent and Nottinghamshire, because they're the two key fixtures for these two sides. And as we watch Randall come over the wicket and bowl again, forward goes Harry Singh and defends to mid-on, and there's no run. So I mentioned that game between Kent and Nottinghamshire. So they have got themselves to 400. It's been a really busy start. There we go. For viewers on Lancs TV, you can see the live pictures from Canterbury. 416 for 6, Nottinghamshire. Fletcher on 19. Having announced his decision to leave the club. So 416 for 6. So they've batted quickly inside the first 10 or 15 minutes to push that on. Randall in, forward goes Singh. It's defended away into the offside. There's no run. And Surrey against Durham. So this is the leaders, Surrey up against Durham. Durham making 262 all out in their first innings. In reply, Rory Burns on 42 and Dom Sibley on 9. And Surrey are 61 without loss, replying to that Durham score of 262.
Sibley 9 from 36. That must be a thriller minute, mustn't it?
21 for 2 here. Here's Randall over the wicket ball. Singh leaves. Through it goes to Rue. And there's no run.
He's got stickability, though, isn't he?
He has that.
Tom Sibley.
He's been playing some T20 cricket.
Oh, he has. Yeah. He's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde character when it comes to his batting. Blocks it out as if, there's no tomorrow in county championship cricket, and smashes it all over the park with the white ball.
Quite like that. You just kind of switch your tap, switch it on and off.
Yeah.
21 for 2. Randall in, balls again, left by Singh. And taken by Rue. There's no run. 2 other games in Division 1. Hampshire against Worcestershire at the GS Bowl, where Hampshire are 391 for 4. So a century there for both Nick Gubbins, who's 160 not out, and Liam Dawson, who's 108 not out. So 391 for 4, Hampshire. There's Randall from the top of his mark from the Brian Statham end. He's back in again with Singh on 8 in balls to Singh. Shuffles back and doesn't offer a shot, and through it goes to Rue.
I think it would do Brett Randall a world of good if he could take a wicket. I think he's maybe just trying a little bit too hard. He must feel the pressure, having been brought all the way over from New Zealand to sustain Somerset's challenge for the championship through these last 3 games.
So maybe 1 wicket will get him
that's
on a bit of a roll.
That's what I'll be hoping. That's what his teammates will be hoping.
This is the final ball of his second over of the day. Forward goes Singh and defends. And there's no run. So 21 for 2. 16 overs gone of Lancashire's second innings. They lead by 15 runs. Just to round up the Division 1 scores as they stand. The final game in the first division is Warwickshire against Essex, which is a peculiar game because Warwickshire was 78 all out. And then Essex themselves were 50 for 5. Well, they've recovered to push that total on to above 200 now. 201, I think, for 9 is the... yeah, 207 for 9 now, actually. It's a lead by 129 runs.
Say good morning to Dave from Cork. He says, I hope Somerset can skittle Lancs quickly and win by lunchtime tomorrow. Here's Overton in and bowls to Bohannon, who drives up to Gregory at mid-off. And adds, big hello to the legend that is Kevin Howells. Yeah. He's just taking a bow. Thanks, Dave. Yeah. And Stephen from Bergkamp said, let's hope for some great bowling and tough grafting batting. Well, that's presumably from Somerset. He's hoping for that. He's a great Somerset supporter. Overton in and bowls. Bohannon again drives quite smoothly, confidently up to Lewis Gregory at mid-off. Nice flow of the bat. 3 slips for Somerset. I wonder what sort of score would Lancashire feel confident of defending?
350.
350, yeah. Well, I was thinking more 250 actually.
450 actually.
I mean, it
ideal.
depends, you know. Just so much depends on what happens to the pitch.
Yep.
Overton in and bowls, edged, but all along the ground down to Kohler Cadmore.
It's
a backward point.
It's one of the wonders of this game, isn't it? The one thing that you can't at all predict or second guess is how the pitch is going to play. You can put together some kind of theories, can't you, about how players will play, what form players are in. They're in good form, bad form, they're carrying injuries, they're not carrying injuries. Can't control the pitch.
Overton in bowls. This is driven, but this time to Leach at mid-on. I just think it's a shame that the pitches here at Old Trafford aren't quite as quick as they used to be, because there's nothing better for the quality of a game of Championship cricket than a fast wicket, which encourages stroke making with the batsmen, fast bowlers and spin bowlers as well, because spin bowlers like bounce, particularly wrist spinners. Overton bowls to Bohannon, who plays that into the offside, no run.
I am no expert on this whatsoever. Matt downstairs is the key, the head groundsman, but I'm informed that the pitches here are still quite quick, but you want the pitches that have got that pace and that bounce are the ones that are in the middle of of the square.
Like the one that they didn't use for the international T20.
Yeah, so we've had some really quick pitches here, especially T20 cricket this year. We've had some really hard, bouncy pitches.
But they do make for great cricket,
They do,
they?
absolutely, yeah.
Overton in bowls full length delivery, which is driven away through the offside for 4 runs, and Josh Bohannon off the mark handsomely with that drive through extra cover. Worst ball that Craig Overton has bowled, I think, in his entire spell. He has figures of 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for... No, he's got 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. Or even 9 overs. The scoreboard over there is...
Yeah, I'm a bit confused about that.
It says 6 overs, whereas on the screen it's 9 overs, and I'm sure it is 9 overs.
I think it is,
because he bowled 6 last night and he's bowled 3 this morning.
Yeah.
25 for 2. Yes, it's a bit like golf. Golf is a vastly better game if you play it on fast greens. And cricket, a vastly better game if it's played on fast wickets.
And if you're good at putting, though, I mean, if your short game's not great, then
yeah, I know it makes it tough, but you don't have to hit it then on the green. Just get it going.
Here's Randell in and balls to Singh. Clipped away off his pads down towards fine leg, and he'll come back for 2 more. Moves on to 10. 27 for 2. In Division 2 this week, we've got 3 sides, haven't we, that are pushing for promotion. Yorkshire, Middlesex and Sussex are all trying to win a promotion. The leaders are Sussex. They're at Gloucestershire this week, and they bowled Gloucestershire out for 109 in their first innings. I'll look at that Sussex score in a second as Randall sets off again, comes over the wicket and bowls, left by Singh and through to Rue, and there's no run. So Gloucestershire 109 all out, and Sussex in reply. They've got themselves up to 162 for 5 in their first innings. Yeah, 162 for 5. So leading by 53 with 5 first innings wickets remaining. There's Randall from the Brian Statham end into Singh, plays forward, defends, ball squirts of a thickish inside edge down towards Jack Leach, who's at deep backward square legs for a single for Singh. And he moves to 11 now, 28 for 2. And then Yorkshire and Middlesex are the other two sides looking to try and challenge with Sussex for promotion. Yorkshire are at Glamorgan this week. Glamorgan 28 for 2. As they're replying to Yorkshire's score of 361 all out. Glamorgan 28 for 2. It's a trail by 333. There's Randall into Bohannon. That's turned out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And Middlesex, the third member of this side looking, or this trio looking for promotion. They're at Derbyshire. They bowled Derbyshire out for 173, Middlesex. And they're 138 for 1 in reply. So, solid start for Middlesex. Yeah, 138 for 1 now. Mark Stone 183. Here's Randall into Josh Bohannon. Again, that's turned out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yes, on that basis, Yorkshire and Sussex are the favourites, aren't they?
I think so, yep.
If Yorkshire can keep on winning, it's going to be quite hard for Middlesex to overhaul them.
Yeah, Middlesex lost to Gloucestershire, didn't they, last week, which was a good win for the Gloucester boys, isn't it?
It was. Set them up nicely for finals day.
It did, yeah. Final ball of the over, 28 for 2. Lead of 22 for Lancashire. Randall over the wicket, balls flashed away towards the square leg boundary by Josh Bohannon for 1. He moves on to 5. 29 for 2 at the end of the 18th over.
Still no joy for Brett Randall, who looks a little bit downcast as he wanders away to his fielding position down at long leg, puts his shades on. He'll be desperate to make his mark to justify all of those air miles that have been expended in bringing him over from New Zealand. I wonder what his massive carbon footprint. Which doesn't seem to bother the cricketing authorities too much. Surrey flying the slow left armer in from Bangladesh.
Oh yes, yeah, he got wickets last week, didn't he?
Shakib Al Hassan. Yeah.
Is that just a one-game
Just
contract?
the one game, yeah.
It really isn't good, is it, really? I mean, it is good, and then in a way it's not, is it? It's not great. You're flying them all in, away in for one
I think the ECB ought to do something about it. I mean, you know, we were talking about this during the Surrey game, but the loan system is great, where you've got young cricketers who can't get into their county side in the first division, as Overton bowls to Bohannon, who defends, and can go out to get experience playing first-class cricket with other counties. But it's sort of abusing the system just to bring a player in for one game when he's got really no commitment at all, no association with the side, and he's an established Test player, so he doesn't need the experience.
Yeah.
Overton in bowls. This is turned up to mid-on. There won't be a run. And you know, if you're short of a player for whatever reason, the first thing you ought to look at is, do we have anyone, you know, in our second 11 or in the pathway who can be brought up and fill that gap? If the answer is no, then well, maybe you should look elsewhere. Ideally, to a young player from another county rather than to an established, you know, international superstar. Overton in bowls, and this is whipped off his legs by Bohannon down to Randall below. It's now come back for 2 runs, 31 for 2, and a lot of the criticism that Randall has attracted from Somerset supporters doesn't concern him so much as the fact that Alfie Ogborn, who's a young left-arm seam bowler, hasn't been given the chance. When, you know, one would have thought would have been Somerset's first port of call, because he's been playing in the one-day cup, doing very well. He is very promising. Overton in and bowls. This is defended by Bohannon. If Somerset had flown Matt Henry in from New Zealand, that, you know, maybe that would have been fair enough. Although I'm, you know, going back to what I've just said, I'm not sure it would be entirely within the spirit of the county championship. But to fly in Brett Randall, who hasn't played international cricket for New Zealand and is a sort of equivalent of a county workhorse professional in New Zealand cricket, when you've got someone on, you know, a young fast bowler who needs the experience on your books, I'm not sure it's very good. But there we are. That's the end of that over. 31 for 2, 11 to Singh, 7 to Bohannon. Craig Overton, 10 overs, 1 for 15.
I shall leave you. Callum Flint, captain of England's physical disabilities side, is with us today. We'll get Kevin Howells in a little bit later on as well. Viewers on Lancs TV, if you follow the QR code on screen, fill in the survey, you can win some lovely prizes, apparently. Anthony, it's all yours, and Callum will join you.
Thank you, Scott. That's Scott Reed, who will be back with us in around about half an hour's time. Lewis Gregory is going to bowl his first over of the morning. He was the one who took the wicket last night, getting Keaton Jennings caught at first slip. Good morning, Callum.
Good morning, Anthony.
Are you well and fit and happy?
Yep, all good. All good.
Is Gregory in bowls, and Singh, whose innings has been patience personified. 11 runs from 49 deliveries, but he's doing a job for Lancashire, isn't he?
Yeah, I played against Harry Singh actually a couple of weeks ago in Premier League cricket locally, and it looks like someone who's got a really good technique, but he sometimes just backs himself into a little bit of a hole, and obviously you want him to spend as much time out there as possible as a Lancashire fan, as a Lancashire player, but you also just need to keep trying to rotate the strike as well. You don't want to be batting yourself into a hole.
Gregory's in and bowls. This is stroked nicely into the offside, but well picked up by Andy Umeed, extra cover. Does he find it difficult to change gears then?
Yeah, I think
he's getting stuck in first gear at the moment.
Yeah, I was speaking to Gareth Cross, who was his captain on the day. Obviously, he was a ex-Lancashire player, and he said about how when he sort of plays a bit more on the front foot, plays a bit more, not one-day style, but a bit more, you know, trying to take the game to the bowler a little bit more. He's a lot better, where sometimes he just kind of sits back and lets the bowlers bowl at him a little bit. Gregory's
bowling to him now. He turns that nicely into the onside, but can't get it past Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket. Yes, he's been rather sort of stuck in the crease. He's been playing a lot from the crease. In contrast to Keaton Jennings, who likes to take a couple of steps down the pitch at the fast bowlers, just to put them off their length, and maybe get the wicketkeeper coming up to the stumps, which makes it less likely that they'll take the nick if he does nick off. I mean, it's good aggressive batsmanship. Gregory in bowls to Singh, who's up on his toes playing this out to Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, it's a tactic that Jennings goes to more or less from ball one now in the county championship. He likes to walk at the opening bowls and put themselves off their natural line and length and try and, which, if you think about it in a simple way, it forces the bowler to drag the ball back, which means there's going to be less swing, less movement in the air. So sometimes it does simplify batting, and maybe that's something that Singh can maybe look at in the future as his career progresses.
Gregory in and bowls, full length delivery, and this is turned down to long leg off a thick inside edge. Gregory thought he was nearly through there. Probably heard the from Gregory. Not quite sure how you describe that as a noise. Somewhere between a shriek and a growl, but Singh gets away with it, brings him another run, takes him on to 12. 32 for 2. We're in the 20th over of this inning, so it's been slow going for Lancashire as they're grinding out the runs. Gregory into Bohannon, who takes a hand off the bat as he plays it up to mid-on. Worried that it might just bounce a little bit more than he was anticipating, which the odd ball has done. End of that over, 32 for 2, 12 to Singh, 7 to Bohannon, and Lancashire now 26 runs ahead.
Yeah, going back to Harry Singh as well, his cricket very much runs in the family. His dad represented India in a couple of one-day matches.
Oh, really?
He's had over just short of 60 first-class matches in India. He was
What's his father's name?
Rudra Singh. So he's a bit of a legend in coaching in Lancashire as well. He moved over to England and he's been, I think he's retired now, but he was coaching for a very long time in the Lancashire academies and the Lancashire Foundation and going into schools and stuff. So he's certainly made an impact, I'm sure, on Harry's life and bringing him into cricket.
Well, Harry Singh does look like a very well-coached batsman. You know, he's got a very good conventional technique. And Lewis Gregory is just having a tyre change. His wheels have been changed. He put on a new sock, I think. This involved taking off his right boot, but all is well now.
These fast bowlers cut the toes out as well of the boot now, don't they? Just so releases a bit of pressure from the landing. Then comes Overton. Singh playing forward into the offside for no run.
Fancy the pitch isn't doing as much today as it was yesterday, but probably that's down to the effect of the heavy roller that was going up and down this morning before the start.
Yeah, a little bit more sun on it as well all day yesterday, killing maybe a little bit of the grass. Obviously, these hybrid pitches have a lot of fake grass stitched into them now as well. Don't know how they fully work, but I know there's a lot of fake grass stitched in to these hybrid wickets. As in comes Overton, back of a length, and Singh pushes that through into the offside, takes the single, hesitates just as the cover fielder tries to cut it off, but rotates the strike, brings Bohannon onto the strike.
Yes, I've had an email from Steve Pittard, and down there in Hewish Episcopi, retired joint landowner of the Rose and Crown, Eli's, about the fact that Rocky Flintoff and Archie Vaughan were in opposition yesterday, and something that their fathers would have been a few years ago.
Overton bowls and Bohannon pushes that into the offside.
Freddie Flintoff obviously playing for Lancashire, and Michael Vaughan playing for Yorkshire. And the last time that sons whose fathers had been in opposition were in opposition against each other was quite recently, when Archie Vaughan and Tom Curran played against each other in the match between Somerset and Surrey.
Overton bowls just down the leg side. Bohannon allows that through to Roof and no run.
Because Tom's father, Kevin Curran, played for Northants against Yorkshire, featuring Michael Vaughan in 1997. So we do seem to be getting a lot of sons of cricketers coming through, don't we? Yeah,
it's good to see, isn't it? Especially Archie Vaughan and Rocky Flintoff with
Josh DeCary's down in Middlesex as well.
I'm sure there've been a few texts between Freddie and Michael Vaughan yesterday. As Overton bowls, immaculate on that line and length that he so often is these days. Bohannon pushes forward, no run.
Yes, Rocky Flintoff not making many runs yesterday. Went for rather an ambitious off drive and got an inside edge onto his stumps.
Yeah, he's a very young batsman to be batting at 4 in the county championship is Rocky Flintoff as Overton bowls. Just finds the outside edge of Bohannon. Runs away. And it's going to run away for 4 for the Lancashire batsman.
He's not very impressed with that, Craig Overton, I don't think.
No, it looks like he was in more control of that one. Bohannon looks like he opens the face a little bit, batting outside his crease. He prods forward and he just angles the bat and takes his backhand off the bat as well, just to make sure it goes downwards and doesn't carry towards the slips.
What has been happening this morning with the ball has tended to happen with the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. Craig Overton bowling. He's bowled 5 overs this morning. 11 overs in total, 1 for 20. Less happening from this Brian Statham end. Gregory into Singh, who edges, and that's just short of Casey Aldridge. Or even... is it Aldridge? Yes, it is. Aldridge at third slip. Nice bit of fielding.
Look very narrow, the slip corner as well. Very not much space between them at all.
Well, Gregory finding the edge there, which will give him some encouragement. Turns at the end of his run. In bowls to Singh, who's punching this away through the offside. Randall will pull it in inside the boundary. They'll come back for a couple of runs. Nice shot from Harry Singh. Moves on to 15, 39 for 2. And Lewis Gregory walks back even more slowly this time than he did the last time. It's not exactly a picture of happiness, Lewis Gregory, at the moment.
Looks like a frustrated character, doesn't he? But 39 for 2, Lancashire going at 1.83. I don't think he has to panic or stress too much yet.
Just keep plugging away. And maybe the pitch will start misbehaving once the effects of the heavy roller have worn off. Appeal for LBW! And no response.
That might
from
just
Martin
add to the
Saggers.
frustrations. Look pretty straight from Lewis Gregory. Harry Singh prodding forward. The umpire says no.
Pretty good shout. That's 2 very close calls we've had this morning. Bohannon with 1 and Singh with the other.
He's a very tall batsman, Harry Singh, and he gets a good stride in, but it looked pretty close. That LB right in front of the stumps wasn't too high. Maybe a little bit of bat.
That could be what saved him. Gregory in and bowls this time. Singh comes forward with a very determined forward defensive shot, plunging right out towards the pitch of the ball. Beautiful morning here in Manchester. Just a few very light clouds in the sky, but almost entirely blue overhead, and crowd basking in the September sunshine.
Clinching onto summer as long as we can.
Yeah. More showers next week for the final round of county championship matches. As Gregory's in and bowls to Singh, plays this back up the pitch, won't get a run. With Somerset playing Hampshire next week, and Lancashire have got
Worcestershire away. So Lancashire will be hoping they go there with something to play for.
Yeah.
They so desperately need a positive result here. They need to show some fight, some pride, and try and produce a nice second innings lead and try and bowl Somerset out in days 3 and 4.
Gregory to Singh. Again, comes watchfully forward, plays that down into the offside. End of that over, which was the 22nd over of the innings. 39 for 2, 15 to Singh, and 11 to Josh Bohannon. Meanwhile, Nottinghamshire 430 for 8 in the 105th over, so they've got 5 overs to bring up 450 and take a 5th batting bonus point. And down at the Oval, Surrey still going. The opening partnership 73 without loss, 44 to Burns, 46 to Burns, and 14 to Sibley. So not great news for either of the two sides we're watching here from elsewhere.
No, getting no favours from elsewhere.
No.
I think Durham are missing a couple of bowlers, aren't they? Rain,
Yeah.
Potts and Carson Potts away with England duty recently. It's going to be a change at the James Anderson end. Aldridge finds the outside edge. Randall, sorry.
Yes,
Just
right.
finds the outside edge of Bohannon, plays it into the offside for no run.
Slightly surprised they're bringing Randall back. I would have thought that Casey Aldridge might have been the better option. But Randall bowls it in a sort of lively, fast medium, but he hasn't actually been doing very much with it. Doesn't seem to swing it, and hasn't got much movement off the seam.
As in he comes, just finds a little bit of extra bounce. Just hits Bohannon above the fire guard into the leg side. Doesn't take a run. Just a couple of balls lifting on Josh Bohannon. He's took the right hand off the bat a couple of occasions. Just a few balls popping off a length. He's 11 off 26 at the moment, and Lancashire certainly need an innings of note from their vice captain. In comes Randall, 3 slips away, attacking the stumps. Bohannon plays it to mid-on. Jack Leach does the fielding.
You're going to have to be patient here, Somerset. Just got to keep hitting those famous right areas.
Is that maybe why they've gone for Randall instead of Aldridge, do you think? Maybe Aldridge a
Aldridge is
little bit more attacking.
Yeah, Aldridge is he's more dangerous, but he's less consistent. So he does give the batsman more of a chance.
Randall bowls and Bohannon plays a loose shot, a bit of a waft. His feet go forward and he just throws his hands outside the off stump. A bit of a half-hearted shot, to be honest. He's not really looking to flash it away for a boundary, and not really looking to defend. Somerset thought he might have been in then, but Bohannon avoids the nick. He survives for now.
I think Somerset are trying to encourage him to play through the offside. I mean, the offside fielders are quite close in to. I mean, they really are saving the one. They're not back on the edge of the fielding circle if there was one.
Yeah, I know Bohannon likes to field bat on ball. He's a positive batsman as he plays that through the leg side nicely and picks up a 4. Beautiful shot from Josh Bohannon. Just straight on his line did Randall. Allows Bohannon to get his hands through that and picks up a nice boundary through the leg side. Chips it over mid-wicket's head for 4.
I have good news for Lancashire supporters. Nottinghamshire have lost to 9th wicket, 431 for 9, so it's looking less likely that they're going to take maximum batting points. Still, they've still got 431 runs on the board, which is
just
not
a
to be
downside
trifled
to
with.
that. 43 for 2 Lancashire. Bohannon on 15 off 29 and Singh on 15 off 61. Both being very patient. Bit of a discussion between the Somerset bowlers and the umpire. I think they're
Trying to get the ball changed, are they?
there might be a bit of a misshaped conversation happening, trying to get it through the device of the umpires.
Lewis
Or
Gregory.
maybe it's a moisture thing. Lewis Gregory's trying to dry that ball out.
Presumably went onto the tarpaulin over there. It was surprising how damp the outfield was yesterday, particularly down below here, because it was shaded by the media centre that we're sitting in.
Yeah, the groundsman run the rope round when the start is at 10:30 as Randall comes in. Bohannon tucks it off his hip, should pick up a couple. Doesn't. beat the deep square fielder. Picks up 2. It's a good over for Lancashire in the end. 6 coming off it. 45 for 2. Bohannon on to 17 and Singh 15.
Yep, and Somerset pressing for this second breakthrough of the morning. They picked up the night watchman, LBW to Craig Overton for 7, Will Williams, but had a couple of close LBW appeals turned down, and Gregory is not happy, I think, with the ball. He's shown it to Martin Saggers as well as to Steve O'Shaughnessy, but gets no more joy from Saggers than he got from O'Shaughnessy. Flag of St George and the Union flag standing out proudly from their flagpoles on top of the pavilion here at Old Trafford. This is Gregory to Singh, who for the umpteenth time plays that forward defensive shot. 15 he has from 62 deliveries with just the 1-4. Bohannon's already hit 3 4s in his 17.
And that 1-4 for Singh coming through the slip cordon, wasn't it? Of Craig Overton. Gives Somerset half a chance, didn't quite carry. Was our judgment from the commentary box.
Yeah, I think that was the case. Gregory in and bowls and beats Singh on the outside edge. Good delivery from Lewis Gregory, who wears even more of a hangdog air as he walks even more slowly back to his mark.
The shirt out on the slow walk, it gives very much.
What have I got
frustrated
to do? What have I
vibes.
got to do to take a wicket?
Been immaculate on his line and length, and he's going to keep Harry Singh playing. Keeps the stumps in play, just wobbles it a little bit. Harry Singh's going to have to be very cautious.
3 slips for Gregory to Singh. Singh this time gets plenty of bat on that as he plays it back up the pitch. Lots of encouraging shouts going on amongst the Somerset close fielders. That's Tom Abel clapping his hands at first slip, Abel at first slip, Overton at second, Aldridge at third. 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside, and a man out at long leg. Gregory in and bowls, and Singh comes across his stumps to get in a position to play that, but decides it's too wide, doesn't need to, lets it go through. We've got those the 2 red cranes and the 2 blue cranes on the building sites just across the other side of the tramway.
Would we see you up one of them, Anthony? You afraid of heights? Would we see you up one of them?
I'm not too bad with
you wouldn't
heights.
get me up there.
I don't think I'd fancy being right up there, though. Gregory in and bowls to Singh, and plays and misses, and there's a sort of half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps, but more from the slips than from James Rue. That must have moved sharply off the pitch.
Yeah, Harry Singh indicates that Josh Bohannon quite a bit of shape away, and it does move a lot in the air. Nice away swing from Gregory.
Yeah, beautiful delivery, inviting the drive.
I'd love to see Somerset go a little bit more attacking in, maybe take cover out, maybe put another catcher in, and then just push mid off a little bit wide and maybe more stump height, and just entice Harry Singh to keep playing that drive through the covers.
Gregory's in and bowls. This time he's playing this from the crease. That's a no ball. I think it is indeed a no ball, signalled by Martin Saggers. I think that's the first no ball that Somerset have been guilty of. But it brings Lancashire 2 runs, 47 for 2. George Balderson bowled a few no balls yesterday.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a knack of bowling a couple of no balls, as George Balderson. He doesn't really have an effort ball either. He doesn't tend to send it halfway down the track.
Gregory in and bowls, takes Bohannon on the pad. Takes Singh on the pad. They're coming back for a second run, second leg by, and get there. Is it leg by? No, he hasn't. Don't think he's signalled a leg by. So it's runs to Singh, who moves on to 17. End of that over. 49 for 2. Gregory's 6 overs, 1 for 12. So it's been economical. He went past the outside edge in that over, but still no more joy for Somerset. Just the one wicket this morning, that of Will Williams, who was pinned LBW by Craig Overton.
Yeah, good running from Harry Singh there. The last delivery, don't think anyone would have moaned about him taking a single, but he's run the first one hard and come back for the second. Every run counts for Lancashire to try and build that lead. It's currently 43. Lancashire are currently 49 for 2. For both Harry Singh and Josh Bohannon on 17. As Randall's going to continue. In he comes and just beats Josh Bohannon on the outside edge. I think he kind of plays down the line of that one, allowing it through to James Ray with the gloves. 3 slips, point, a squarish cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a deep fine leg away for Josh Bohannon.
Interesting tweet from Stuart Hughes, who says he's found some information on Google about hybrid pitches, which I'll come back to after this delivery.
In comes Randall, bowls, and Bohannon lunging forward, playing it into the offside for no run.
He says the ball will spin. What we've actually found anecdotally is that spin bowlers over a period of time will get more bounce out of the hybrid pitch than what they would ordinarily get on a natural turf pitch. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan do come into the attack.
Yeah, I played on a couple of hybrid pitches myself, and they often, with a hard ball, it often skids on as well for spinners because of that fake grass. It can often skid on as well, so can be a little bit too paced. Randall bowls. Again, strain on his line. Josh Bohannon flicking it into the leg side. He won't pick up a boundary. He'll take 3. Good shot again from Josh Bohannon, similar to the previous over. Not quite finding the boundary this time, but gets 3, and it takes Lancashire past 50, 52 for 2. The lead 46.
And knots have been bowled out for 433, so no 5th batting point for Nottinghamshire. And Surrey have lost a wicket, with Burns is still there, but Tom Sibley has gone.
Randall to Singh, 3 slips away, just a little bit over pitch, and Harry Singh punches it back to the bowler. The same field to Harry Singh as well. Again, I'd like to see that cover come out, open that gap up. Harry Singh's only hit the 1 boundary today, and that was through the slip cordon. Maybe just get him thinking about pushing it through the covers, and maybe try and force his hand and get him playing at one that he doesn't really need to. Randall bowls. Singh pushes back again towards the bowler for no run.
Again, no real deviation from Brett Randall. Certainly not getting anything like as much out of this pitch as Craig Overton did when he was bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Looks very similar to Will Williams in a way. He looks like he bowls an excellent line of length, and he can certainly do a job for the skipper. Maybe he just lacks a little bit of extra pace when the ball just stops doing stuff in the air. Randall down leg.
That's another no ball.
Another no ball. Overstepping. Harry Singh probably missed out. Just an over pitch delivery down the leg side.
He does that. I think he oversteps when he puts in the effort ball, which I think that was, and strained down the leg side as well.
Yeah, he looked like he's tried to go for the quick-in swinging Yorker and try and catch Singh out. Just strays down the leg side and oversteps. one ball remaining of Randall's 8th over. None for 22 so far. In he comes. Just on a length. Singh pushes it into the leg side for no run. End of the 25th over, Lancashire 54 for 2.
Well, apart from the over-pitched leg stump half volley, which was clipped away for 3 and a no ball, it was a tidy over from Randall, who's bowled 8 overs for 22. Tidy but unthreatening. Jack Leach just swinging his arms down at long leg. So I fancy we might see Leach into the attack from the Anderson end. Which end do the spinners prefer here at Old Trafford?
They both bowl from both ends, to be honest. Tom Hartley often bowls from the James Anderson end quite a bit, and Luke Wells kind of bowls from either end, to be honest, with a bounce, and doesn't really spin it too much. It's more the bounce for Luke Wells, but you'll often see Tom Hartley when he plays bowling from the James Anderson end, and Nathan Lyon bowled quite a few stints from that end as well. But someone of Nathan Lyon's capabilities, obviously, I don't think he was too fussed on which end he came on.
Yes, Gregory in and bowls to Bohannon, beats him. Not taken cleanly by James Rue, but fortunately for Rue there wasn't an outside edge. I'll make way for Scott Reed after this. Oh, for Kevin Howells when Kevin reappears.
The first time for a couple of overs that Josh Bohannon's found himself on strike at this end. Gregory passing the outside edge straight away.
That's Callum Flynn, and I'm Anthony Gibson, and Kevin Howells will be with us shortly. Gregory in bowls to Bohannon, who plays this up to Tom Kohler-Cadmore at mid-on, listening to commentary on this Vitality County Championship Division 1 game between Lancashire and Somerset on the BBC Sport website, app, your smart speaker, and on Lancs TV. The excellent Lancashire County Cricket Club live stream. Gregory tosses the ball from hand to hand. He looks the most likely at the moment to get the breakthrough to Lewis Gregory, and this is driven, but will be cut off by Andy Umeed, who swoops at extra cover. Picks up the ball seemingly effortlessly with one hand. One of many excellent fielders in this Somerset side. They don't carry any passengers. Even Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's not the quickest, has got a fine pair of hands when it comes to taking catches. Jack Leach gives it everything he's got, even if he's not a natural athlete like a good many of these Somerset fielders. And Lewis Gregory tries it again with umpire Martin Saggers.
I think he took a real bald spot out of the ball that last delivery. It took a little bit of the lever out. You can see a bright pink spot on the ball as Gregory gives it another shine to remove that.
He's into Bohannon, who's squared up by that, but they'll pinch a single as the throw comes in from Archie Vaughan. Bohannon comfortably home. Well judged single. 55 for 2 in the 26th, so Lancashire going on at just fractionally above 2 runs and over. But they won't be bothered about that. There's any amount of time left in this game of cricket. We've got 2 days and 2.5 sessions still to go. Gregory into Singh, taking on the pad, but that was going down the leg side. And they take a leg by as Goldsworthy fields, which means that somebody is off the pitch for Somerset. Might be, I think it's Tom Lammonby probably. Can't see Lammonby out there at the moment. 56 for 2 with that leg by. don't think there's anything wrong with Tom now. He's probably just gone off to for a call of nature. Last ball of this Gregory over. He's in, bowls. This is turned out through mid-wicket, but it's a man out. Goldsworthy patrolling the mid-wicket boundary. So it is just the single. It's 57 for 2 at the end of that over, with Singh on 17, and Bohannon has overtaken his batting partner Vernon with 22 from 38 deliveries, and Singh 17 from 73.
Yeah, that overtakes Lancashire's lead over 50, 51 now, the lead. Probably missed out on a couple of over pitch deliveries in that over, did Bohannon and Singh, but he rotated the strike nicely in the last 3 deliveries, and that's what Lancashire will keep needing to do. Somerset seamers are not going to give much away. They've been pretty immaculate on the line of length this morning, pretty determined, not budging off that good solid length, keeping the stumps in play. They beat the outside edge a couple of times, and Lewis Gregory's trying for a 3rd time in the past 15 minutes. The ball's gone back to the umpire, and they're going to have a conversation now, the 2 umpires, so maybe something
This could be it.
Might change now.
This could be it. Because if they're doing some running repairs to the ball, or are they trying to put it through the gauge?
I think they've got a gauge in between them there, and it's gone through. So unfortunately for the Somerset captain and the Somerset seamers, they're going to have to continue with this ball that they think is a little bit out of shape.
Yeah, no Jack Leach yet.
Randall to continue from the James Anderson end. The deep square fielder out now for Josh Bohannon. That's back of a length, and Bohannon plays it into the offside. That fielder's come from cover now, so there's a big gap to try and force Bohannon's hand and try and get him driving through the offside, try and bring them slips into play. He does play it uppish through the leg side. Bohannon, he got caught against Hampshire here a couple of weeks ago at Emirates Old Trafford, where they kind of set the trap. A couple of close catching mid-wickets and targeted his pads. As Randall bowls, and Bohannon tries to flash that through the offside. There's a misfield from Gregory. He gets a single. But flashing drive from Bohannon on top of the bounce. Somerset won't mind seeing that at all. He frustrated Gregory just to allow the misfield and allow Bohannon through. The field goes back to normal for Harry Singh. Mid-off, cover, point, 3 catches in the cordon. Mid-wicket, mid-on, and a deep fine leg. Randall bowls, bringing Harry Singh forward onto the front foot. Plays it into the offside nicely for no run. 58 for 2, Lancashire lead by 52. Need to bat a long time today. Need to try and bat for most of the day, and could be a big challenge with the way Lancashire have recently been batting. But to stay in Div 1, it might be something that they have to do. Randall bowls, Singh playing forward, nicely back towards the bowler.
I'll just give you a flavour of what some Somerset supporters feel about Brett Randall. The exiled Robin says, not really sure why Somerset have signed this Randall plodder. When the likes of Davy and Ogborn aren't being used, he's not worth the overseas signing cash. On the other hand, as Stephen at Berkhamsted points out, just imagine the comments from Somerset supporters if we'd not engaged an overseas player. The where is the commitment, or can't we afford type questions. Yeah, sometimes you can't win.
Randall bowls, and Singh just pushes that into the offside for no run. That is the thing, isn't it? If you don't sign one and then you don't quite force a result when you're going for the county championship, you're also going to get comments about not signing overseas. So sometimes it just doesn't happen, does it, for overseas?
I think overseas bowlers are a bit of a lottery.
It's certainly been the case for Lancashire this year. They've not had any luck with their overseas signings. Tom Bruce didn't quite work out.
If they're internationals, they come with all sorts of conditions attached from their home boards, and if they're not internationals, well, maybe they're not quite that good anyway.
As Randall bowls, over pitched, and Singh pushes it down the ground. Leach does the fielding, acrobatically diving, getting it into the wicket-keeper.
Thanks, Callum.
Thank you, Anthony.
I'll make way for Kevin Howells.
Mr. Kevin Howells will join us as Lancashire lead by 52. We batted very cautiously this morning, just losing the wicket of Will Williams, the night watchman. So far it was LBW to Craig Overton. There was no complaints from the night watchman Williams either. It looked very much plumb, as we say. And Somerset have had a couple of chances. Singh edging through the corner, not quite carrying. And there was a couple of close LBW calls, both on Josh Bohan and Harry Singh, but just a little bit of frustrations coming from Lewis Gregory, the captain. Quite a bit about the shape of the ball. He's had 3 complaints so far to the umpire. Good morning, Kevin Howells.
Nice to be back with you, my friend.
Oh.
I need you to be telling me what you've been up to over the last few weeks as well.
Oh, not too much. Just a little bit of cricket. It was in Abersock over the weekend. That was lovely.
Oh, what a lovely spot that
Yeah,
is.
lovely.
Lovely spot. Anyway, it's nice to be back with you. Get your views. Is this my end or your end?
Year end, Kevin.
Oh my gosh, straight into the action. With a back like mine. Gregory bowls. That's Bohannon working behind square. For no run.
I assume he was at Somerset last week?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah,
Brilliant victory.
He let me in at the back. He leaves a message normally on the gate saying if Howells turns up, just say not today, thank you, Kevin. But I managed to squeeze in, climbed over the fence. Well, we talked about it a lot yesterday. We talked about it over the weekend. We talked about it was just amazing. It truly was. I mean, absolutely brilliant. Gregory, meantime, he wants to do something that's brilliant. If all that's edged and that's past 2 slips and that's run past them both, running down towards the boundary. It's going to be pulled up just inside. Yeah, some good running in the end. Nice relay throw as well. I think that's Tom Abel with the throw. Just having a look who that was doing the running down there as well, down in the distance. But anyway, saving the boundary, plenty of energy. They ran 3.
I think it might be Archie Vaughan who did the
61 for
fielding.
2. And the way I'm going to go for Archie Vaughan is that every time I'm not too sure who it is, guess who it is? It's Archie Vaughan.
Archie Vaughan.
That happened last week as well. A little bit.
He bowled beautifully last week, didn't he?
Yeah.
Watching on the live stream.
It was great stuff. Singh's on 17. He's facing now. That's a nice looking shot out there through the leg side. That's the shorter boundary. Is that going to be pulled up just inside? Oh, I think it has. The right boot or left boot. That looks like Lammonby chasing that one down. Well, they're working their socks off here at the moment because I don't think they're a happy bunch in terms of what they've had with the pitch yesterday in their title race, having sort of opened it all up, created all that interest. And then, of course, I thought it was a terrific first semi at the weekend. Really enjoyed the fact that something like Sean Dixon should play such a big part. But then, of course, weren't able to lift the trophy, beaten by the Gloucesters. And then they come along here, wanting as many points to keep that pressure up on Surrey. They're going to have a look at the ball again. It comes a point where I know that the umpire needs to make sure that he's not happy, but just give him another ball, will you?
Can you ask too many times where the umpire just goes, you know what, I'm not even going to look at it too much, and you're just getting it back?
That's where
Does it get to that stage?
That's where you need to understand the character of the umpire, isn't it, and your relationship, because, you know, umpires and players, they're with each other quite often. I mean, we've got umpire O'Shaughnessy here, haven't we? Now, he's had a lot of Somerset over the last week or so. As this one has just turned around the corner, it was actually umpire Saggers they were talking to then. There'll be another run scored here for Lancashire, so they move to 64 64 for 2. That's 58 in front. But that's what it'd be about. Would you not say it's your relationship? How much you can keep on pushing it?
Yeah, I suppose. Well, he might know what Gregory's like as a character. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he'll know what most of the county players are like as characters. I'm sure Gregory might just be being a little bit cheeky.
Oh, they're all cheeky, aren't
Four
they?
times now.
4 times.
4 times in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
He's desperate to get that ball changed.
Yeah, well, Bohannon's on 26, goes back into his crease, edged again. Oh, good stop. Has to turn around and get back into his ground. What a good sharp piece of fielding that is. From Craig Overton in the slips. God, for a big lad, he throws himself around a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's an unbelievable grab on the bounce from Craig Overton. He very nearly gets a run-out opportunity as well. Bohannon,
he thought he'd passed him.
Sets off, yeah. He thinks he's getting a couple down to the boundary, maybe even 4. But he's a brilliant athlete. Craig Overton contributes with bat, ball and in the field.
See, I want to think of Lewis Gregory, if I'm the umpire, that if Lewis isn't happy, there's something wrong with it, okay? Because he seems a really good guy, okay? If he's not going to ask unless. However, he's a professional cricketer. And he's in past the umpire now. In them bowls and fended away a bit there by Bohannon, a little bit sharper. That one, so a couple of dot balls to finish. 6 coming from the over. It's 1 for 20 from Gregory. 64 for 2 is a lead of 58. Singh on 20, Bohannon on 26. There was a thought yesterday that we may see a different story here today with the pitch and everything. And of course, I heard you talk about the heavy roller a little bit earlier on. It's very early in the piece, really, an hour and a quarter into play, but it looks as if that might be the narrative of the day.
Yeah, it certainly does. It looks to have been a little bit flatter. There's probably been a couple of balls that have bounced a little bit from the indication of Josh Bohannon, the way he's taken his right hand off the bat.
Are they looking at the ball again?
Yeah, there's the 5th conversation now going on about the ball, and the umpires are just giving it that smile and that little laugh. As I think we're going to see a little bit of spin introduced.
That's the bit that would get me. They're laughing at me now.
Yeah, frustrate you even more, especially as a captain and a fast bowler.
Here he comes. What can Jack do with this ball? And then they'll go to them and say, look, not even Jack can do anything with it.
Yeah, they're going to go to Jack Leach, the international England spinner.
Now, I was asking Jason Kerr, I'm going to just check if he's listening to the back, Anthony. I was asking Jason Kerr last week about player availability next week, what with Jack included in the Pakistan test squad, and his impression at the time was he didn't know for certain, but he thought they were flying out on October the 1st, and Jack was, as you might imagine Jack to be, really keen on being involved next week, depending on what's still riding on it, of course. Next week. But on one hand, it was great he was involved with the England setup. On the other hand, you're thinking, is he still going to be available for Somerset next week? I don't think there's been anything confirmed or otherwise on that front at this stage, no.
As in he comes, Leach, straight onto the pads of Singh, tucks that away to the leg side, gets a single. The first bit of spin in this game so far. The great man Shane Warne said, if it seems, so often spins, so we'll see how the spinners go. I'm sure Archie Vaughan will get a go at some stage as well.
Sure, Bashir, I understand, has got a bit of an injury. I don't know if there's anything major, but just something that they're working on at the moment.
Yeah, maybe they won't risk Leach playing that final game, as then he comes to Bohannon on the back foot.
To which the cry would be, but why?
Yeah, these selections and restrictions on England players.
They're already annoyed, I imagine, by the Durham have had most of the bowlers taken away from them.
I've seen some tweets about Ollie Pope as well. As Leach comes in, Bohannon prodding forward for no run.
Yeah, but you're still seeing their lineup. I think they, with
well,
all due
exactly.
respect, it's more the bowling attack that Durham have got, which is good and exciting and young and all that sort of stuff, but inexperienced.
Yeah, they're missing Potts and Cass, aren't they? Then comes Leach. Bohannon onto the back foot, cuts that away into the offside, gets a single. Not much so far for Jack Leach, just as he gets into his work.
Do you think those cranes are deliberately red and blue so as not to upset anybody?
It's keeping the city, you know, divided and at peace.
Well, no, it's keeping them together, yeah.
Leach bowls, Singh on the back foot, playing forward.
I say the risk here is that actually two of them are blue. I think I would have gone all red this side of town, to be honest.
The taller ones are blue as well, which is so often the case
don't
in
make
the
that point.
football
What have I
table,
done
sadly.
here? I
These
didn't
days,
know.
Kevin.
Is that right?
Yes,
Oh, you're not. You're
sadly.
not. Oh, gosh.
Then comes Leach. Singh again on the back foot, playing that nicely. No signs of any spinning that over from Jack Leach, but he's only just getting into his work. 2 off his first over. Lancashire 66 for 2, and they lead now by 60.
I had you down as a good, honest Altrincham supporter or something like that, or maybe even Oldham. Oldham.
No,
But no? Oh.
Sadly, follow the team over the road.
Oh, you are? You are
yeah.
United? Oh,
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought-
United,
all right,
sadly.
Okay. What do you say, sadly?
Well, yeah.
What happened last night? Did you win last night? You should have won last
Yeah,
night.
7-0 against Barnsley. We're back
7-0,
now, we're
was it?
back now
Crikey.
Kevin.
You're back
We're
now?
back down, yeah.
Yeah.
Winning the lot.
Is that going to be a turning point?
Well, probably not. It'll be a game that sucks us into thinking it's a turning point, and I'm sure it'll go back to normal.
Oh, come on, come on. So, here we are. 66 for 2. It's day 2. Oh, crikey. I love it when a score really surprises me. Surrey are 3 down. 110 for 3, trailed by 152 runs. You know that weakened, inexperienced attack I was talking about? Wow. What about Nottinghamshire? They've got Kent at 21 for 1. And that's looking good for Notsat down there, isn't it? You know?
Yeah. Good first innings from Nottinghamshire, exactly what they needed.
Yeah, just a bit, just a bit. Okay, next over. Driven to mid-off, and there will be no run. So we're into the 30th over of this innings, and it is at 66 for 2, a lead of 60. And we've got the tall figure of Casey Aldridge, who excited Paul Alice, I think, a bit yesterday with his pace.
Yeah, we had an impressive game here last year for Somerset.
Only
Got
with
100.
two slips going down now as he bowls, and well, bat really comes right down in front of everything, and almost a chance of slicing it, but it's pushed back up by Bohannon towards Casey Aldridge. And there's Lewis Gregory now, working so hard on that dreadful ball.
It looks pretty good in the hand, I tell you that. It's certainly got a nice bit of shine onto it. I don't know if they're going more on the firmness of the ball now. Maybe it's a little bit soft.
Aldridge to Bohannon. Bohannon's on 27. He's fired that one away. That's going to race away to the boundary, through the offside. Bit of width. God, he was onto that quickly. That's a bit of Bohannon that he would have loved to have seen and felt a little bit more of throughout the entire campaign. He moves him to 31.
Yeah, that's a Josh Bohannon that the Lancashire fans love to see. So attractive on the eye. It's not really over pitch from Aldridge either, but he just plays it on top of the bounce so nicely through the covers. Picks up a 4, takes him into the 30s.
Good score here from Birmingham. Can't believe. 70 for 2 meantime in Manchester. Driven back to Aldridge. A ball. Warwickshire were all out for 78 in their first inning. Essex recovered to score 232. Warwickshire now are 9 for 4. Do you think they're on the beach, Callum? Do you think they're on the beach?
Beach and the golf courses, I think.
Smethwick.
Yeah.
Already booked the holidays for Smethwick. Who's Snater took a 5 for, didn't he, first time round? What's he doing here? Oh, it's Cook. 3 for 3 from 3 overs. Aldridge in again, in the bowls, and worked for no run.
Not bad figures if you can do it, is there?
No.
3 for 3 off 2. Tidy work. 9 for 4.
Oh, gosh. I'm presuming that hospitality was a bit empty on days 3 and 4 there for that one. That could be. We could be in record low score territory. We need to be. I'll have to do a bit of a deep dive shortly to see what's going off there. Meantime, Aldridge. So what should be the final ball of the over? Full, and again fairly high up off the bat, but safely on the onside. 70 for 2 there. 64 the lead. Singh on 21. Bohannon on 31. What do you make of this weather? We could have done with a bit more of this as well. Never mind, Bohannon could have done with a bit more of Bohannon type shots like that this summer. We could have done with a bit more weather like this summer.
I don't want to jinx it, Kevin, but every time we've commentated together at Old Trafford this year, it's been absolutely glorious.
We bring the sun out. Eh?
Well,
you and me.
Yeah. It's what we do.
I think there may have been a couple of grey days early on in the campaign.
I think the first game against Surrey, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I mean, I'd still like your thinking. I'm going to stay positive thinking. But I think the truth of it is that it's absolutely nothing to do with you and me. But we've had some
summer sunshine.
Have a look again.
I know. Having another conversation about the ball. I'm sure Jack Leach and Josh Bohannon will be having a little chuckle as well about it there.
Oh, they're going to change it.
Oh, they're going to have a look now.
Oh, hallelujah. Mamma mia.
You know what so often happens, don't you, after a ball change?
Pipe down at the back. Dear. Gosh. Where do these... I don't know where the effects mic is on the supporters. I can hear chuntering at the moment, but...
The book's coming out as well from the umpire, writing a few notes. Three boxes, they're going to have plenty to choose from.
Under immense duress from Somerset, we decided to keep the peace. We'd have a new ball. I think that's what he's written down. And Barsager's looking at us here. Lewis Goldsworthy, he's brought out the box. Three. Well, he's immediately got rid of the first two boxes, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. The Somerset subfielders there put the worst ones at the bottom and hope the umpire doesn't get to that final box there.
These have to be known as the dark arts, don't they, Callum? The dark. If you're going to, I don't think that's it. Why did he just put those boxes straight away? Do you think he's done it himself when he was a player, maybe a few years ago? Old Sags. And what about that headgear for Shawnee there? Eh? That's quite the look, isn't it?
Don't think it's going to take on as much as bucket hats as this summer.
And he's got his glasses the wrong way around. I really wish that he'd put the glasses on the front. That would look quite good, wouldn't it, if you put it round the front? This is taking quite some time. This is quite the exact science, isn't it, to try and find a light. What were we in? Over what did I say?
This is going to be the 31st now that Leach will bowl.
So what are you expecting a 31-year-old ball to be looking like, Callum?
It should still be pretty good. Should still have quite a bit of lacquer on it. Should still be probably swinging around still a little bit, and that from the cameras doesn't look too bad.
No.
Maybe Jack Leach might get taken off and the seamer might come straight back on.
And Steve O'Shaughnessy's just thrown it, and he didn't actually say anything, but I think I could read his mind. And I think he was basically saying, just get on with it now, will you?
Button it now, lads.
Eh? You have to get on with it. Warwickshire, I want to tell you about a great recovery for Warwickshire, and there is. They're now 13 for 4. That's a fight back. They trailed by 141 runs. Alex Davis.
Figures.
Yes, exactly. Middlesex 183 for 2. They lead by 10 runs. That's an interesting story down in Div 2, you know. But the Yorkies have got Glamorgan at 73 for 4. Trailed by 288 runs. Sussex 212 for 6 in front of Gloucestershire's by 103. So, look, we're very early days, but there's every reason to believe at the moment that all three teams are going to win the matches, which is going to keep them in the same place going into the final week.
Then comes Leach. Singh tucks that away into the leg side for no run.
And the Yorkies, of course, they're a bit concerned that Sussex.
A positive result here takes Sussex up, does it?
Well, it probably, you know, what's left for them to play for next week against Middlesex?
Oh, very
Yorkshire
true.
Rivals for promotion.
Then comes Leach. Singh getting that big stride in, covering any sign of spin.
All I can say is that if for some reason the Middlesex do roll over Sussex, for whatever reason, you know, you can guarantee the Yorkies will take it in good spirit.
Then comes Leach. Singh tucks that away nicely. Should pick up. Just picks up the single. Doesn't tie for the second one. Takes Lancashire to a lead of 65. A gentle applause. I don't know exactly. 50 partnership.
Yeah, that's right. It's
there
gentle.
we go.
And they don't want to get
99.
They don't want to get ahead of themselves.
No.
A lot of work to be done yet.
Yeah, they need to double that for Lancashire here.
Yeah.
And comes Leach. Hannon pushes forward, back towards the bowler. Just a one slip and a short leg away for Hannon. Mid-off cover, backward point and deep cover fielder. Leach bowls and Bohannon down the track handsomely over the top of long on. Goes all the way for 6. Beautiful shot from Josh Bohannon. He's starting to show the signs that he has in the past few seasons. Josh Bohannon looking more like himself in these past 20 minutes.
Oh, this is more like it, isn't it? More like it. I mean, I'm talking from an individual's point of view, of course, but I've sort of been grieving a little bit for him this year.
Yeah,
because he's better than he's shown this year, isn't he? Much
yeah, and it's been frustrated. I think for the top 3 of Lancashire there, the big experience, probably a lot of weight on their shoulders this year, and maybe it's shown in Josh Bohannon's stats. Bohannon pushes forward, no run. He's took vice captaincy on this year, hasn't he? And there's a lot of weight on his shoulders as him and Keaton Jennings as the star men in this batting lineup. But it's not quite been the year that Josh Bohannon would have hoped. He's been getting,
but he can still have an impact.
Starts. He certainly can.
On these,
he can have the biggest impact in these last 2 games, can't he? If he has an impact and takes Lancashire on to some positive results.
You know, it's the same for both these teams. Both Somerset with a title with Surrey, Lancashire at the bottom. You know, obviously Lancashire would love to be with Somerset's problems as to their own problems, but no matter, it's almost like whatever they do, it's still reliant on what's going on elsewhere. So Lancashire can, you know, come out victorious here, whatever, and still not have a great result down there at Kent. It's for both these teams to push as hard as they can this week, to take it into the last over of the game, i.e. the last round, to just see if any pressure might tell. In the meantime, Aldridge, new over, good lifting. Well, that's a good lifting carry with this new ball that they've come across. Through to the keeper, 77 for 2, lead by 71. I'll just repeat, you know, you take a look at that Essex. I mean, it's ridiculous that Warwickshire score at 13 for 4, but Essex are going to push Surrey so hard next week at Chelmsford, as Hampshire will at Somerset. I'm not saying that, of course they will, but keep it close somehow, keep it competitive, keep in touching distance. I'm not too sure what will happen next week, as Aldridge in and bowls and defended into the offside. I'm basically saying that I think there's a really good chance that Essex can beat Surrey next week. Very good chance. And Somerset at home against Hampshire.
Pressure does funny things, doesn't it? Like you say, you've just got to look after your own house for now, especially Somerset, who are chasing Surrey, and just keep piling the pressure on Surrey, keep getting them looking behind, thinking Somerset are getting closer.
Sings on 22 here. Aldridge bowls to him now. Worked away nicely past the umpire there at square leg. For a single, he moves to 23, 78 for 2. Leader 72 runs. I wonder if the neutrals are a little bit torn like myself. Which story grabs you most? Is it the, not since 1968 as a championship team won 3 titles on the bounce. Somerset have never won the title before. What's the neutral want?
I think it's a Somerset one for me. I'd love to see Somerset go on.
I've never won it before. What a great story. What a great story.
Been so close, so many years.
Bohannon on 37 and played square for a no run on the offside.
Especially after such a solid year in all competitions as well. There'll be some frustrations from the finals day, but they'll have to forget them and kind of use them as motivation to try and get over the line in the county championship.
They were defending champions, so I'm sure it hurt. However, there are 1 or 2 ways they can forget that hurt quite quickly in the next week or so. Aldridge, meantime, turns again to Bohannon on 37 and guides that nicely. Gosh, he looks to be in control at the moment as Josh all over it. That's 4 runs. Moves to 41. Takes Lancashire to 82 for 2. I bet he's thinking to himself even, this is more like it.
Yeah, it's a
where's my game been?
Free-flowing Josh Bohannon that so like to see.
76 in front.
Knocking on England's door last year.
Aldridge again. He's a tall, strong figure. Is Casey Aldridge. Bowls, and again on the off stump, and again it's worked away for 4. Too much width, but I tell you, Josh is onto those so quickly, isn't he?
Yeah, he's played that beautifully.
All control, all control. 86 for 2 now.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries for Josh Bohannon. Just back of a length. That second one, probably not as bad as the ball as the first one. A bit more whiff with the first one. Bohannon played it beautifully. That second one just guides it down to the third man region so nicely and picks up back-to-back boundaries for Josh Bohannon.
Oh, you can look around for as long as you like. There's nobody ready yet. It's just you and me, kid. Just you and me. I think we'll do all right.
Yeah, we'll keep plodding on, Kevin.
Yeah, no problems. No problems. I was a bit late on parade, but I had other duties to do. That's my excuse. Anyway, we need one more over from you. I feel like the skipper that's got to put my arm around your shoulder and say, come on, just one more over, mate. This could be the over. Okay, this could be the over.
And they've gone back to seam.
What did you say about that ball?
I know. There's Lewis Gregory allowed Jack Leach one over a spin. Maybe he's seen something from Casey Aldridge at the other end. Or maybe he just wants to gain a little bit of control back with Craig Overton. As in he comes to Singh, back of a length, and Singh tucks that away into the leg side nicely. Harry Singh's just starting to rotate the strike a little bit more consistently now. And then Josh Bohannon going very nicely.
I'm a big believer the way you end the season has an impact next year as well, you know, so there's nothing wrong with it, seeing some good stuff here.
Yeah, it certainly does for the younger players, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Someone like Harry Singh, you know, he's just sort of paving his way in his professional career. He'll certainly like to have a good finish. It happened with Matty Hurst last year, it happened with George Bell the year before. In comes Overton. Over pitch, and Bohannon punches that down the ground nicely. I think Jack Leach might cut it off. He thinks about the third. Yeah, he comes back. Leach throws to Harry Singh's end. That takes Josh Bohannon on to 48. He just turns the wrist on that down the ground. Just over pitch from Craig Overton, but well controlled from Josh Bohannon.
I have every empathy now with Jack Leach. Brought on for 1 over, changed the ball, he's whipped off. And there was me putting my arm around your shoulder saying, we'll be all right. Guess who's having to move? They're checking me out. Unbelievable. On your own now, mate.
To Singh, 3 slips away. Singh allows that through nicely. Looks like it shapes away to James Rue. Takes that in front of first slip. Looks like a nice bit of shape with that change of ball. And if someone's going to find something out there at the moment, it looks like it'll be Craig Overton. 1 for 24 off his 11.3 so far. He's been
not much happening for Somerset, is there?
No, he's just starting to maybe change a little bit with this new ball. A little bit of movement in the air now as Overton bowls. It's not going to move from that length as Singh tucks that away into the leg side, gets a single. Yeah, that ball before just like it shaped away nicely towards the slip cordon. James Rue just taking it in front of Tom Abel at first slip. But he's not quite found his length just yet, Craig Overton. It's been over pitch to Josh Bohannon and too short for Harry Singh. As in he comes in, that's a much better length. Oh, and a little bit of frustration from Craig Overton. Boots the ball at the stumps and towards James Rue, and I think the umpires are going to have a word.
Oh dear. I think it was done in reasonably good humour.
Yeah, he gave Josh Bohannon a little bit of a tap, didn't he?
Yeah, didn't he?
I think it's more frustrations of maybe the team at the moment more than frustrations with himself and Josh Bohannon. I don't think there was anything untoward.
Steve O'Shaughnessy just having a chat with Martin Saggers. Overton stands there with his hands on his hips at the end of his run, just wondering what on earth is going on. But the Overton twins do have the habit of boiling over. They've got fairly short fuses, the pair of them, but they're not quite as explosive as they were when they first came into the game.
Overton to finish his 12th. Finds that length, and Bohannon just pushes it down the ground for no run. I'll hand you over to Scott Reed, and Anthony will continue.
Yeah, big kick at the air from Craig Overton at the end of that over, just demonstrating how frustrated he is by what's going on. Warwickshire now 27 for 5 at Edgbaston in their second innings against Essex. That might not go beyond lunchtime. Their game, they're still 127 runs behind. Hampshire picked up 5 batting points in their game at the Utilita Bowl. Here we've got Casey Aldridge in from the Statham end, bowling to Harry Singh, who's on 25. He's not as consistent in his line and length, Casey Aldridge, as the other Somerset seam bowlers. He's a little bit more erratic, but he did pick up 2 good wickets in the first innings. Rocky Flintoff and Keaton Jennings, of course, both being bowled off inside edges. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is tucked away down to deep backward square, where it's fielded by Tom Lammonby. Talking about Somerset's late season overseas players, and Ian Shepherd from the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast has produced some very interesting figures on that, which I'll bring you after this delivery from Aldridge to Bohannon, who won't get a run as he plays that up to Tom Kohler-Cadwell. These are Somerset September overseas signings since 2019, so in the last 5-6 seasons. Batters 396 runs at 24.75. It's okay, I suppose, but expect a bit more from your overseas. Bowlers just 12 wickets at a cost of 55.66 runs per wicket. So it's the record has not been great, as this is turned away again out to Tom Lammonby. Deep mid wicket before another single by Josh Bohannon. Goes on to 49. And last year Somerset had Neil Wagner, the New Zealander, but he wasn't fully fit. And back in, when was it, 2021, when we had the conference format, Somerset. Yep. I think we're leading at the start of September. This is played into the offside, and they signed Murali Vijay, the Indian batsman who got no runs at all. Well, he got and Somerset lost all 3 of their last games in September.
I suppose it's not a perfect science, is it? No. Recruiting overseas players, and even recruiting ones that come with a good reputation and a good career behind them. It's still not necessarily guaranteed success.
Directors of cricket have to rely on their overseas contacts, don't they? Aldridge bowls and Singh up on his toes, playing that out into the offside. I dare say Matt Henry had something to do with the signing of Brett Randall, or possibly Neil Wagner as well, as they both played for Somerset in the past, and maybe he's a much more effective bowler on New Zealand wickets than on English wickets. Somebody else on Twitter saying that New Zealand bowlers have a tendency to bowl a little bit too short in this country, maybe because the wickets there got a little bit more bounce and carry. But he's yet to take a wicket for Somerset, Brett Randall. And there's a man just jogging off who might have made an impact on this game if he'd been chosen. Josh Davey, 12th man.
Here comes Craig Overton then from the James Anderson end. Balls to Josh Bohannon. Clipped up towards mid-on. Jack Leach fields, and there's no addition to the score, which is 93 for 2, with 20 minutes or so left until the lunch break, and Lancashire have enjoyed a good morning session. The lead has pushed on to 87. The partnership is worth 72 between Singh and Bohannon. Bohannon a run away from 50. Overton over the wicket and bowls again. Just slides past as Bohannon kind of half plays forward. You see James Rue's reaction, the keeper there, the Somerset keeper. Puts his gloves on top of his head, too far away from just kissing the outside edge of Bohannon's bat. Still got 3 slips in place and have done all morning.
Craig Overton looking different class to Casey Aldridge and Brett Randall, I have to say.
1 for 25 for Overton. Back into Bohannon, whipped away through square leg. There's runs. How many of them? At least a couple, might be 4. There is. Lovely timing by Josh Bohannon. A lovely little knock as well by the Lancashire vice-captain. Important runs potentially here, crucial runs maybe. Start of maybe a very important partnership between Bohannon and young Harry Singh. He reaches a very good 53, Josh Bohannon. Partnership is worth 76 as well between these two. Lancashire 97 for 2.
It's his 3rd 50 of the season to go with that double century.
Lead pushes to 91. 53 from 67 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6. Overton to Bohannon. It's run off an edge down to 3rd man, and Overton with both hands on hips as the ball trickles down towards the boundary. It is flicked back from the rope. It's a good work down below as a combination of, I think Tom Abel in the end has put the dive in to help prevent the single. They've run 3. So that brings up the 100 for Lancashire, 100 for 2, Bohannon to 56, but this was a good effort, this. It was heading down towards the 3rd man boundary, and here comes Tom Abel. Flicks the ball back, even with his slightly dodgy calf. It's a good effort by Abel.
He's moving more freely today than he was yesterday.
Lead of 94 now. Overton to Singh. That's just deflected away off his thigh pad. Don't think too much back. Nope, leg by called. Singh remains on 26. Lancashire move to 101 for 2. Lead now worth 95 runs. So an enjoyable morning session with 15 minutes left from a Lancashire point of view. Not been too many sessions that Lancashire will have enjoyed, in truth. Certainly not in the last few weeks. So far so good. Nudged away down to fine leg of the inner half of the bat. Randell Fields, and slight frustration certainly among some of the Somerset players, and especially at the minute the talisman with the ball, Craig Overton. We're going to see some highlights of Bohannon's half-century here for viewers on Lancs TV. 7 fours he's hit in this innings of 56, and to wait his time a little bit. They had a night watchman coming out last night, hitting Leach down the ground and running it away down towards backward point. He's played some very nice shots in this innings, the Lancashire vice-captain. An important contribution for the team, and then a little flick out towards backward square leg to bring up a half-century. So 57 for Josh Bohannon, 102 for 2.
Casey Aldridge to bowl another over from this Brian Statham end. Slip in a gully now, the only close catches. He's into Bohannon, who drives and didn't make the most of that. It was pitched right up from Casey Aldridge. Just a full half volley. Andy Cleve on Twitter says pitch flattening out, question mark. I think so, yep. But, see what happens this afternoon. What target would you be happy Somerset chasing in the final innings? And Nicky King replies 150. Well, I'm not sure it's going to be 150. That's Aldridge in the bowls, and Peel for a catch behind. A good take by James Rue, but Martin Saggers answers in the negative. Well, he doesn't answer at all. He just stands there motionless. We haven't seen the replay. Here is the replay. I think it just clipped. I think it just clipped his thigh pad. Wasn't bat involved. Went between bat and pad. Good ball from Aldridge, but just clipped the outside of Bohannon's right thigh. And this beats him though on the outside edge. That was a very good ball from Casey Aldridge. So perhaps the pitch is just starting to recover from the impact or the effects of the heavy roller, reverting to type under the influence of this lovely sunshine. Because there was an outside edge in the previous Overton over. Aldridge has beaten about twice in this over. He's in now and bowls to Bohannon, takes him on the pad. I think there was inside edge there as well, which I think accounts for the answer in the negative.
Yeah, I think he's hit that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Little spell, isn't it?
Casey Aldridge just shaking his hands very nearly through. Yeah, a little bit of inside edge onto his pad. Otherwise, it would have been a very good shout. There was Gregory polishing the ball on his Somerset sweater. Aldridge scoreboard on the far side, sort of almost given up the ghost, or at least half of it has. Aldridge is in his 4th over. He's there, and this is driven down the ground, and that will probably run away for 4 runs. Kola Cadmore's in hot pursuit and just gets to it, and Gregory with him will complete the fielding, and they will come back for 3 runs, 105 for 2. And these two have now added 84 for the 3rd wicket.
Yeah, excellent. From Lancashire's point of view, from young Harry Singh, I think he's performed admirably across the 2 days so far. And the way he's batted through the course of the morning session has been really impressive.
Yeah, he's kept his end up. Aldridge in bowls to Singh, and that one really takes off. Not taken cleanly by James Rue, and they run a bye. It is. Aldridge scrapes away angrily at the crease where his left foot's been coming down. Not quite sure what that's all about. But that one certainly took off from just short of a length. It was too wide for Singh to have to play at it, but it brings Lancashire a bye. 106 for 2. They're exactly now 100 runs ahead.
Yes, good stuff by Singh and by Bohannon. Complement each other very nicely, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. It's contrast in height. Tall Singh, Harry Singh is tall, and Josh Bohannon not so tall. And in style,
yes,
Singh very correct, quite defensive. Bohannon looking to play his shots.
I think that's probably helped Singh, hasn't it, a little bit, the way that Bohannon's been quite positive. It just takes a little bit of the pressure off Singh. Here's Craig Overton stomping his way back in, balls again to Singh. Pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. There's no one would ever question commitment here. Running in hard and trying to find a breakthrough, but Somerset can't seem to buy a wicket at the minute. The only wicket to fall, the night watchman Will Williams early on, an LBW victim of the bowling off. Craig Overton for 7. And since then, Singh and Bohannon pushed Lancashire onto a pretty steady platform at the minute. And again to Singh, good judgment as he leaves this next delivery, which slides past the edge of his off stump to the gloves of James Rue, and there is no run. 26 not out. Harry Singh, Bohannon on 60. Just under 10 minutes now remaining of the morning session. Utter contrast to what we saw through the course of yesterday, but we'll see how the afternoon shapes up. Overton turns and sets off again into Singh. Just goes back up onto his toes and nudges the ball away off his hip out to square leg, where Archie Vaughan fields, and there's no addition to the score. 106 for 2 it remains.
Surrey seem to have recovered from that mini collapse. 145 for 3 now. Ryan Patel on 19 and Ben Folkes on 8.
Yeah, there'll be a continuous kind of cross-referencing different scores now. Sides are progressing. Singh defends, has worked out towards the leg side. Vaughan fields again, and there's no run.
Kent 56 for 2 against Notts, replying to their 433. And Warwickshire, wonder of wonders, haven't actually lost another wicket. They're 36 for 5 now. Still 118 runs short of making Essex bat again.
What an odd game that was. Or at least it looks like it from the outside, doesn't it? Overton back in to Singh. That's left.
Quick delivery that from Overton.
Kind of knocked Rue almost off his feet there. He takes it slightly bent knee. The ball thuds into his gloves and just pushes him a little bit backwards, but he keeps balance. And Tom Abel at first slip. So it's nicely taken. Got Lewis Gregory at second slip and Casey Aldridge at third slip. 3 fielders on the offside at point, cover and mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. There's Craig Overton over the wicket, balls left again by Singh, whose judgment and his willingness to leave has been a real highlight of his innings, actually. 26 not out from 103. Unrushed, unflustered, playing his own innings in his own style. And so far he's done very nicely indeed. 106 for 2.
Interesting to see those 3 fielders on the offside all standing with their hands on their knees as if they're in a catching position rather than walking in, which is unusual. There's Gregory trying everything he knows to break this partnership, and Somerset would love to break it before lunch. We've got about 7 minutes to go to lunch, so a couple of overs probably. First of them being bowled by Casey Aldridge, who bowls a full-length delivery to Josh Bohannon, who just drives it quietly up to Lewis Gregory at mid-off. We've got Craig Overton at slip, Tom Abel in the gully, catching short mid-wicket, long leg, deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and deep backward point. As Aldridge is into Bohannon, who swings this away, and he's gone. The wicket has, was it catch behind?
It's Abel at gully.
Abel at gully went to swing that away, top edge, and a pretty straightforward catch to Tom Abel in the end. Just watching the very straightforward catch. I was looking for that down towards long leg, but it came off the toe of Bohannon's bat, and Somerset have the breakthrough. Casey Aldridge with the wicket.
Well, you said, Anthony, about the desire, the eagerness for Somerset to try and see if they can break this partnership before lunch. They've managed just that. Huge frustration for Josh Bohannon, who instantly looked towards the toe end of his bat, backing himself to play that pull shot, but just seemed to get through it a little bit too quickly, perhaps, and toe end of the bat squirts to Abel. Very routine catch, really, for Tom Abel in the gully, and the partnership has been broken. 85 runs between Josh Bohannon and Harry Singh right on the stroke of lunch.
Yep, just what the doctor ordered for Somerset. Rocky Flintoff is the new batsman, coming out to join Harry Singh, but a bit of a bolt from the blue, that wicket, because Bohannon was going along very comfortably, and he looked actually earlier on in the over as if he was settling for lunch, but couldn't resist the temptation of going after the short ball, and didn't get hold of it at all. So Flintoff Somerset will enjoy their lunch a good deal more, having taken that wicket, because that was a partnership worth 85 Aldridge in and bowls to Flintoff. Short ball and another quick ball from Casey Aldridge, who's working up quite a head of steam out there. Encouraged by that wicket.
Yeah, it's a good spell, this, isn't it? I mean, even before the wicket, the previous over to Bohannon was a probing over. Got the ball just to nip away a little bit, beat the bat a couple of times. Good little spell, this, by Aldridge. 1 for 18. He's been rewarded with the wicket, but the previous 4 overs were good.
He's in, bowls to Flintoff, and that one almost spins off the face of the bat down into the stumps, but picked up by Craig Overton. Lots of excitement now amongst the Somerset fielders. They've come to life with the wicket of Bohannon. They'd been plugging away. It didn't look as if they were going to get their reward before lunch. But Bohannon's back in the dressing room as Aldridge is in and bowls. A good ball, quick ball. Flintoff just lets it sail through into the gloves of James Rue.
It's a horrible time, this, isn't it, for young Rocky to come out. He's got 4 or 5 minutes before lunch just to try and survive. And then reset and go again after lunch if he can, but really tricky little period, this 2 or 3 minutes to lunch.
He's only in his 3rd first-class game, Rocky Flintoff, just 16 years old. Aldridge is in and bowls, and he plays that nicely with the full face of the bat up to Randall at mid-off. End of a good over from Casey Aldridge, which included the wicket of Josh Bohannon. He's bowled 5 overs and taken 1 for 18, 106 for 3, and we'll have time for 1 more over before lunch, which will be bowled by Craig Overton.
Well, from Lancashire's point of view, and let's hope that these two get to lunch. And there's something quite heartwarming about seeing Harry Singh and Rocky Flintoff batting here. Penultimate game of the season. Lancashire looking to try and avoid relegation, and 2 of their young players being given a huge responsibility, but a great opportunity as well. It's Aldridge to Singh. That leave has been immaculate. I've loved it. I've really enjoyed the Harry Singh leave so far this morning. It's been a fine shot. He's let that one go through again to James Rue. It's a real impressive display of calmness, actually, and judgment. So far, he's got 4 balls left, 5 balls left, rather, to face. 106 for 3. Here's Overton. Final over before lunch. Back in to Singh. Has to play at this delivery. Straighter ball, which he drives to mid-off. There's no run. Just 2 wickets then in the morning session. The night watchman, Will Williams, and then just before lunch was due, Josh Bohannon out for 60. 106 for 3. Overton with 4 balls left of the over and the session. Back into Singh. Oh, he's got after that one, Singh. And playing a miss and into the gloves of James Rue, and that has Abel and Gregory and Aldridge all hopping about in the slips as he took that one on, almost from nowhere, really.
Not the shot to play in the last over before lunch.
No, not the shot we've seen, really, from Harry Singh so far.
No.
It's Overton back into Singh. Defends back down the pitch and gathered by Overton off his own bowling, and there's no run. Just went back and up onto his toes and just taps it back down the pitch towards Craig Overton. This spell from Overton is into its 4th over, so it was a little burst before lunch. It's gone for 13 so far, but Casey Aldridge 5 overs, 1 for 18 at the other end. Has been able to find the breakthrough, and again to Singh, and who's back and across and defending, and plays it back to Craig Overton. He just lingers a little bit on this follow through and inquires about what Harry Singh's having for lunch, maybe. He's only 1 delivery away from enjoying lunch. Young Lancashire opening batter. Final ball of the session. It's not been full of wickets and drama like yesterday, but it's been intense and interesting to watch nonetheless. And again, Singh happy to leave. Happy to leave, as he has done for most of the morning. And he'll be there to resume after lunch. Well battered, Harry Singh. Impressive knock under immense pressure coming into day 2. He's performed really well. And these two young Lancashire batters will go back out after lunch and try again for Lancashire. Rocky Flintoff and Harry Singh. Just the 2 wickets in the morning session, Anthony. 106 for 3, and the lead exactly 100.
Yeah, Lancashire's morning. Somerset just picking up the wicket of night watchman Will Williams, and then crucially getting Josh Bohannon about 7 minutes before the lunch break. Somerset will be hoping that this pitch comes to life this afternoon and offers their seam bowlers a little bit more help than it has done this morning. But Lancashire, with a lead of exactly 100, are just about ahead in the game.
Thank you, Anthony. For listeners on Sports Extra, here is Kevin Howells. For viewers on Lancs TV, follow the QR code, fill in the survey and win some prizes. And for listeners on the BBC Sport website and that, we'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of it is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being that was developed over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played with what a moment.
Well, a real thrust that in came from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Finds out it's 2 runs and the winning hit on
from the crowd.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Nice. I remember this being like debut days, like back in the day, playing in white, red ball cricket. It's been a while.
What are your memories of kind of that time of first kind of coming into the Lanc setup, and did you find it quite daunting coming in at like such a young age?
Yeah, I think I definitely did. I think the reason I sort of played so young, I think, was because the wicketkeeper got injured. So yeah, that was my first sort of taste of senior cricket. And yeah, I remember coming into an environment with the likes of Kate Cross and a lot of people her age and feeling really young. Yeah, I actually remember one of my first games playing. I had my helmet behind me, stood back, and off one of Crossy's first balls, straight through the legs, hit the helmet, however many penalty runs, brilliant, good start. But no, I feel like obviously sort of found my feet after a few games and yeah, played ever since really, so yeah.
And obviously coming through like the Lancs setup as well, were there quite a few girls that you've kind of played all the way through up until now with that kind of started at the same time?
Yeah, definitely. I think remember the likes of Emma Lamb, Kate Cross, Sophie Eccleston being around then, so it's nice to sort of have continued that journey with all of us together really. And yeah, then the likes of sort of Laura Jackson and players like that introduced as well. So yeah, we've had the same sort of core group of players for a while now, which has been really nice.
And number 21 on the back of the shirt, any reason behind that, or was that just the number you were given at the time?
This is actually all down to Alex Hartley. So there was a really random tour to Dubai when I was really young, probably around the same time, and she chose the number 21 because she was 21 years old, classic. And then she didn't end up going and I ended up going, so I just got given all of her kit and then sort of stuck really, so thanks Alex. I remember this shirt as the year we won the double trophy. So we won both the 50 over and the T20 Cups that year, both in the same year. And I remember the last game of that season, it was all down to that game and we'd won our game, but there was still a game going on and we were relying on the results a little bit. So on the way home, we were all in the car, like checking WhatsApp, checking all the scores. And then yeah, we found out we'd won the league, but it was a bit of an anticlimax really because we were all just in the car on the way home. So then we all came back to Manchester and yeah, celebrated pretty well. So that's quite a special shirt, I reckon. Yeah, double league winners.
Obviously you were still very young at the time of winning that. Did you feel kind of your age didn't really matter and you settled in quite quickly to be able to cope in like those situations where you were going for trophies such as those?
Yeah, I guess so. I think like the role as a wicket-keeper as well, you're sort of involved in a bit of a leadership role just by being behind the stumps and checking angles and stuff like that. So I think with my nature of that position in the team, I guess sort of, yeah, found my feet pretty quickly and yeah, was able to sort of contribute from that aspect from a pretty young age as well, and that was something I'd worked on as a kid and still am doing now. But yeah, I guess like as a keeper, you're always sort of in the game, always contributing, and yeah, I feel like that had been my main discipline, helped me out in that respect. Was this the first year of the KSL?
So this was, for 2 years, this was 2016, which was the first year of the KSL, and 2017 as well.
Okay, yeah. I don't really remember loads of the cricket from them years, to be honest with you. But yeah, obviously the start of the Kia Super League was pretty big for women's cricket and yeah, allowed us to sort of play on a bigger stage and that competition attracted some of the best cricketers in the world as well. Similarly, remember being quite young in that sort of setup, and that I guess was my first taster of like what professional environments and professional cricket was like. So yeah, I really enjoyed that comp, and yeah, I feel like that was almost like the first stepping stone in trying to bridge the gap between county cricket and international cricket. So I think that comp did a lot for the game. So it was good to be a part of.
How did you find the change from going kind of from the competition you were in before to like a bigger, more eyes-on kind of competition?
Yeah, I think it was really exciting as a young player, and I think yeah, the whole professionalism of the game seemed to change at that point. And I remember playing alongside some of the like big international players now, so Deandra Dottin, Hayley Matthews, Danny Wyatt, players like that. And as a young player, it was brilliant to sort of play with and against them players. Learned a lot through training with them. And yeah, you were sort of testing yourself against the best for the first time as well, because obviously with the county cricket, like obviously a lot more teams and the pool of players gets diluted a little bit, but obviously to bring it down to sort of, I think it was 8 teams, was really good for the game as well. Standard went higher, and yeah, it was good to sort of test yourself.
And then the next shirt, which we haven't got, is 2017, which was obviously a big year for women's cricket in this country. Playing domestically, did you feel that kind of shift after that World Cup win?
Yeah, definitely. I actually remember watching that game at Lords. I was sat in the stands with Sophie Eccleston, which is quite weird to think now of obviously how well she's been doing. But yeah, I remember watching that game at Lords, and it was like a packed out stadium, and it was an unbelievable game of cricket, and yeah, England managed to win, and I feel like yeah, I guess that had a massive knock-on effect for women's cricket in the country, and you definitely felt that as players, and I think crowds started to get bigger from that point, and yeah, the game started to massively grow after that, so I think that was pretty pivotal in the movement of the game.
So that one, from looking back, obviously the big moments kind of in that season, KSL, was that big win down at Surrey with Harmanpreet Kaur hitting the winning runs. What do you remember about that match and her as a player and playing alongside her?
Yeah, I remember that match really well because I'm pretty sure she got off a plane like the day before. Straight to the Oval to win us the game, I think was the line of a song someone wrote for her. But yeah, she was mega, and yeah, she was part of our sort of KSL squad for a few years. And yeah, like I said before, like just being able to be around players like that and players you've grown up watching on the TV and watching how they go about things, and obviously she put in some brilliant performances as well. It's just massive for a young cricketer to be around and see. So yeah, I really enjoyed her being around and trying to learn as much as I could off her, and I actually remember batting with her a couple of times as well, which was like, I was pretty starstruck at the time as a young player, and yeah, it was a brilliant experience.
And then also in 2018 was a big win at Headingley against the Diamonds. You scored a 50 and were involved in quite a few of the wickets, stumpings. How did that feel to be involved in like such a big win against kind of the noisy neighbours and be able to kind of make your mark on the game?
Yeah, I think that was a massive sort of moment in my career really. I think obviously the sort of added hype around the games against like the Yorkshire teams, like yeah, the big rivalry there was they're always brilliant games, and there's always a bit more of an edge to them games. But yeah, to contribute in the way I did that day, I think yeah, sort of made me feel like I'm sort of good enough to play at this level, and yeah, made sure I was part of the team, and it's always nice to contribute. And I think from not having a role with the bat from the previous couple of years to sort of batting middle order and contributing with some runs was nice. So yeah, that was a really good day, I remember that well. And yeah, it's always nice to beat Yorkshire.
And that was the, if I'm right in saying, final year of the KSL, and you, for Lancashire Thunder, played every KSL game. Did you kind of, were you aware of that at the time, and is that kind of down to anything, or just like luck of being able to be available and play?
Yeah, I actually saw a stat on Twitter the other week saying I've played every single Thunder game possible since the start, which I hadn't really realised, but then obviously, yeah, looking back, I've, touch wood, been pretty lucky with injuries, managed to stay pretty fit, and yeah, obviously been the role of wicket-keeper since, and having the gloves all them years meant I was on the team sheet, which is nice. And yeah, I guess it's pretty special looking back to sort of say that, yeah, I've played every single game and I've been a part of every single year, and it's quite nice looking back at all these shirts now and sort of reminiscing about, yeah, it's been quite a journey, and yeah, it's been special to be a part of.
And then the next one is obviously a Manchester Original shirt. We didn't have the 2021 from Thunder, but that was kind of the year that the women's game really kind of kicked up in professionalism. You got your first professional contract with Lancashire Thunder, Northwest Thunder at the time. How did that feel, kind of, to be professional and be able to call it kind of your job?
Yeah, I think it was massive, and I think this year was huge in terms of the development of the women's game. I think when I was a young kid, I never realised that it was possible to be a professional cricketer. So I remember this being around COVID time as well, and just being sort of sat at home for all them weeks in lockdown, and then just finding out through like social media, I guess, that there's the prospect of professional contracts happening in this country, and I don't know, part of me felt like it was never going to happen, but then when it did, it was like, oh, this is now my job, which yeah, like I said, I never thought that would happen, but it was a pretty special moment, because I guess like as a kid, like all I wanted to do was play cricket, and I'd worked pretty hard up to that point. So yeah, it was nice to sort of get a reward at the end of that. And yeah, the 100 as well. Like I think the comp in general is getting bigger and bigger year on year, but I think I remember the first year of that, and the very first game was a standalone game at the Oval, and we were lucky enough to be a part of that, and to have like a packed out stadium at the Oval was like I'm getting goosebumps talking about it now. Like that was like the moment where I was like, oh wow, this comp's going to be huge. And yeah, to be involved in that game was unbelievable, and it was a great game of cricket, and we were on the losing side of it, unfortunately. But yeah, I feel like after the game, it was like such a special experience to be a part of, and yeah, like I said, the comp's getting bigger and bigger, and similar to the KSL, but on sort of a bigger scale. It's attracting the best players in the world. You're playing with and against them, and yeah, it's really putting cricket on a massive stage, which is brilliant to be a part of as a player.
So the next shirt we have is kind of the 2-year shirt of Thunder 21-22. Obviously 2022, very big year for yourself, that you were named Thunder captain, took over from Alex Hartley. Was that something you expected, and how did you react to the news at the time?
It was something I'd sort of made clear to Shawsey, who was the head coach at the time, that it was something I wanted to do. But yeah, sort of the timing of Alex stepping down and me taking over was probably sooner than I expected. But yeah, like I said, it's something I've always wanted to do, and I guess getting the chance to do it at that age was like brilliant, because I knew I had like plenty of time to sort of learn, because I'd not really done a great deal of it growing up, so I knew I was sort of having to learn on the job a little bit. But no, the news was really exciting, and yeah, like I said, to have grown up playing for this club since I was young, I feel like it sort of was the pinnacle of what I wanted to do, and yeah, it's like a pretty special moment. And yeah, this was the year I got my first full-time contract as well, so yeah, I've got a lot to thank sort of Paul Shaw for, and yeah, it was great to sort of take over the captaincy, and I feel like I've learnt a lot since, and it's been quite a journey. Like looking at this shirt, I feel like I remember losing a lot of games of cricket in this shirt, but yeah, I feel like this is the shirt I remember as sort of the start of the journey here with Thunder, and yeah, I feel like we've made some huge progress since, and yeah, looking back at this time, it was like a time of, we knew we had to do some real sort of development and almost lay the foundations for the future, and I think that's exactly what sort of Paul Shaw did when he was in charge here. And yeah, like it's nice to actually stand here and look back at what we've sort of achieved and how much better we've got, because I feel like, yeah, things are in a really good place at the minute.
You mentioned how tough that season maybe was for you. How did you find kind of that to cope with from a leadership point of view, and that dynamic of suddenly going from like keeping and just kind of a batter in the order to then being kind of the main figurehead, working with Shawsey to make sure this team were going in the right direction?
Yeah, I think it's obviously tough at times. It's never easy when you're losing games, but I think there was always bits we were doing really well, and that was what it was about, sort of focusing on the positives and just trying to learn as much as we could from our mistakes and get better as quick as possible, really. And yeah, from a leadership point of view, again, it's sort of tough when you're losing, and it's tough when you're not contributing all the time when you want to. But yeah, I think like the sort of opportunity excited me more than anything, because I knew there was a lot of work to do, and I felt like I was really sort of motivated to do it. And I think, yeah, we've seen some real shift in sort of like us as a team, and I think it's brilliant. But yeah, I feel like at the time we knew it was never going to be easy, and the squad we had at the time was really young. But again, like that was something that was really exciting, because we knew we were going to have a similar core of players for the next few years. So yeah, it was about just trying to like do what we could and get us get better all the time, and it was like more about development. And I guess like that's quite hard when you're in a performance environment, but I think we definitely did that. And I think, yeah, like I said, we've seen some real shift in the girls and us as a team over the last few years, which is brilliant.
And then moving on to the next shirt, it was 2023, a very historic year for Thunder, reaching a first finals day in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. What kind of memories does that shirt bring back to you of last year, and how much kind of success you managed to have in it?
Yeah, I think like obviously reaching our first finals day was massive for us as a team and the club, really. And again, like it probably wasn't just as easy as reaching finals day. I remember us having a really tough start to that competition and hardly winning a game. And I remember we played Sunrisers here, and we had a really big win, and then we went on to win quite a few games in a row. And I feel like shows probably how important momentum is in the competition, but also I guess like how good we were at turning that around as a group. And I think obviously a testament to the people in the dressing room and the coaching staff to sort of be able to do that. Showed some real fight and some real character to get over the line in some scrappy games. And yeah, like I said, we built some momentum, and next thing we were sort of at Blackpool, and it was a win at all costs game to get through to finals day, and we managed to beat Diamonds really well there. So obviously, yeah, nice to get a win over Yorkshire again, and yeah, it was sort of like an unbelievable feeling really, because I feel like, yeah, we've not really had much success as a Thunder group in previous years, and it was nice to sort of, yeah, get through to a finals day, and we were on the losing side of the result in the semi, but it was a great game of cricket, and yeah, sort of again shows how far we'd come in the last few years, and sort of how much potential this team's got.
You mentioned previously the progress kind of you've seen that the team and the club go on. Obviously there was kind of that quarter-final-esque game at Blackpool against Diamonds where you need to win with certain permutations, and then it ended up you were the one in the middle to hit the winning runs. How did that feel at the time to be kind of have gone on that journey through all these shirts and then have that moment to kind of create history and take us through to a first finals day?
Yeah, I guess it was really special, but I feel like a lot of the hard work that day had been done by other people. So yeah, it was obviously nice to be in the middle at the end, but I remember Lammy, Fee, etc. batting so well that day that like it almost felt like I shouldn't have been taking the credit. But yeah, no, it was a brilliant feeling, and still remember singing the team song in the dressing room after that game, and yeah, like I feel like that game, like I just never thought we were going to lose. I just sort of, from the moment I turned up to the ground, I felt like everything sort of went our way, and yeah, it was just a really nice feeling to be able to get there, and yeah, like I said, there's some brilliant performances that day, but yeah, nice to be out in the middle at the end.
And then at the end of the season, back to the 50 over comp, and you achieved your maiden list day century here at Emirates Old Trafford against Western Storm. How was that on a personal note to kind of reach that personal milestone?
Yeah, that was really special. I feel like to do it at Emirates Old Trafford as well for the first time was really cool. And yeah, I feel like I'd had quite a few starts with the bat that season, but not gone on. And yeah, like I said, it's always really nice to contribute, but that was also our last game of the season. It was Alex Hartley's last game with us, and it was Paul Shaw's last game with us. So to sort of get over the line and have that massive win was really special to finish the season like that as well. So there were some brilliant performances that game, and yeah, it was nice to sort of finish off with a win for Shawsy and Al.
So your 11th year in Lancashire colours.
Yeah.
Like looking back on that, how does that feel to have been kind of involved in that for so long?
Yeah, it's gone by so fast, but I guess time flies when you're having fun. But no, yeah, it's gone by really quickly, and it's been nice to sort of, yeah, stand here and sort of reminisce on over the years really. And yeah, it's been quite a journey, and I feel like I said, we've made some huge improvements as a group, and I feel like the group, the environment, the club's in a really good place, and it's really exciting to sort of see the future, like look towards the future for this team as well. I reckon this year we've probably underachieved, to be honest. We've got a really good squad, played some really good cricket at times, but yeah, not quite got over the line in some games, but we're still in the mixer for this 50 over competition, so we've got 3 big games to go, and yeah, if we get 3 wins we'll be in finals day, which again probably will be the first time we'd reached a finals day for this club if it happens, but to still be in the mixer at this time of the year, again, something we've not achieved before, and probably shows that we're playing some really good cricket in this format, so it's exciting.
And now towards the end of the season, you're kind of in that position of in reach of getting to 100 games for Thunder. If you're to make it, how would that feel to be kind of the first player to achieve that?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool milestone really. Again, it doesn't feel like I've played 100 games. Like that time's flown by. But yeah, I guess it's pretty special. I think like I've really enjoyed the journey, and yeah, to have played every game's pretty good. So yeah, no, if and when that happens, it'll feel really good, really special.
And then which one kind of means the most to you as a season, looking back on it?
I think this one. I've got a bit of a love-hate relationship with this shirt. I feel like I've got a lot of bad memories in it, but it means a lot because it was my first professional contract year, the year I took over as captain. And I feel like I look at this shirt and think about like hard work and think about like how far the squad's come. And yeah, I guess like tough times make you better, don't they? So I guess this means the most to me. But yeah, a bit of a love-hate relationship with this one.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the afternoon session on the second day. Young Harry Singh and even younger Rocky Flintoff are resuming for Lancashire on 106 for 3, leading exactly by 100 runs. But the wicket of Josh Bohannon for Somerset just on the edge of the lunch break will have given Somerset at least a little bit of a boost heading into that lunch interval. Scott Reed, Anthony Gibson, Callum Flynn and Kevin Howells with you today on this second day. It will be Lewis Gregory to open up the bowling from the Brian Statham end after the lunch break. And we welcome Sports Extra listeners. And here's Anthony Gibson to take you through the first over.
Gregory then from the Statham end. 3 slips go down. He's in bowling to Flintoff, who gets one that bounces on him. Goes through at chest height to James Rue. There has been a certain amount of inconsistent bounce. The pitch generally, though, has played better today than it did yesterday. It's seemed to have mellowed a little bit under the influence of the heavy roller and this glorious Manchester weather. Glorious Manchester sunshine. I'm not sure I've ever said that before. But
well, you'll be
saying
first
it time
again,
for everything.
You'll be saying it again tomorrow as well, and the day after, if you're here for the rest of the week.
It's Gregory in, bowls to Flintoff, takes him on the pad, and not entirely convincing LBW appeal. I think that was going down the leg side. Flintoff just flexing his left knee. See, just hurt him a little bit. Gregory in his 9th over. He's having a good bowl. Only bowled 2 overs in the last couple of games for Somerset. He's in, bowls to Flintoff, who takes a couple of paces down the pitch. A la Keaton Jennings. Just plays a defensive shot when he gets there. Flintoff got 7 in the first innings. This is his 3rd game of first-class cricket. Highest score of 32, I think it is.
Sounds about right.
Did you get any runs in the One Day Cup?
Yeah, he got 80 odd against Middlesex here towards the back end of the group campaign.
It's a tough assignment for him here today, though, and that beats him outside the off stump. He didn't really need to play at that outswinger from Gregory, but quite wide,
88 he got against Middlesex here in the One Day Cup.
But it's a tough ask, isn't it?
Yep.
Come in at number
Absolutely
well,
is.
he's coming in at number 5 in this innings because of the Night Watchman. To come in at number 4 in in a game against the team that are challenging to win the county championship, against experienced seam bowlers like Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton. Gregory into Flintoff and beats him. Did he actually play at that, or did he keep the bat inside the line?
Probably kept the bat inside the line, didn't he? It is a tough ask. It was certainly, and it's been understandably a talking point this since he made his first-class debut, because it would seem quite a lot to ask a 16-year-old to bat at 4 in your team when he's faced Surrey, Hampshire, he didn't play against Durham, but now Somerset. So the three games he's played against 3 of the stronger sides in the division. He's batting in a pretty key position in your side.
Gregory in the bowls. He's down the pitch again, and it's well cut off though by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Who is he keeping out of the side? Who would be playing if Flintoff wasn't?
They've tried different options there. George Bell has batted at 4 for quite a decent chunk of the season. I think George Balderson started at 4 this year. Balderson got centuries batting at 4 last year. Tom Bruce has batted at 4. The overseas player for Lancashire. So they've signed different. They've tried different players in that position. I think in an ideal situation, their overseas batter that they signed for the whole season, Tom Bruce, who was ideally going to come and bring Lancashire a bit of experience there. They've lost so much experience in key positions of their side, Dane Villas and Stephen Croft in particular. Yeah. So I think they were hoping that Bruce would help fill that void. As Overton's in to Singh, he's off the back foot and defends to mid-off and there's no run. And unfortunately, as we've discussed it before, sometimes with overseas signings, it's not the perfect signing. Sometimes it works and sometimes they don't. And it just didn't work, that signing of Bruce. So they've tried different options at 4.
It's doubly tough on Rocky Flintoff though, because of the name he carries. Because he'll want to show that it's not because he's called Flintoff that he's batting at number 4 for Lancashire, and that means he's got to score runs.
Overton into Singh, who defends into the offside. There's no run,
and so he's just putting more pressure on himself to justify his position in the batting order.
Yeah, I don't know whether he wants to bat at 4 or whether he's being asked to bat at 4, or it's a combination of both things. But Lancashire have said that they feel as though he's better higher up the order than being held back later on in the innings. So if that's the
well, a bit similar with Somerset sending Archie Vaughan in to open the innings.
Yeah. In again to Singh, edged beyond the reach of third slip, and down to the boundary for Ford to third man. That nervous glance over the shoulder of Harry Singh as that flew off the edge of the bat, low to the right of third slip. And away for 4. Moves on to 30.
Wouldn't have carried to a 4th slip.
No, it bounced in front of third slip. It would have been quite a good grab by Casey Aldridge at third slip had he got something on it. Would have saved some runs rather than try to engineer a chance. Singh off the front foot this time, just pushes this away into the offside. Andy Umeed is at cover to field. There's no addition to the score.
He hasn't had much luck, Craig Overton, in the matter of outside edges, either through or wide of the slips. He's found the edge on, I think, 3 or 4 occasions without any of them carrying to the slip cordon.
He's looking for another edge perhaps here as he comes back in to Singh. Just tries to nudge it away off his hip. Ball just back of a length that gets up around hip height to him. Just tries to drop it into the onside, and Craig Overton just lingers a little longer at the end of his follow through. Not sure if he says anything or not. It's just the physical presence of Craig Overton next to Harry Singh, who didn't look too bothered about it.
No, he didn't.
Just walks away. He's a tall lad himself, actually, Harry Singh. Stood his ground. At some point, the ball's going to walk away. And Craig Overton has marched back to his his mark from the Anderson end to complete the over into Singh again. The front foot this time. Singh turns it defensively away towards mid-on where Jack Leach fields. It's the end of the over. 4 coming off it, which was the edge past third slip down to third man. Lancashire 110 for 3, lead by 104 runs.
Yeah, another good over from Craig Overton. Somerset with their 2 best seam bowlers in the attack at the moment. Gregory from one end and Overton from the other. I thought Aldridge bowled quite well this morning. Worked up decent pace. And of course got the wicket of Josh Bohannon.
It was a good spell, wasn't it? Just up to lunch.
Gregory though to Flintoff, who's yet to open his account outside the off stump. Goes through low to James Rue. Behind the stumps. Gregory in his 10th over. 1 for 20, like all of the Somerset seamers, he's pretty economical. The Lancashire run rate 2.67. And that's an improvement on where it was. Overnight they were 16 from 12 overs. Gregory to Flintoff, who comes forward defensively. He's a tall lad, Rocky Flintoff, and there's distinct family resemblance, isn't there?
Just a bit.
In the way he stands at the crease.
Well, the last time he played for Lancashire was in the game here against Hampshire. He was out for naught, and he was on naught for some time and tried to hit out and get off the mark.
Gregory into him again. He's taken on the pad, but again that was going down the leg side.
Paul Allott was with us on commentary that day, and Paul was saying about, if you look back at this LBW claim,
not a bad shot because he's coming across his stumps.
Paul was saying that it's a lesson that Rocky Flintoff I'm sure will have learnt against Hampshire, is when he's in that similar position again, just to stick in there and bide your time and not try and force it. Well, he's kind of in that position again here. He's 0 from 13.
3 slips go down as Gregory is in and bowls. Appeal for LBW. This is slightly more conviction about it, but maybe a bit high. But Flintoff is coming across his stumps to sort of work the ball into the onside.
That's an inside edge, did it?
Yeah, a bit of an inside edge. Might have been a bit high as well. But he's not looking at all comfortable at the moment. Stiff examination from Lewis Gregory for all of his experience. He's in again and bowls. And this is driven, and they're going to take a single shy at the stumps. It's Kohler Cadmore, so he didn't hit the stumps. He's not the quickest Somerset fielder, and Rocky Flintoff, whether he knew that Kohler Cadmore isn't the quickest, I don't know, but it was a pretty well judged single with Flintoff running to the danger end, and he's off the mark and he's off strike, and he'll be feeling a lot happier.
Indeed. Yeah, he called it pretty early, didn't he, Rocky Flintoff? I think he wanted that single pretty sharply, maybe picking the fielder out potentially, but in the end it was pretty comfortable, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, with Kohler Cadmore running to his left. He's right-hander, of course. That's Gregory's in and bowls, and Singh back on his stumps. That's a no ball. So 2 more runs on the score, 111 for 3.
Quite a few from the Statham end. No balls in this match. Across both sides, actually.
He is quite no ball prone, is Lewis Gregory. Steve Pittard produced some stats at the beginning of the season. I think he bowled at 1 no ball every 30 legitimate deliveries last season, Lewis Gregory, which is the worst ratio of current bowlers in the county championship. This is played back by Singh to Gregory, just the 1 run from the over. So Gregory has figures of 10 overs, 1 for 23, 113 for 3, 30 to Singh. And Rocky Flintoff with 1, and Flintoff has the dubious pleasure now of facing Craig Overton. who will want to teach the young man a lesson, I suspect.
Yes, well, it's, I've said before lunch, there's something quite encouraging and heartwarming actually about the sight of two young Lancashire batters. We've got the responsibility, but also the opportunity, the chance. Against a fine, strong Somerset attack. Flintoff on strike, driven away by Overton to mid-off, and there's no run. So you don't want your team to be completely made up of young players. You want to try and get a balance between giving young players a chance with experienced pros, and I think that's what Lancashire have tried to do this season. Flintoff waits again. Overton's in. He plays forward. And he's pushed up to mid-off again. There's no run.
He looks much better when he's playing straight, Rocky Flintoff, rather than trying to fiddle a single into the onside.
There's a little walk away to square leg. Overton is slowly trudging back to his mark. 3 slips in place, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Overton to Flintoff. Streaky, but he gets runs for it. Ball flashes out towards point. Thickish outside edge. Flintoff doubles his score, moves to 2. And Lancashire now 114 for 3. Lead of 108.
Only one Somerset flag hanging on the balconies of the hotel. The other one has gone.
Overton to Singh. It's worked to point off the front foot, and there's no run.
Will the flags of the two counties be on the building in which we are sitting?
Yes, they will. If well, there we go. There's a Somerset flag.
Ah, spot on.
I'm just not sure whether its counterpart will be in place.
Oh dear.
It
Won't have the red. Oh, there it is. There's the red rose.
Happy days.
Yep.
Happy days. Doesn't tend to travel too much, that flag. It's a home flag. Nudged away into the onside by Singh.
Well, the Somerset flag is actually made by Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer.
You're going to come out with this ridiculous fact that it's the biggest flag in the country, even though
It's not ridiculous, it's true.
You've got no evidence to back it up.
And there's the Somerset flag on the live stream on the hotel balcony.
There's a home and an away flag, isn't there, for Somerset?
There is, and Polly made them both.
Excellent, well done, Polly. 114 for 3. Is Overton to Singh. It's left. Too far away from the off stump, but his judgment there, as it has been so far in the innings, it's been pretty immaculate. End of the over, 114 for 3. Lead by 108.
It's going to be hard work this afternoon for the batsmen and indeed for the Somerset bowlers. There's less in this pitch than there was, but there's still enough to make batting far from easy against a quality attack.
Yeah, I suppose we've not seen yet today how easy this pitch will be to score quickly on.
No.
Lancashire have been steady, they built patiently, carefully. How tricky it will be to try and accelerate on this pitch, what that type of challenge would be.
Gregory then to Flintoff with Rue standing up to the stumps, takes that neatly. Again, a little bit of bounce. Rue taking that almost chest high, standing up to the stumps, which again will just put a little bit of doubt in umpire's mind as to when it comes to LBW shouts, particularly if the batsman's playing forward, as to whether the ball would have gone over the top of the stumps. 3 slips go down. Gregory in bowls, and this is driven. He bowls a good full length on off stump, inviting the drive. Swinging the ball away from the right-handers is Lewis Gregory, and certainly this morning he got several to go quite sharply.
Thanks to Niall as well, who must be listening to us inside the ground. He's also sent a picture of the media centre with the 2 flags.
There we are, yeah.
On the side.
Gregory, the Somerset captain. He's in, bowls to Flintoff, and good ball, and Flintoff not playing a shot at that, just holding the bat inside the line.
It's a good move as well, isn't it, to bring the keeper up?
It is. I was just going to say it's just putting a little bit of extra pressure on the young batsman, who must be, no doubt he's a pretty confident young lad, but even so he must be feeling quite pressurised out there for all the reasons we've been talking about, and not least the match situation. Gregory in and bowls to him, and just time he plays that well, gets across his stumps, plays it off the back foot, keeps the ball down. 114 for 3, so the Lancashire lead is 108. Various people have been asking on Twitter what sort of score Somerset might fancy themselves chasing. I would have thought nothing, not more than 250 probably on this pitch, unless it quietens down completely. And I'd be very surprised if it does. Gregory bowls, Flintoff plays and does have a go at that. Neatly taken by James Rue, because Flintoff went for an off drive there, and the wicketkeeper would have had the flashing blade in front of his eyes and have to keep his eye on the ball. Gregory bowling probably sort of mid 70 miles an hour, which is it's quick enough if you're a wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps. Not a good over from Gregory. 5 dot balls so far. But Somerset need wickets. Gregory bowls to Flintoff. This is played on the bounce back to Lewis Gregory. So good over, a maiden over, but Flintoff survives. He has 2 from 24 deliveries, and Harry Singh 30 from 120. And Lancashire are 114 for 3, a lead of 108.
A wicket at the Oval after lunch.
Hooray.
Ben Foakes dismissed for 17. So Surrey are 157 for 4. Sam Curran's next into bat. They're making 262.
Well, they're not running away with it, Surrey.
Craig Overton to Singh, who just beats him on the outside edge through again to Rue, and there's no run, just perhaps took the bat inside the line. But he's been probing away just outside Harry Singh's off stump. Craig Overton in particular, just before lunch and starting just after. Testing that leave, just trying to tempt him into playing at a shot. He's looked to try and leave where possible.
Having a good bowl, Craig Overton is in his 18th over.
Picked up 1 for 38. Back in again. It's forward this time and defends. Pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Excitement every ball at the moment.
Yeah.
Amongst the close fielders.
I suppose Somerset do sense a real opportunity here. Singh has been, I think, excellent, but I suppose the next challenge is to try and see if we can push on a little. Flintoff is just starting out. They might sense these 2 young players who've only played 4 times between them. One's 16 and one's 20. There's a chance here for Somerset. Left again by Singh. That's the leave that's been quite enjoyable to watch. Through to James Rue, and there's no run.
It's not the slowest pitch I've seen all season, this by any means. Some good carry through to James Rue. And he's been bowling with good rhythm, has Craig Overton.
Halfway through his 18th over, sets off again. Arms pumping back and forth. Here he is into Singh. Again, that's left. Shapes through into the gloves of James Rue, and there's no run.
It's a lot of effort, though, isn't it, for not much result when the batsman just lifts his bat out of the way and the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. As he's walking back, what, 25 yards, charging in another 25 yards, and giving it everything he's got, banging it into the pitch. The batsman just does nothing.
Yeah. It's a wonderful contrast into Singh. Has to play straight to delivery. Just deflects off his thigh pad, I think. It's just trickling down towards fine leg. He'll come back for, yeah, 2 leg buys. Singh remains on 30. The score moves to 116 4-3. The lead now 110. It's a lovely contrast, isn't it? A big, strong, strapping fast bowler pounding his way in and bowling as hard as he can, and the serene, casual, calm young batter just allows it to go through to the keeper. It's Overton again. Singh defends. That's off the inner half of the bat. It's off the front foot and just deflects out towards Leach at mid-on. And there's no run, and Craig Overton stands there again with his hands on his hips, staring back down towards young Harry Singh, who meets Rocky Flintoff halfway down for a chat, because that's the end of the over. Lancashire are 116 for 3, lead by 110.
Yeah, another good over from the indefatigable Craig Overton. But, Somerset still pressing for this breakthrough. They've come close since lunch, but close but no cigar, as they say. Gregory in and bowls to Flintoff, who runs this off an open face out to Archie Vaughan. Backward point. There is just one cloud in the sky that I can see.
Where have you spotted that?
Just over the...
Ah, yes, I see it now, yeah.
Certainly a very small cloud.
Out in the distance.
Yeah. No bigger than a man's hand. And it doesn't suggest that there's going to be any change in the weather as this is pitched up by Gregory. I think he was going for the Yorker there. Right up, not quite in the block hole, but dug out by Flintoff, who he's played one attempted flashing off drive. That's just about the only really aggressive shot he's tried. Rocky Flintoff, sensing the responsibility on his shoulders. Lancashire must put a defendable total on the board. Oh, off the bottom edge and down into the pad this time. And more excitement amongst the Somerset close fielders.
It's a good ploy, this, for me. I like this from Gregory. Keeper standing up, 3 slips in place. He's bowling pretty straight, isn't he? Going to wicket to wicket. Just testing, really, I think. Flintoff's patience, really, and just dropping the ball in and around off stump. Not too much width. That one just perhaps coming back a fraction. It's a good spell. It's a good start by Somerset. It's a good period of the game, actually. There's not a great deal happening, but it's not lacking.
Absorbing, though, isn't it?
Absolutely,
it's a really good contest between bat and ball.
It is. Not lacking any kind of sense of intense.
No, it is really intense out there at the moment. Somerset pressing for this 4th wicket. The championship hopes hanging in the balance. Gregory in and bowls, and Flintoff plays this comfortably enough up to mid-off. Bad news, I'm afraid, from Canterbury, where Kent have lost a 3rd wicket. It's their captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's gone. 82 for 3. Surrey 164 for 4 against Durham at the Oval. A game which, if Surrey win it with good bonus points, could effectively put the championship almost beyond Somerset's grasp. Assuming Somerset don't win here, and they won't get many bonus points. Only 3 bowling points. This is driven again by Flintoff up to Randall at mid-off. So the most that Somerset are going to take out of this game, if they win, is 19 points. They're 8 points behind Surrey at the moment. Surrey, if they were to even if they were to draw against Durham, they've got 3 bowling points already, plus 8, that would be 11, plus whatever batting points they get. This is driven up to Randall, so they'll actually be still ahead when the last round of matches starts. But they've got a tough game at Chelmsford, and Somerset have an equally tough game at Taunton. In fact, the top 4 in the Championship, County Championship Division 1, will be in action against each other. With Somerset in 2nd against Hampshire in 3rd, and Surrey in 1st against Essex in 4th. So the fixture list has worked out well in that respect.
It's Craig Overton back into Harry Singh. Leaves again through to Rue, and there's no run. Nottingham should get themselves maximum bowling bonus points to go with their 4 batting points. And to draw be a pretty good week for Nottinghamshire. Because she would have to win this game. 116 for 3. Lead of 110. Here comes Overton from the Anderson end. Bowls a short ball this time to Singh. Not been too many of those short deliveries by Overton. She sways back. Harry Singh allows that one to go through. Rests his bat on his right shoulder. And Flintoff scratch around at the non-strikers end. We've got 3 slip catches. Abel, Gregory, Aldridge. All settling back into position. Here comes Overton to Singh. Defends, goes back, gets himself inside the line. Plays it back towards the bowler.
Feeling this may be Overton's last over of this spell. Don't know whether they'll give the ball to Jack Leach from that end and maybe have a double change with Casey Aldridge coming in from Brian Statham end, our end.
This is his 4th over since the lunch break. For Craig Overton. And again to Singh. It's forward this time. It's pushed into the offside. Andy Umeed with a cover to field. In addition to the score, which is 116 for 3. 110 runs in front. Lancashire. The 2nd day.
Oh, Surrey have lost another wicket.
5 down.
It's Sam Curran who's gone, 169 for 5.
Meanwhile, Overton over the wicket to Singh. Shuffles across the stumps and hoists the bat high above the shoulder in his helmet, and through it goes to Rue. And there's again no addition to the score.
Not plain sailing for the county champions. Somerset can somehow get a win here. And if Surrey can't seal the deal against Durham, made Durham getting their first innings 255, something like that.
262, I think.
262, was it? Surrey still nearly 100 runs adrift.
Overton to Singh. Beats him on the forward press. Hands onto the head of the bowler. There's the ball whistled past the edge of the bat.
What have I got to do, he said. What have I got to do?
Maybe take a breather. Come back another time. End of the over, a maiden for Craig Overton. 116 for 3. Singh on 30. Flintoff on 2. Half an hour into the afternoon session on this 2nd day. 116 for 3. Lead by 110. Anthony, I'll leave you, and Callum will come and join you.
Thanks, Scott. That's Scott Reed. Who'll be back in the merest hint of time, no doubt in the company of Kevin Howells, as Lewis Gregory is in and bowls to Flintoff, who goes for a big off drive. It's the 2nd aggressive shot he has played, but this time he hits it straight to Tom Lammonby at extra cover. This is absorbing cricket, Callum.
Yeah, it's interesting passage of play, isn't it? They've got 2 young up-and-coming cricketers for Lancashire that are just soaking up plenty of pressure, and they need to keep doing that, but they also have to try and keep the scoreboard ticking.
It's 116 for 3, and this is down the leg side. Loose delivery from Lewis Gregory, who apologises to his wicket keeper because that's gone for 4 byes. Nothing on it from Rocky Flintoff. Just maybe putting a little bit of extra effort into that delivery, getting it to bounce, but down the leg side, and no chance for James Roux standing up to the stumps.
No chance. Probably the first real bad delivery from Gregory and Somerset this morning, really. They've been absolutely excellent this morning and after lunch.
Yes, Gregory into Flintoff again. Peel for LBW as Flintoff comes across his stumps. My impression, but this may have been heavily influenced by the way Flintoff played that, was that it was going down the leg side. And,
I think they've appealed for the caught behind, haven't they? James Roux took a brilliant catch, and I think they've gone for the caught behind eventually.
You're quite right.
It's unbelievable glove work, standing up to Gregory. He tries to bowl the in-swinger. I'd like to see Archie Vaughan be brought on against Flintoff. He wants to score. He's played a couple of bad shots recently against spin. He did against Hampshire. Teenager versus teenager, he'll want to win that battle, so I think it could play into Somerset's favour.
Gregory and bowls, and there's runs here for Flintoff as he gets a half volley on off stump, and not entirely convincing off drive as he opens the face, but it goes pretty rapidly out to the deep backward point boundary for the first boundary off the bat, apart from an outside edge from Harry Singh to Craig Overton. It's the first sort of authentic boundary that we've had since the lunch interval.
Yeah, it'll just take away a bit of pressure from these two. Flintoff getting one into the gap. He's drove a couple nicely to mid-off and cover, but not quite find the gap, but picks up his boundary.
Roux's gone standing back now to Gregory as Flintoff defends into the offside.
Yeah, just going back to that, I think Archie Vaughan against Flintoff would be a really good battle because, you know, youngster against youngster, they'll want to win that battle, and I think the game at the moment, it's not really in anyone's hands. It's kind of in that mixture of fine balance where a couple of wickets certainly turns it into Somerset's favour, and Lancashire certainly needs to put a partnership on, so they can tease Flintoff with a bit of spin.
Gregory to Flintoff, who's down the pitch, turning this down to long leg for a single. Jack Leach fields, and I think Lewis Gregory, that may be the last we see of Gregory for some time. It just signs of tiredness in that over, with the 4 byes given away. It was the big appeal for the catch down the leg side that probably just flicked the pad, and then another one down the leg side. Last ball of the over, and bowling an off stump half volley, which was hit for 4. So not Lewis Gregory's best over. 125 for 3 at the end of it, and Casey Aldridge is going to come into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end.
I think this is a good move as well. Bit of extra pace. Seen the first bumper this morning and of day 2 from Craig Overton in the previous over. Casey Aldridge will certainly be able to send a couple down if he wants to go short, and a deep square does go out straight away.
Craig Overton going off for running repairs, and Lewis Goldsworthy coming on as 12th man at mid-wicket.
In comes Aldridge, 2 slips away. Instantly squares Rocky Flintoff up. Flintoff tries to turn that into the leg side. Plays it a little bit early. Just takes one into the stomach of Flintoff. Good start from Aldridge. Just Harry Singh letting Flintoff know the shape that he's been bowling for most of the day, trying to take it away from the right-handers. 2 slips, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Flintoff drives it beautifully through mid-on. He'll get a couple. Does he think about the third? He does. He takes Jack Leach on. Oh, and he just gets home. It was close to a collision between Singh and Flintoff. Nearly colliding, but he gets on for the third. Over pitch from Aldridge. Flintoff met that on the full, but drove it nicely between the mid wicket and the mid-on fielder. Just need to keep doing this. This Lancashire pair keep soaking up the pressure, keep that scoreboard ticking. As Aldridge is in, Singh into the offside, no run.
It's been a very patient innings, this, from Harry Singh, hasn't it? 30 from 133 deliveries.
Yeah, I think certainly now Josh Bohannon has gone and he's in with Rocky Flintoff, who certainly likes to score. He's young, he'll want to keep that scoreboard ticking, he'll want to score. He needs to keep ticking over as well, and making sure he's not frustrating his partner at the other end. As Aldridge is in, Singh forward.
Well, if he goes on at this rate and scores 100, he'll have scored 100 off 400 deliveries, which I don't know whether it'd be a record or not. It's the man out there, Andy Umaid, did hold the record for the slowest century in first-class cricket in this country. Whether he still does, I'm not sure. That's when he was playing for Warwickshire.
It's okay going at this rate, isn't it, if you go on to that big score, but if it affects your partners at the other end as well, you've got to be careful. As Aldridge is in, Singh just tries to open the face, run it down to third man, but goes a little bit too square to backward point.
More bad news, I'm afraid, Callum.
89 for 4, Kent now. Not looking good for Lancashire, but all they have to do is just try and think about themselves and stay in distance with Nottinghamshire the best they can.
Yeah, both Somerset and Lancashire in exactly the same position. They both need to win their last 2 games.
Aldridge bowls, back of 11th. Singh, he's quite a tall batsman, just rides that one down into the leg side. 3 off Aldridge's first over in his spell. 128 to 3, Lancashire lead by 122.
Not much crane activity today. They were hard at work yesterday, lifting. Oh, there's one. One of the blue ones is doing something at the moment, lifting a concrete beam into place by the look of it.
They're always facing the cricket ground, though, aren't they? I've noticed. They're always just while they're maybe not doing anything, just having a little bit of a watch of the county championship.
Yeah.
Watching this tense battle between Somerset and Lancashire. So much to play for both sides, but on opposite end of the tables.
Yep, Somerset pressing for a first county championship, and Lancashire desperate to keep their Division 1 status. And when were Lancashire last in the second division?
I think it was COVID. I think it was 2020.
Well, that's when we played
19.
2019. Yeah. We played conferences in the COVID year, didn't we? And the year after. This is pitched right up from Brett Randall, who's come back into the attack for another over. Still hasn't taken his first wicket for Somerset, Brett Randall. He'll be feeling the pressure.
2019 was when Lancashire won Div 2 and returned back to Division 1. And they had a couple of years challenging for that Division 1 title.
Got the worst possible scenario hoving into view at the moment as Randall is in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Flintoff, which is Yorkshire coming up and Lancashire going down.
Yeah, waving by.
Look, my father was born in Attercliffe, Sheffield, Yorkshire. And Yorkshire was always my father's first county. So, but we've got loads and loads of relatives, fairly distant relatives now, who live in Lancashire. Blackpool landladies, a lot of them. This is outside the off stump from Randall, no shot from Flintoff. So I've got family connections to both Lancashire and Yorkshire.
Oh.
And I don't know who I would support in a Roses match.
The draw.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. I've always had a soft spot for Lancashire because the first county championship match I ever remember seeing, very many years ago, was Somerset against Lancashire at Taunton. This is Flintoff down the pitch, driving nicely away through the offside. Josh Davey is in pursuit, but he won't pull it in, and that's 4 runs to Flintoff, and that's the best shot he's played so far.
Yeah, nice shot from Rocky Flintoff. Couple of steps down the track, just creates that half volley from Randall and drives it nicely through. Extra cover and finds the boundary. Like you say, the most probably controlled drive that he's played so far is in his innings. James Rue is going to come up to the stumps again, which I think is a really good move to Flintoff. He's been trapped on the crease a couple of times, a few close LBW appeals.
Randall into Flintoff, who comes half forward, plays that defensively quite comfortably. He's just beginning to settle in, you feel now, Rocky Flintoff. 14 from 43 deliveries. Yeah, his heart isn't beating quite so rapidly in his chest at the moment.
Yeah, there'll certainly still be lots of pressure on these two for a while yet. Lancashire only lead by 126. 7 wickets remaining in this second innings for him to build a substantial lead.
This is Flintoff driving, doesn't time this quite so well. Davey can cut that off. At mid-off, end of the over, 132 for 3, 30 to Singh, 14 to Flintoff. And still no joy in this afternoon session for Somerset, still just the 3 wickets.
Yeah, bringing Randall on, he's offered good control this morning in the first session, but like I say, I'd love to see a little bit of spin introduced. Test the temperament out of Rocky Flintoff. He's had a bad dismissal first. Liam Dawson against Hampshire, trying to slog sweep just before tea.
Oh dear.
Then comes Aldridge, balls and Singh forward nicely into the offside for no run. Yeah, just test the temperament out of Rocky Flintoff. He wants to score. He's quite an attacking batsman, and also, even though he's batting number 4, you sometimes forget how young he is, 16 years of age, just making his name in the pro game. Still going to be lots of nerves and lots of learnings for Flintoff. In comes Aldridge, back of a length, and Singh tucks that off his hip for a single. Brings Flintoff on strike. Flintoff 14 off 44, Singh 31 off 138 deliveries. Real digging innings from Harry Singh so far. From the Lancashire opener, just the 2 boundaries in his 31. One of them going through the cordon, just falling short this morning of, I think it was Tom Abel in the cordon. 2 slips, point cover, mid-off away. Aldridge sends a short one down. Flintoff just allows that through to Rue. A deep square and a deep fine leg. Ready for that short ball trap. If he's anything like his old man, he'll certainly fancy his chance of taking it on. But the scenario doesn't quite allow for that freedom of Rocky Flintoff at the moment.
Somerset got 2 men out as well, in case he does decide to take it on.
Flintoff just doing some repairs to his boots. Then comes Aldridge. Again, another short delivery. Flintoff ducks under that one. It's going to be one for the over from the umpire's signal to Casey Aldridge. Flintoff just leans on his bat, nice and calm at the striker's end. He knows so often than not a full delivery might follow a couple of short balls, so he's got to be switched on. Aldridge in, pushes it up. Flintoff plays it into the offside for no run. 133 for 3 Lancashire, lead by 127. Their plan will be to bat all of today, try and get that lead way north of 200. Then comes Aldridge. Again, another short delivery. Flintoff ducks under that one, allows it through to the wicket keeper.
I just found that match I was talking about. First match I ever saw that I can remember seeing at Taunton in May 1957, just before my 8th birthday. Somerset against Lancashire. Lancashire won by 7 wickets, and they made 329 in their first innings, and then bowled Somerset out for 153, with Brian Statham taking 5 for 31. And Roy Tattersall 3 for 26. And it's Statham and Tattersall that I remember most. I was a great admirer of Brian Statham. I thought he was a much better bowler than Fred Truman, and took a lot of Truman's wickets for him because he was so accurate at the other end. He's Randall in and bowls, and Root takes that nicely, standing up to the stumps. Yes, a long time ago. Somerset, Pickles, Lomax, Bill Alley, Colin McCool, Peter White, Maurice Tremlett, Tripp, Harold Stevenson, Hilton, McMahon, and Brian Lobb. Wasn't one of Somerset's more successful periods, the late 1950s.
If there's one cricketer from that kind of era in this modern game who you'd love to see with how attacking it is, who would it be? Anthony?
This is driven into the offside.
Who you'd love to see sort of in the franchise cricket taking? Who do you think would have excelled?
Oh, I suppose Ted Dexter. I mean, he wasn't a very nice man, Ted Dexter. Lord Ted. But he hit the cricket ball so hard, yeah, and cover drives he's played. And they always say that the 70 got against the West Indies at Lord's in 1963 was one of the best innings that has ever been played that didn't result in a century. He was a wonderful batsman. This is played back up the pitch. Who else? I mean, well, I did see Wes Hall and Charlie Griffiths bowl a bit later on. They were fearsome sight. And I saw Sobers, who is my all-time cricketing hero, Gary Sobers. I saw him in 1973 when he scored 100 at the Oval in what was his last Test match in this country. No, he was my cricketing hero, and he would have been fantastic in franchise cricket.
Yeah.
Oh, and caught behind. That's the end of Harry Singh's vigil. He's gone for 31, outside edge, and a good catch from James Roux, standing up to the stumps. And Brett Randall has his first wicket for Somerset. 1 for 27 he has, and he's being congratulated by his teammates. He'll be the most relieved person in Old Trafford at the moment, Brett Randall. Feel a bit sorry for Harry Singh, who has battled away out there. He's been in for a long time, 142 deliveries with 2 fours, but he's done a great job for his side. He's gone now. Caught Roux, bowled Randall for 31.
Yeah, he battled hard, Harry Singh, 31 off 142 deliveries. But Randall's finally got his first wicket for Somerset, and well deserved. He's bowled with decent control this morning. And he's come on after lunch and found the breakthrough for Somerset. They'll be hoping to have an end open now and hoping to pile some pressure on this fragile Lancashire middle order. Matthias comes to the crease, who's been excellent for Lancashire. Been one of the shining lights of a very dull season for Lancashire this year.
Yeah, Brett Randall being congratulated with high fives all round by his teammates on that wicket. Well, he's been made to wait for his first Somerset wicket, but it's an important one when it comes, because Harry Singh had been defended stoutly and also been defending stoutly and also very skillfully. And it would have done him no harm at all, Harry Singh, in his development as a cricketer. His first game of first-class cricket. And out there for 100.
I think it was 140.
I was going to say 130. What was it? 140 and 140.
I think it was 143 deliveries.
Yeah.
Or
144.
Around that mark.
Yeah.
We haven't mentioned it, but it was a brilliant catch from James Rew behind the stump.
Yeah.
Stood up to the ball of Randall, and that's a thick edge.
So here comes Randall to Hurst. And goes through to Rew, to the accompaniment of much appreciation from the Somerset slip cordon. There's a feeling almost of relief amongst the Somerset fielders that they finally made the breakthrough, because they've been pressing away, bowling really well, not getting the breakthrough.
Yeah, there's more player misses was just starting to come from Harry Singh. The pressure was building from. Both kind of got stuck at either ended, Flintoff and Singh.
Randall to Hurst. Skews off the outside half of the bat. But applause for Brett Randall and his over that brought him his first wicket in Somerset colours. He has 1 for 27 in 11 overs.
It's probably a ball really that Harry Singh didn't need to play at. He was well covering off stump. It was kind of 5th, 6th stump line, but when you're so comfortable and you're so sort of determined on just sticking around, you sometimes get a little bit too comfortable, and you sometimes just too relaxed and play it one that you don't need to. Then comes Aldridge, full, and Flintoff plays that down the ground to Jack Leach at mid-on. He went to a bit of a short ball barrage in the last over to Rocky Flintoff. He started with a full delivery. He's got 2 men out for the hook shot. He's still got 2 catches in the slips. I'd like to see again that cover being opened up, take that fielder out, get another catcher in. As Aldridge is in, back of a length, and Flintoff just rides that down to the ground.
Good situation this for Casey Aldridge. He's young and strong and fit, and he's the one really ought to carry a pretty big share of the burden of bowling on this I wouldn't say unforgiving strip, but it needs to have the life thrashed out of it.
Aldridge in, and Flintoff punches that down the ground nicely, but doesn't beat the evergreen Jack Leach. He does the fielding.
He needs to keep running in and keep hitting the pitch hard and in those famous right areas, and he'll get the rewards.
Yeah, we spoke about it this morning, didn't we? He's going to be the quicker of the bowlers, and he's probably going to go for more runs as well at a higher economy than the rest, because he's so quick and he's so attacking. But he will certainly create chances for the Somerset as he goes short to Flintoff, and he ducks under that, gives the umpire a stare to see if it's going to be called 1 for the over.
I think it should be called 1 for the over, shouldn't it? I'm not sure that
Yeah,
Stephen Shaughnessy has.
I'm surprised it didn't, because Flintoff ducked under that quite easily. He looked in no real harm. Like I say, Aldridge looks in good rhythm here. He's sending them down at a decent pace. Ooh, he squares Flintoff up, finds the outside edge of Flintoff. He gets that down to the 3rd man boundary, picks up a 4, but isn't convincing. Flintoff takes a couple of steps down, maybe a little bit of pressure there, and he's just trying to assert himself. He's Rocky Flintoff on Casey Aldridge, just trying to put him off his line of length. But Somerset, Lewis Gregory and Casey Aldridge won't mind that. Might annoy Aldridge a little bit, might get him to send one down even quicker, but as in he comes. Again, just squaring Rocky Flintoff up a little bit. Just threatening that outside edge. Another good over from Aldridge. 4 off it, but that's through the third man region off a genuine edge.
It was a very good over from Casey Aldridge, who's bowling with good rhythm.
Yeah, he's running at good pace, isn't he? He looks in really good rhythm, sending him down at a real decent pace.
Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach, will be very pleased with the way his young fast bowling charge has performed. Josh Davey, is he going off or is he just going to his position? I think he's going off, which means that not sure who it was who he was subbing for, but
I think it was the skipper. I think.
No, it could be. Is Randall in the bowls? Is driven nicely away through the offside for 4 runs by Matty Hurst. Overpitched from Randall. Half volley outside the off stump and swept away. Not in the sense of being a sweep shot. It was a drive, but it was a sort of sweeping drive. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, the shot of a man who very much knows his game and he's very confident. He's had a fantastic year. Got his first 100 contract this year. He had a good debut blast campaign and he's been going well in the county championship for Lancashire.
141 for 4 as Randall is into Hurst, and he'll get 4 more here as he just helps that on its way down to... Oh no, he won't. It's quite a slow outfield, isn't it? Just the 2 runs, in fact. Jack Leach had time to run all the way around from almost deep backward square leg down to fine leg to make the stop. A lot of rain here on Sunday, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the outfield since the Sri Lanka in England test, actually. I remember tuning into the radio and there was discussing how slow the actual outfield was. And we had the same against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago. It was a really slow outfield. Wasn't quite getting value for your shots.
Randall in the bowls and beats Hurst's forward prod. Wasn't really a shot, he just prodded at that ball, leaving him outside the off stump. Good delivery from Brett Randall. He's got 3 slips now in the cordon. 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside, and just the 1 man out at long leg. Jack Leach down there.
A very similar line of length to the one that got Harry Singh, wasn't it? Matty Hurst probably can allow that through.
Randall to Hurst. This time Hurst gets in a position to play a shot, but decides there's absolutely no need to. Lets it go through to James Rue.
Just giving Randall the nod about him coming up to the stumps to Matty Hurst. I think to a bowler like Randall's a really good option. Try and keep the batters stuck on the crease. So often when a wicketkeeper comes up as a batsman, you your feet don't move as well for the odd reason, knowing the keeper's there.
Randall in the bowls, and this is a shy at the stumps and doesn't hit the stumps from Vaughan, and Rue doesn't just take the bails off, he makes a real mess of the stumps as he sweeps his gloves into them, but Rocky Flintoff's safely home by some margin. But a slightly uncertain shot there from Matty Hurst. Brett Randall, encouraged, lifted by that wicket.
Yeah, at one stage it looked like Rocky Flintoff could be in a little bit of trouble. They both didn't quite realise how quick the ball was going past the backward point fielder, and in the end it didn't go very quick, and fielder picked it up and got it in quite sharp to James Rue.
Last ball of the over, Randall in the bowls, turned into the onside. There won't be a run. It's the end of the over. It's 144 for 4, 18 to Flintoff, 7 to Hurst. And after some words from Callum Flynn, it will be Kevin Howells to take up the commentary.
Yeah, game's really in the balance here. Both Lancashire and Somerset, 144 for 4. Lancashire leading by 138 runs. The youth of Matty Hurst and Rocky Flintoff trying to put together a partnership for Lancashire, a much needed one. They'll be hoping to bat all day today and try and get a lead of 200 plus and try and force a positive result on days 3 and 4.
This is the start of an hour session for me. I just said to him, I said, do you know how old I am?
Then comes Aldridge. Matty Hurst allows that through to Rue. Bowling at good pace is Aldridge. Really sending him down, running in hard. Knowing he's kind of got the freedom at the moment. Just to bowl quick and try and ruffle a few feathers of the Lancashire batters. Only leading by 138 with 4 wickets down. Aldridge in on a good line and length where Matty Hurst just prods forward, plays it into the offside, gets no run.
What were the Brown Caps last time we gave the score? The 5 down now, is that what? Well, yeah, so still 5 then. 197 for 5, Kent 113 for 5, the Notts made 433. Surrey trail by 63 runs. Oh, that's still got a bit of a... Surrey still on top there, really. I mean, not on top, but...
Aldridge in, short ball, and Matty Hurst rides it well. Picks out the deep square fielder, gets a single. Played that well, Matty Hurst, well over his head. He just gets his arms out in front of himself. Plays it high to low, gets it on the ground straight away. No chance of a catch out there to the deep square fielder. 145 for 4 Lancashire. Flintoff on 18 as Aldridge is in. Flintoff just plays forward into the offside. Warwickshire have recovered as well, Kevin.
Don't tell me there. 48 for 9. No, 110 for 8, you're not wrong. Trail by 44 runs. Glammy 170 for 7, trail by 191. Can they get to the magical 149 trail and avoid the follow-on against Yorkshire? Sussex made 311.
Aldridge is in, full of a length. Flintoff getting that big stride in, smothering it into the offside. Looks well set at the moment, does Rocky Flintoff. He's had his challenges. You forget how young Rocky Flintoff is, 16 years of age.
Well, that's mainly because he's 6'7".
I know, he's so
not that
tall,
tall, but he is
isn't he?
tall, isn't he? Very tall.
Has to be some short ball to get it up to Rocky Flintoff. Case Aldridge fires the inducker in. Just clips the fire guard of Rocky Flintoff. He takes a leg bite, keeps a strike for the next over. 146 for 4. Lancashire lead by 140.
It's only when you see the mugshot photograph, you know, the profile, that do you really appreciate fully just how young he is, because he still has a very young face, as you would at 16. But out there, everything else about him, he looks like a 30-year-old. You know, I mean that in terms of, you know, looks experienced,
yeah,
and settled. Yeah, it's a case of plugging away here for both these teams. And the thrill and the excitement, Callum, is I've no idea how this game is going to end. Do you?
No, and I think Somerset will still be the happier of the two teams at the moment. They'll know, you know, Lancashire are trying to battle against their own sort of failures, and well, throughout the year they'll know how weak the middle order has been.
Well, 2 slips there, deeply set with the weaker keeper up, and that one's worked away onto the onside, or could be a mix-up, could be a run-out opportunity, side on, and running back was Hurst. I think he may have made his ground. It was a throw there from the leg side, which just missed. That would have been mightily tight, though. A bit of a mix-up between Flintoff and Hurst.
Yeah, we've seen that in the previous over as well from Randall, where Rocky Flintoff just made it home previously, but there's a bit of confusion. So need to try and
It was the
stay
correct
clear.
ball. There wasn't a single there. That's the main thing. Next ball works into a similar area, this time at mid-on. And no run. But you see, what I love about this at the moment is that these two teams plugging away, working their socks off here for their respective contrasting reasons. Whilst elsewhere in the country, they're two rivals, so Surrey for the title with Somerset, and then Nottinghamshire, I mean Kent obviously are down the bottom, but they're pretty much gone. Nottinghamshire and Lancashire are not, doing well as well. Just how big a gap is there going to be between these teams next week? And this one is not collected cleanly by Rue. It's a sharp ball though, which he had to try and take, moving to his right hand side past the off stump. No run. So we're going to keep a very close eye on those other matches.
Kent have just lost another wicket as well.
They have.
6 down.
Okay, mine says still 5 down, so you're keeping up with that. That's still about 300 odd runs behind. 119 for 6.
Ahmed with his first delivery.
Back here in Manchester, meantime. In, and good work. I mean, you're asking a lot of young Rome. He's a really respected keeper, so he's more than capable, but these are some pretty sharp-looking deliveries going through, aren't they?
Yeah, he's done really well standing up. He took one down the leg side, which I think it was more of a gentle appeal previously, a few overs ago from Flintoff's fire guard, but then he's caught Harry Singh, stood up, nice thick edge. He's certainly been excellent with the gloves so far.
He's off again. Bowls now down the leg side, and again a good sharp take there, leg side from Rue. I envy him, only for the fact that if I was doing what he was doing, I could eat whatever I wanted tonight as well. There's some physical work going on out there for him, isn't there?
I think the bowler owes him a drink after that one as well. He saved him 4 runs.
Definitely. A lot of swift work left to right. So this could be a maiden over. Got 1 ball left. 1 for 34 so far, Randall, from 12.5 overs, and he's bowling to Rocky Flintoff. Bat is raised, and again, good sharp take. These are very close to getting edges here. This is Randall must be thinking to himself, come on, I deserve a bit more here, a bit more of a break. But Lancashire delighted to have survived another 146 for 4. Hurst on 8, Flintoff on 18. This lead is 140. I noticed and was listening, as always, so closely to Anthony Gibson. He's reckoning about the 250 mark. Could be a big task here for Somerset. I think they're at, what are we saying now, 140? I think there's a good chance that certainly north of 200, and maybe go 225, 230 as to what we may see.
Yeah, I think the first aim for Lancashire will be 200, won't it? Especially with recent performances. As Aldridge is in, Matty Hurst allows that through to the keeper for no run. Yeah, they won't want to get ahead of themselves just yet. If they can try and get a lead of 250, everyone knows how hard chasing is, especially in the 4th innings. Anything above 200, you certainly fancy your chances of the bowling team bowling last.
And so much of the game still to go. When's it all going to happen? Is it all going to play out that way?
Here comes Aldridge. Hurst pushes that to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it'll certainly, I mean, if Lancashire get bowled out early day 2 tomorrow, early day 3, sorry, tomorrow. Like you said, Somerset will be chasing on day 3, where it's not quite as much pressure as a day 4 chase. Is not as much wear and tear. In comes Aldridge. Matty Hurst runs that off the face. He picks up a boundary. The deep point fielder tries to get round, but Matty Hurst plays that really well. Just allows the ball to come under his eyes. Just opens the face of his bat and guides it through the cordon and picks up a 4. Takes him on to 12.
Sorry, you watch even more cricket than I do at this place. How does this pitch compare with your average ones? Because to me, I'm thinking they should be playing on something like this a little bit more often, because their batting today has just been top notch, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit in it for for both teams as Aldridge is in. A little bit fuller. Entices a drive from Matty Hurst. His feet don't really go anywhere. His hands slash at the ball. He finds the outside edge. Diving Craig Overton. He can't quite reach it. And he picks up another 4. Nowhere near as convincing as the first one. But it doesn't matter in the scorebook. He just goes down as 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Matty Hurst. Takes Lancashire on to 154 for 4. Yeah, it looks like there's certainly a bit in it for both teams.
But I don't know, I think
Lancashire maybe
a bit freer here, you know?
Yeah, I think it's something maybe Lancashire needed most of the year. We know how flat the wickets are here at Old Trafford. As Aldridge is in and Hirsch tries to play it that one. It goes through to James Rew for no run. Yeah, there's been discussions for a couple of years about trying to create more result wickets at Emirates Old Trafford. This is certainly going to be a results wicket.
Well, I'll pick this up on that, but yes, you're not allowed to produce result pitches anymore. Just leave a bit more grouse on. Apparently there's a difference.
Aldridge is in, back of a length, and Hurst tries to cut that away. Tries to slash at it, gets an inside edge, doesn't ricochet onto his stumps. 8 off the over. Lancashire lead by 148. Matty Hurst on 16, and Rocky Flintoff on 18. Yeah, often leaving grass on it is so often the answer. It produces a little bit more pace, a little bit more swing and sea movement for the seamers, but as you know, it's a little bit more pace in the wicket. Scoring so often comes a little bit easier, and boundaries come a little bit easier to find.
Down there at Birmingham, Jamie Porter 5 for 36, Warwickshire 114 for 9, trailed by 40 runs. Second innings game is almost over. There. Essex are going to push it so tight and close that we're looking at those 12 points that they were docked for the bat. And I don't know, it's just a bit cheeky to suggest that we only found out the result only made no one once it became clear that Essex weren't going to win the title, or pretty much obvious. That'll be the cynic in me, and I say, away with you, cynic. I say to the cynic on my shoulder, I will not have that sort of thinking.
12 points for
I reckon they're going to do a really good job on Surrey next week. It's going to be a belting game, two belting games. Prove. Let's hope there's something, you know, for both they and Somerset, Hampshire to. And Anthony quite rightly made the point, you know, the last week when we were together, you know, about prize money being something, but and even Anthony wouldn't say like this, but it's the actual coming top, isn't it? It's where you finish, and the prize money is very interesting. It does have an impact, but it's the pride of position as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the hard work across the 5-6 months of the summer and all the winter work.
So
that trophy at the end.
57 overs of this innings, and we're going to see Leach to bowl. Is this going to be a second over, or is it ball?
This might be his third.
Third, okay. Round the wicket, in bowls, fires it in, defended by Flintoff. Onto the leg side for no run. So Flintoff on 18, Hurst on 16. Again, you know, we talked about Flintoff being 16 years of age, and with Singh just at 20 again. Still a very young pair with Hurst out there with him, but he's made a terrific, had a terrific impact this season as Hurst. You know, you could falsely look out there and think he's got a bit of experience to work with, Flintoff, but it's just that Hurst has performed well in a difficult year for Lancashire. 154 for 4. The lead's 148, and Leach with his spin round the wicket again. Bit of pace, and there could be a run-out opportunity again. Side-on throw. Hurst makes his way back into the ground. It's not backed up properly by Omid, and therefore they will go through for one. I say not backed up properly. We needed a sharp piece of work there, really. I need to see it again to see how much he missed it. But it looks like Lammerby with a throw, and that's what are you saying? That's about 3 close run-out opportunities in the last 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, it's a couple of...
Oh, he tumbled. I mean, he'd been miles out. So he turned round, he lost his footing.
A couple of bad calls from Rocky Flintoff, just hitting and calling him Matty Hurst through pretty early before it gets past the fielder. But these two will have to have a chat, calm things down a little bit, try and clear the communication up, because the last thing Lancashire need is a run out.
155 for 4. Flintoff's moved to 19. Hurst is facing now. Defended back to Leach. No run. So it's a no ball. These umpires, they always work in pairs, saying there's 2 balls left, and sometimes they raise their arm in such a way that I think they're actually calling a no ball, but it wasn't. Next ball, again defended by Hurst. Defended yet guided away into the offside. So Hurst is 16 off 18. This lead 149. Only 1 run coming from this Leach, and it is his 3rd over. 1 ball left of it. He's gone for 10 runs so far. And he's bowling from the Statham end. And again, a little bit of use of the wrist. Defended, but still a little wristily, but safely. 155 for 4 then. Got 50 overs left today. The lead is 149. We've not in that situation where we have been over the last couple of weeks. First for me at Trent Bridge 2 weeks back, and then last week at Somerset. We were at tea. Oh, we were at the 32 overs left mark at Taunton last week, and we had over 30 minutes before tea. Crazy days.
It's unseen and unheard of these days.
Well, it's terrific, and let alone the entertainment which came with it, of course.
Well,
but it was very similar at Nottingham previous week, Notts versus Somerset.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of spin bowled in that game, wasn't there? Was it Ahmed bowled? Yeah. I think he might have bowled over 40 overs, maybe even 50.
And I noticed 2 grumpy old men, myself and Anthony Gibson. If he doesn't mind me referring to him as a grumpy man, I'll tell you why in just a second.
Then comes Aldridge again. Way over the head of Rocky Flintoff. They've called that one a no ball. It's that high.
So we had, I mean, we say younger colleagues. I mean, everybody's pretty much younger than us, but we had younger colleagues who call that attritional. And I think Anthony picked up on this. Well, that's not attritional cricket. When you got spin, you know, performing so well and such, and that's anything but attritional. It's just edge of the seat stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really
Everyone loves a good battle of spin.
Yeah.
First bat, Aldridge in again. Ooh. He ruffles Rocky Flintoff this time. He gets it perfect height, perfect line.
He's making out it's not hurting, but he was ringing his.
Yeah, he's dropped his bat. It's hit him on his left glove, just defending it. But he drops his bat straight away. He picks it back up. Rocky Flintoff, he's be a tough character, I'm sure. 16 years of age, battling it out in his first year of professional cricket.
See if he tries to shake him up a bit again.
Aldridge in. Fuller from Aldridge this time, trying to catch Flintoff on the crease, but his feet are still moving pretty well. He's thinking with a clear mind so far as Rocky Flintoff. So often when you get hit with a short ball, you're hesitant to move your feet the next few balls, but Flintoff's still moving his feet pretty well. But he's got a battle there. Casey Aldridge in some good rhythm. In he comes, over pitched, and Flintoff clear enough mind to tuck into the over pitch delivery from Casey Aldridge, punches it away through wide mid on and picks up a 4. Lovely shot from Flintoff.
That looked nice, didn't it?
Yeah, it's more the thinking as well. He's took a short ball onto the glove. It certainly would have hurt him with how quick he dropped the bat, but he's right back into his mindset of not getting out and scoring runs, and tucks into an over pitch delivery from Aldridge. Be surprised if there's another one that full. So in he comes. It's really good pace and carry to his wicketkeeper, who takes that way above waist height, standing back. He's bowling at a good pace here, is Casey Aldridge.
There's been a real drone of low-flying planes. I mean, they're not helicopters, are they? I don't think they are.
Yeah, there's Barton Airport just...
Is that what it is?
Yeah, over probably to our left, just the opposite end of Trafford Centre. Aldridge pitching it up to Flintoff. He's punching it to mid-off for no run. 6 off this over so far, 4 on the no ball.
I'm not too sure. Anthony reckoned he spotted a cloud about half an hour ago, which he described as the size of a man's hand.
Ooh.
Which is quite small. I think even that small cloud's disappeared now.
In comes Aldridge. Oh, again with another short delivery. Flintoff ducks onto it, ducks under it. Just he's way over 6 foot. Is Rocky Flintoff. He's done well to get that far down. It's not quite got up as the one previously, but it's a good end to the over from Casey Aldridge. But it's a good over from Lancashire as well, taking the boundary and the no balls off it. 161 for 4 Lancashire, lead by 155.
It's a lovely little battle that, isn't it? Aldridge versus Flintoff.
Yeah, he's bowling with some really good pace as well. He's, I think, into his 5th over of this spell, so he probably won't get many more with the way he's running in and the pace he's bowling.
So, got a slip in. This is Leach with his spin, bowling to Hurst now, and defended away into the offside. Just wondered, you reckon it's Rock who's making the slightly difficult calls at the moment, so Hurst is probably saying, I'll take this one. I'll call these at the moment. Yeah, a little quicker, and again a wait.
Yeah, a lot louder and a lot more clear from Matty Hurst. Just needs to be careful though, playing Jack Leach with half a bat here, just trying to turn with and go with the little bit of spin that Jack Leach is getting. He wants to make sure he doesn't turn one too fine into the hands of Craig Overton at slip.
Yeah, and there's a backward point out there as well. It's onto the leg side towards mid-wicket. Just rolls gently along the ground there. And no run, so Somerset trying to weave a bit of magic. You see, off the back of last week, they'll think something can happen at any time. Use of the feet. It's a nice looking shot actually, just for 1 from Hurst. Moves to 17. It's Gregory there doing the fielding. 162 for 4. 156 in front. Lovely battle here at the moment. As I say, keep a close eye on what's going on for Surrey against Durham, Nottinghamshire against Kent, either end of the table. Goes back to the leg side for Flintoff. Remains on 23. 134 for 6, Kent. 210 for 5, Patel, who was dropped earlier, by the way. And Tom Curran on 20. That's worked on the onside. And the completion of that over. 162 for 4, Flintoff on 23. Hurst 17. Only 1 run coming from that Jack Leach over. The lead's 156. 48 overs left of this second day. Just thought yesterday, you know, it was wickets tumbling, falling at a great rate. Just thought that this could change. I mean, even the colour of the pitch, I mean, it just looked so green with the grass yesterday. But even by the close yesterday, that the colour had changed. You're just expecting, with the weather as it is, to have done even more. However, there is something there still for the bowlers to work with. But gosh, complete different story today than we had yesterday.
Yeah, the sun certainly looks like it's dried out the wicket a little bit. Not as much in it for the seamers. Still some nice pace and bounce. The odd ball just popping from the indications of the batters, the way they're playing it, but looks nothing like yesterday.
Definitely a case of can we play you every week, Essex Warwickshire, because Essex have won by an innings and 40 runs.
That's a cushy win for Essex. Because Randall's swapped ends. He's going to come on at the James Anderson end. Finds his length straight away. Matty Hurst pushing it to mid-on for no run. Interesting, the over before, only 1 catcher around the bat to both Rocky Flintoff and Matty Hurst, and that's the kind of the position of the game. Somerset know that Lancashire have already got a lead of 156, so they've also got to try and keep the runs down to a minimum, but find that balance of attacking and defending. Then comes Randall. Off the hip, Matty Hurst, he's going to look for 2. He takes the fielder on. Yeah, and he gets home.
Well, sharp work from Rue. A little bit late in the end, but he was right across that, wasn't he? Good throw as well.
Yeah, no, it's Rocky Flintoff's very casual getting back into his crease, and I think the Somerset fielders have noticed that as well. Rue picking it up and firing it straight to the non-striker's end where Flintoff's running back to, but Matthias picks up a couple. Take the score on to 164 for 4. In Randall comes, targeting the stumps. Hurst push it down the ground.
His dad's watching. He's got himself in a tricky position, his dad, now, because he can't move. He has to stay in that seat.
Yeah, very superstitious, aren't they, parents? When
Frightened, I think
most people are, even
horrified parents,
even fellow players. So often in the change rooms, if partnerships going well.
Ball alert, ball alarm again. Not Jake Ball, no. What are you looking at? I'm talking about the ball there.
Oh, that was all looking round then. There's been another complaint. Just the first, though.
When you say complaint, observation.
Observation, yeah.
So how many more do we? 4 more.
4 more to beat this morning's.
5 strikes and we're out.
In comes Randall. Matthias allows that through to the wicketkeeper. 2 slips alongside him. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square leg and a fine leg. One for 36 so far off his 13.4 overs.
It's going to take a lot to spoil Worcestershire's season, but they're 124 for 5, trail Hampshire by 338.
Randall bowls, and it's the edge of Matty Hurst. He goes flashing at a drive, trying to score through the offside. He puts it into the zone, does Randall. He entices the drive from Matty Hurst. He gets the edge, and Craig Overton takes a nice catch at second slip. It's at a nice height, but no catch is easy in the slip cordon. And it's a big wicket for Somerset. And it's a big wicket that Lancashire didn't want. Matty Hurst goes for 19 off 28. That leaves the score on to 164 for 5, leading by 158.
It's a bit loose. It's far too easy always to be, too critical of these things, but it's one of those you think, oh, there's no need to play like that. So much of the game left.
Yeah, and you could tell with Matty Hurst's walk off, he's only just got off the field. A very slow walk, which indicates a very frustrated batter who's just played a loose shot. He was looking pretty good, was Matty Hurst. So a couple of nice boundaries, and he's been a shining light in a dull season for Lancashire this year.
Yes, he has. And out comes the experienced Luke Wells, which has been something that's been lacking, hasn't it, in Lancashire's batting? At this point, looking for more experience. I mentioned it yesterday. It's all very well. I totally understand that expression. That people say if they're good enough, it doesn't matter how old they are and everything. But still, with the younger players just starting, whether it be in the field or whether it be batting, in an ideal scenario, you want either to be looking at the other end when you're batting or just around you as a bowler and seeing people you can ask questions of, because they've done it far more often as opposed to those that have done it just as often as you have. And for me, well, let's see if it works. It might not, but I think this is a good move by Lancashire this week.
Yeah, he's had his struggles, Luke Wells. This year it's been a quiet year compared to previous late years for Lancashire. He's been excellent since signing from Sussex. He's made himself into an all-format cricketer as well here at Lancashire. His red ball forms probably took a hit from his white ball success, There's Randall round the wicket straight away. Wells just plays inside the line. Don't think he actually pushes at that delivery. Goes through to the keeper for no run. And I'm going to leave you, Kevin, and Anthony's going to join you.
Very good. Many thanks to Callum Flynn, part of the team here in Manchester. Of course, you're watching maybe on the stream, but if you're listening on BBC Sound, the smart speaker, also got online, BBC Sport website, the live text service there as well. It's a good way of keeping abreast of what's going on. We've got the scorecards, but little updates from the team there as well. As the day again takes shape, and it was such a chaotic day yesterday. It feels a little bit more settled, but at the same time that lead is still only 158 with 5 down for Lancashire.
Somerset needed that wicket though. I was just having a chat with Ben Warren, who does the Somerset live stream, and he said, I'm a bit worried about this, Anthony. I said, yeah, you and me both, Ben. Don't fancy chasing much more than 250 in the 4th innings.
I think Ben was looking to you for a reassuring word, actually. You were supposed to say, don't worry about it.
I did say that I think the pitch is flattening out a bit.
Leach bowls, and defended by Flintoff into the offside. Isn't that the beauty of you know, 4-day cricket? Hello?
I've had a request on Twitter to turn the effects down, especially when there are aeroplanes about.
Oh, well, this one is hit long and straight, and it's gone for 4. And the score moves on to 168 for 5. Lead of 162. Well, I shall let you be the adjudicator of whether we can actually hear anybody outside or not.
Well,
I'll leave you with it. I'll leave you with it. But the aeroplanes do fly around.
They do. But there it is. You see it. That was a bit lese-majesté. 16-year-old hitting the esteemed Jack Leach for 4 down the ground.
And he moves to 27. And Leach again comes around the wicket. Oh, bowled him! Well, let's just see how much that did turn a move, but it had the better of Flintoff well and truly. He was looking, as if to try and work it away on the onside, but it's completely baffled him. So the experience, I'll let you come up with your Latin again for that one if you don't mind, Anthony. But the experienced man, Leach, gets the better of the younger one, Flintoff, at 16 years of age. Great learning, but he's gone, I'm afraid, and he's bowled him. Take a look at this one again.
Yeah, Leach's revenge. I don't know, Flintoff was just playing all round it.
Yeah.
I don't think he did anything very much. Maybe straightened a bit,
yeah,
but he was trying to turn a straight ball into the onside.
Yeah.
Should have played a straight bat at it and it would have been fine.
That's right.
But maybe just got a little bit carried away by the previous shot.
Yeah, exactly.
The impetuosity of youth.
No, I understand that one. 168 for 6. Flintoff's gone for 27, and it's a lead of 162. Well, what I was about to say, over, day, whether it be test matches 5 days or the 4 days, and this is the beauty of this sort of cricket. It's trying to work out, as I think pretty much we did successfully yesterday, what we might see today, but we just don't know how this pitch and conditions are going to change, if at all, over days 3 and 4, because whilst we say it's completely different, the facts will back that up in terms of wickets falling. There is still something there for the bowlers, and it is not at all the breeze out there for the batting. Not at all.
No, Somerset have got 2 new batsmen to bowl at now, neither with a run to their name. So it's an important little passage of play, this.
And the maestro Leach doing his things.
He has been bowling well. Well, you saw it off him last week. And, he's bowled better and better as the season has gone on.
And his reward internationally, but let's hope from a Somerset point of view that doesn't mean he's taken away from them next week. Nothing at this stage to say that he will be. Let's make that very clear. But some England players who are heading off to Pakistan have been already told to take a bit of a break and a bit of a breather. But Leach Now in his 5th over, 168 for 6, and around the wickets, in and bowls, and worked away by George Bell for a run, maybe a couple. Turned around the corner, he scampers back. He's a small, diminutive figure, but he gets those legs working really quickly to go back for that second. So he moves to 2 and takes Lancashire to 170 for 6. So in front by 162. Gives it a bit of a twirl again. So the catching positions here, you've got the keeper, and then you've got a slip, you know, but then you've got a forward short leg. There's extra cover as well. And then mid-wicket. So big challenges here for young Bell, and the slightly older, more mature in terms of age as well. Wells at the other end, but it's Bell facing at the moment. Sun continues to shine here at Manchester, and Leach bowls, and big thud of defence. Back up to Leach to complete that over, in which he has got rid of Rocky Flintoff. 170 for 6. Wells yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 1 ball. Bell on 2. And this lead 164, 46 overs left of this second day's play.
That was Jack Leach's 36th wicket of the first-class season. 36 wickets in 8 games. And he didn't take many wickets in the earlier part of the season on unhelpful pitches. But he's really come into his own against Durham, Surrey, and well, potentially here as well at Old Trafford. But it's Brett Randall with 2 wickets to his name, coming in from the Anderson end, and I'm not sure whether it's a no ball. So 2 runs go on the Lancashire score, 172 for 6. Not sure whether Luke Wells played at that or not. He goes down and gives the pitch a prod. Pitch does seem to be doing a little bit more this afternoon than it did this morning.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Would you agree?
Answer this then. Why?
Well, because the effects of the heavy roller have worn off.
Yeah.
Randall, nice smooth approach. He's there, bowls, and Wells just emulating Keaton Jennings, advancing on the bowler. A couple of small steps towards him. Plays a defensive shot when he gets there.
Jamie Porter of Essex, 6 for 36 today. Warwickshire Royal 114 innings and 40 runs victory for Essex. Jamie Porter becoming the first Essex cricketer in almost a quarter of a century to claim 500 first-class wickets. Well done to Jamie Porter for that achievement.
Very good bowler, isn't he?
Yep.
Classical English seam bowler. The sort that various people in the higher echelons of cricket are trying to discourage. This is forward defensive shot into the offside.
The first for Essex to do it since Mark Ilott back in July of 2000. So well done to Jamie Porter. And a big win for Essex, who play Surrey next week. So they're one of your favourite teams now, Essex. Are you prepared to go that far?
I was just thinking exactly that. Can I bring myself to support Essex? I suppose I'll have to. This is another ball from Randall to Wells, who just defends that into the offside. Yes, Somerset's hopes may well depend on Essex. What a strange thing to have to say.
I was just about to give you a big thud in the back there just to make sure you didn't choke on that one. But sorry, 220 for 5, trailed Durham by 42 runs, the latest from the Oval.
Is Randall in bowls to Wells, taking a mixture of bat and pad. If there hadn't been a bit of bat involved there would have been a big appeal for LBW. All 3 of the slips have their hands on their heads. And there's definitely more happening now than earlier on. I was going to say earlier on in the day, but actually earlier on in the afternoon even. And Brett Randall is finally showing why Somerset have signed him for these last 3 games of the championship season. Many people feeling that perhaps Josh Davey would have been a better bet in this game. Randall bowls, and this is a nice off drive, over pitched from Randall, and Luke Wells just eased into that off drive between cover and extra cover. The ball racing away across the used pitches, and he's off the mark with 4 handsome runs.
There have been a few shots that have been sort of, gosh, look at that, terrific stuff, timing and placement. But still you feel it's a battle out there, batting. As Anthony says, increasingly looking that way. Kent 152 for 6 after Nottinghamshire made 433.
James Root up to the stumps now for Randall to Wells, and Wells punches this into the offside, and oh, there's a misunderstanding, but it is sorted out soon enough before Jack Leach could get his throw in at the non-striker's end. George Bell had retreated. A tweet from Richard Dawson saying, how wonderful to have seen Statham and Tattersall. That's what I was talking about. My first game I remember seeing at Taunton. Did you see the 3 Ws, Valentine and Ramadan? No, I'm afraid I didn't. I remember watching some of the 1957 West Indies tour on the television. It was a tour that was ruined by the weather. Lots of rain in the summer of 1957. Great shame.
We've had a few of those since.
Well, it was really was spoiled because it was a good West Indies side then.
Leach going to bowl now. Full and defended by Bell. Leach, just got the feeling that Leach could cause all sorts of havoc now. We've got 4 wickets standing here. He's capable of wreaking all sorts of trouble. 1 for 17 so far. He's only a 6th over. Back to his mark again. Catches in at slip and a forward short leg. This one is swept well actually by Bell. There's a man out there, so it should be just the 1. It will be, but he moves to 3 and takes Lancashire to 177 for 6, in front by 171.
Good athletic piece of fielding by Casey Aldridge.
Been made to stick at it, to work hard, to run hard, to keep the energy up. And there have been more than the odd moment. We can't blame Rocky Flintoff for that last mishap, but there have been quite a lot of jittery moments out there in terms of the running, which no doubt has kept Somerset on their toes, realising that at the moment the pressure might be telling a bit on Lancashire. And Wells is just keeping Leach, so this is experience playing experience now. Wells keeping Leach waiting. And James Rowe, who's only a young man, but I tell you, as a wicket keeper, he doesn't mind telling the fielders where to go, which is no bad thing. Wells is on 4. And Leach bowls now. Oh, and a lovely delivery. Has that gone outside, inside of the bat, taken by the keeper? In fact, did it fly off down towards?
I think it was inside edge down to man at short, long leg, if you can have such a fielding position.
Leach again. Forward, but again, no great bat on it to the leg side. This is Leach doing Leach things. As I say, I'm Lancashire. I'm a little bit worried about Leach at the moment because he's right at the top of his game. Has been over the last few matches, as Anthony says. A real thud of defence there. Not sounding too sweet at all, but Wells is still there on 4, and that's the main thing because the bowler is right on top of things. He's coming over the wicket into the left-handed Wells, who tries to use his feet. He does drive that for a single in the offside. You can see he's really keen as Wells not to get bogged down by Leach. 178 for 6 at the end of that over. Yeah, that's a lead of 172. Wells on 5, Bell on 3. Just the 2 runs coming from that Leach over. 1 for 19 from his 6 so far.
And still some batting to come for Lancashire. George Balderson next in, then Tom Bailey, who is I would describe him as a bowling all-rounder, and then Anderson Phillip, who can bat, will come in number 11 because of course Will Williams was 12th man. 12-man night watchman. Here comes Randall in bowls to Bell, who plays to Wells, rather, who plays and misses. At a ball which is well taken by James Rew. I must say I've been very impressed with James Rew's keeping, standing up to the medium paces. Took that really good catch of Randall to dismiss the obdurate Harry Singh after that long vigil of an innings keeping Somerset at bay last night, and for 2.5 sessions today as well. Randall is in and bowls this time. Wells comes solidly forward and plays it out into the offside. There's another aeroplane, I think it's the same one actually. Perhaps they're doing trips from the airfield nearby. It's only a light aircraft, but it's making quite a lot of noise. And it's the only thing in the sky. I can't even see any birds. Oh, there's a vapour trail. And if I was Martin Emerson, I'd tell you where that aeroplane is.
No, but you're not, okay? You're not Martin Emerson.
Is Randall in and bowls, and this is turned away handsomely through the onside for 4 runs to straight mid-wicket by Luke Wells. Overpitched on leg stump from Randall. Bit of a gift, but beautifully dispatched by Luke Wells.
Definitely your clouds have all gone now. Not even your man hand-side clouds. It's not there anymore.
No, not a cloud in the sky.
It's great. I mean, the whole summer's been like this, hasn't it?
It's not been the worst summer, you know.
Really?
No. Randall in the bowls, and this is punched through the offside. It's short and wide this time. 4 more runs is the outcome. These runs are hurting Somerset as Luke Wells goes on the counter-attack. 186 for 6. The lead now 180, and Lancashire have still got 4 wickets in hand. Somerset are going to have to bat really very well in the 4th innings if they're going to win this game and sustain their challenge for a first county championship. It's going to be a real test of their batting. They need to take these last 4 wickets sooner rather than later. Randall in to Wells outside the off stump. Wells lets it go through into James Rew's gloves. The building on the other side of the pavilion, is that Trafford Town Hall?
Yes, I believe so.
Town Hall.
Yeah. Oh, you're asking Scott. I knew that bit. I walked past it only this morning on my way to Tesco's.
Yes, there's a big Tesco's over there, isn't
Massive.
there? Yeah.
Quite frightening, actually. I could get lost in there.
Yes, last time I was here, I stayed within walking distance and walked in every day. Yeah. Randall in bowls to Wells. Wells half forward and keeps that one out. End of the over. Randall's bowled 16 overs, 2 for 50, 8 runs from it though. Wells on 13, Bell on 3, 186 for 6.
It's very distinctive, that building, isn't it? A little like the pavilion, which they've managed to hold on to the main features at the far end as well. Yes,
probably a similar vintage, I should think.
That's what I'm going to guess.
Late Victorian municipal.
I was going to leave all the detail to you, and I'm glad I did. Leach about to bowl here now then. Okay, 186 for 6, 180 in front. Bell is on strike, and Leach bowls now, and driven straight back to the left-hand side of Leach. Just prods forward, is bowling on the full length there, and goes through all his motions. Does Bell, stretching the arms. It's only a small figure. He crouches though still and defended back to Leach. You just get the impression that this isn't Bell thinking, right, where am I going to score runs here? This is Bell thinking, right, I'm not going to get out here at the moment. And who can blame him? We're up against Jack Leach in this form. Balls from this Statham end And again, full. And his problem here is he's got to make sure that one doesn't just pop back up to Leach.
He's averaging just under 23.5 in the championship.
Yeah,
George Bell.
Not, you know, there's been a lot of promise with young Bell. Got to see it consistently. Plays deep. Got the impression for a moment that Wells thought there may have been something there, but Bell has a much clearer view of it. To mid-on and says no. So Leach again looks busy. Ball from one hand to the next. He has a very short run-up, of course, and Paul in big, I say a big stride, and I must go and emphasise Bell, but for him it was a big stride. Forward, smothering the ball. He remained on 3. This could well be made it over for Leach. And actually that one has been hammered away. A good tumbling stop out there at mid-on, and that is a maiden over from Leach. And he stays therefore after 7 overs at 1 for 19. But Lancashire stay at 186 for 6. Wells 13, Bell on 3. 180 runs in front. I think this lead at the moment already is an interesting lead, as you say, possibly tricky for Somerset. So from everyone from here on in, the job gets more, obviously staying there, but it does get more and more tricky. And what I like about it, unknown. We really do not know how things are going to play out again.
Well, game. Not much sign of turn for Jack Leach, but Callum was saying earlier on he's played on a couple of these hybrid pitches, and he was saying that there is a bit of bounce in it for the spinner, and also that the ball can skid on the artificial fibres in the pitch. So Jack Leach may prove to be a real force, but the main man in the Somerset attack, the leader of the attack, Craig Overton, comes back into the attack and bowls to Luke Wells outside the off stump, and Wells lets that go through. Craig Overton bowled 19 overs, 1 for 38, and has been unlucky not to take more than 1 wicket. He's found the outside edge on I think half a dozen occasions without the ball going to hand, the edge going to hand in the slip cordon. He turns by the pile of sawdust at the far end. In and bowls, and this is played away nicely through the offside. Archie Vaughan will just stop it inside the extra cover boundary, and they'll come back for 3 runs. 189 for 6. Wells on to 16.
Think back to last week, how often we were mentioning the name of Archie Vaughan compared with this week.
Yes. I'm slightly surprised that Gregory hasn't given him a ball.
I was wondering the very same thing when I said that.
It's it obviously, well, as I said just now, there isn't really any turn in the pitch for the spinner, but his height and the extra bounce he might be able to command could be a factor. This is turned down to Archie Vaughan for a single by George Bell. 190 for 6.
I think there's been another wicket there at the Oval. I think it's 7 down now. Or was that 6 down? Let's just get a confirmation of this, because Jordan Clark's on his way out there. I think that Tom Curran may be out.
Here we've got Overton into Wells, and that almost gets through, but Wells manages to get the bat down on it. Ball that didn't perhaps bounce as much as 1 or 2 others, and Wells goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod.
It is 6 down, 232 for 6, and Curran has just been dismissed by Parkinson. So Clark's gone out to join Patel, who's on 62. He was dropped much earlier on, Patel. But that 232 for 6, trail by 30.
Overton in and bowls to Wells. There'll be a single here down to Vaughan at deep backward point, 192. No, 191 for 6. Wells on to 17.
When you think about that innings from Curran we saw last week at Taunton, today he made 22 off 81 balls. Different tale that, isn't it?
Well, here's Overton soldiering on, bowling to George Bell, who plays around his front pad up to mid-on. End of that Overton over. He's bowled 20 overs now, 1 for 43, 5 runs off the over, 191 for 6. So as things stand, Somerset would need 186 to win. But as things stand, isn't really very relevant because Lancashire have got 4 wickets in hand.
No, but we do have to say an awful lot. Don't you be picking yourself up on things like that.
Well,
it's the situation as it is, and basically the context of what you could say is if the wickets were to fall quite quickly, that lead does need some working on from a Lancashire point of view, most definitely. But we think already that it's quite an interesting lead.
Yeah.
174 for 6 are Kent. After Nottinghamshire made 433, that of course of interest to Lancashire, the bottom of the table. And Leach about to bowl again. This time it's going to be Wells, left-handed Wells, who's going to face him. So he comes over the wicket from the stay them end, goes forward, goes back, and into the offside for no run. So, yeah, Leach will keep on trying to work his magic to make a breakthrough or two, and hopefully give Somerset a chance on getting the runs and keeping the pressure on Surrey at the top. Smothers it. And we generally can call that a big strike, because Luke Wells is a big man. Forward again for no run. Jack doesn't take too long about things. I mentioned that business of we got to 32 overs remaining, about just over half an hour before the scheduled tea interval last week at Taunton. Leach is not going to be able to manage that this time. He comes forward, and that could easily have just spun past him. He went forward, he's seemingly confident to get bat on that. Goes back to look at the pitch. Spin back into him. Bat raised, bit of a twirl of the bat, extra concentration. You'll need that against Leach. He bowls again. This time a more defined and defiant push of the ball.
He seems intent on counter-attack, does Luke Wells.
Yeah, I said it doesn't want to be bogged down here by Leach. But it could be his undoing, because Leach is in really good form at the moment. Wonderful battle. And as much as he wants to be counter-attacking, he's actually, that might be his mindset when that ball's about to be dispatched, but very quickly he has to get in to the other mindset, which is just keep it out. Because Leach is, I say, on top of things. This could be another maiden from Leach. Could be 2 on the bounce here. I mean, he's going to look for a wicket even, but actually he's going to concede a single in the offside. So Wells will get 1. He'll move to 18 and take the score up to 192 for 6. Wells 18, Bell on 4, and Leach now has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 20. And it's time for me to move aside.
Thank you, Kevin Howells. Kevin will be back with us after tea. We've got 8 overs remaining before the tea interval, so tea will be at around about 10 to 4, I should think. So what's that, 25 minutes? No. 40, no, I can't work it out. Like that. 35 minutes, 35 minutes late. Here's Overton in bowls, and this is just nudged down to long leg Casey Aldridge Fields. Another run is taken, 193 for 6. And Lancashire just working themselves into a pretty strong position.
Yes,
yeah.
They are, and even with that little clutter of wickets there, just quickly in the afternoon, Hurst and Flintoff, the foundations have been laid.
Overton bowls to Bell and beats him outside the off stump.
It's an important partnership, wasn't it, between a couple of players, a couple of partnerships which Lancashire struggle to have. They're not huge partnerships, but in the context of what was a low-scoring first innings, Singh and Barnum putting on 85, and then Singh and Flintoff and Hurst, just little partnerships that have got Lancashire into a pretty steady position here.
Is Overton in and bowls, and that light aircraft, there's no run there, that light aircraft, according to Brian Barish, who's in Philadelphia, thanks to the wonders of technology, I can tell you that the plane took off from Liverpool 2 hours ago and has been flying back and forth around Manchester ever since for some reason. So apologies to those of you who find the aircraft noise irritating on our effects microphone, but that's the explanation. Overton to Bell, who plays that from the crease defensively. Oh dear, Stephen at Berkhamsted has just informed us that Thomas Rue, who's captaining England under-19s, has just got a second duck. So his first taste of international cricket. But I think he's going to score a lot of runs, certainly for Somerset, probably for England as well, over the next 25 years, outside the off-stump play and a miss from Bell. Thomas Rue just 16. And his elder brother, James, although he's only 20, has sort of developed, certainly in the one-day cup side, he's a sort of elder statesman almost. He's one of the senior pros. And he's got a very mature head on young shoulders. As Overton plugging away in bowls and Bell this time. Gets plenty of bat on that, and Overton just goes down. And I'm not sure if anything was said, but he gives him a long, hard look. And Overton is 6'6", and George Bell only about 5'6", and it's
it's a mismatch, really. Then.
Yeah, a bit of a mismatch. End of the over. Yeah, 193 for 6, the lead, 187.
Brought Craig Overton back here. The new ball's not far away, 11 overs away from the second new ball becoming available. So maybe just a short little burst from Craig Overton, and then obviously tea will be taken, and the new ball will be available for Somerset not too far after that. Here's Leach. And Statham end bowls. And Wells onto the front foot, defends, just pushes the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. There is James Rue coming from behind the stumps. So he'll be in the team on Sunday then for the one-day cup final, James Rue.
He will, yeah.
Will there be quite a few changes, do you reckon, from this 11? Here's Leach in and bowls. Forward goes Wells and defends, no run.
Those who will be in the side will be Leach, Rue, Umeed, and Vaughan.
Okay. So quite a lot of changes then.
Yeah. Yes, because Somerset lost 10 or 11 players to the 100.
There's Leach in and bowls to Wells, who sweeps nicely actually out towards deep backward square leg. Archie Vaughan as well, tumbling stop down on the boundary, and Wells comes back for 2. It's a good shot and it's a good piece of fielding. Wells moves on to 21 with that, 195 for 6 now.
And Aldridge, he'll be in the one-day cup side as well.
Because there is, for the last couple of seasons, that debate about do you bring back those that, in theory, can strengthen your side that were missing, because the 100. Leach into Wells, defends, and there's no run, a quicker ball. Or do you stick with the players that have got you there?
I think Somerset are going to stick with the players who got them there. That is my strong impression.
Okay. So I think, to be fair, that's what most teams have done in recent last 3 or 4 years of the competition. Does seem fair, doesn't it, really? Be a bit harsh too, otherwise. Let's turn through the onside by Wells. He wants a quick single here. Works it across that front pad towards the leg side for 1. Takes him to 22 not out. So Lancashire now 196 for 6. Lead of 190. Wells to 22, and George Bell is on stride with a slip and a short leg. He's pushing Vaughan back towards the point boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square leg. Leach into Bell. chopped away through the offside with plenty of bottom hand on that. And he'll come hurrying back for two, Bell, towards the keeper's end. It's a sharp second. It's a good job he made his mind up and there was no hesitation from Bell. That was a pretty sharp two, but he has run two.
Direct hit, which is asking a lot from 60 yards away with only one stump to aim at, but it wasn't that far away. Direct hit would have had George Bell struggling, I think.
Let's have a look here on the replay. He got through the first quickly and he wanted to. There's no hesitation. Turned and set off. With just a fraction of hesitation would have been extremely tight, but as Anthony said, with a direct hit as well. Anyway, he has managed to force a couple. So Bell moves on to 6. Wells is 22. And 5 coming off that over. Lancashire 198 for 6. Lead now of 192 runs.
Somerset are going to have to rest Craig Overton. Maybe after this over. I mean, he's got the T interval to recover, but even so. He's bowling to Wells, who's standing tall and playing that up to wide mid-off, where Leach fields, and they take the single. 199 for 6.
Yeah, just a little short burst perhaps from Craig Overton before having a little bit of a breather, because they want him nice and fit and raring to go for a second new ball.
George Bell with the knees bend as Overton is in and bowls, and that turns Bell around as he adjusts to some late movement from Craig Overton, who's still asking questions of these two Lancashire batsmen, even in his 22nd over.
Yes, he's put the hard yards in, hasn't he? It's only Randell that's comes close to the overs bowled by Overton. He's bowled 16 to Overton's 22 now.
Overton in and bowls to Bell, who turns this into the onside, but it's fielded by Andy Umeed with the fielding pads on at mid-wicket. Got a 6-3 offside field at the moment, weighted by those 3 slips. Somerset still attacking, still looking to take wickets. They'd love to get another one before tea. Overton into Bell, who pulls this away. Short arm pull shot, nice shot, and brings in 4 runs up to wide long on. And that's the 200 on the board for Lancashire. 203 for 6. They lead now by 197.
You can tell the pace of the pitch and the age of the ball with the way that Bell played that shot. Just watching it side on the replay then, advancing down the pitch to Overton, slapping him away through the leg side for 4. Good shot by Bell.
Yes, he had plenty of time to play it as well. Overton in bowls, and a swing and a miss from George Bell. Is that wretched aeroplane again? There it is. Going back towards Liverpool.
Well, it's a good day for sightseeing across the northwest, I suppose, isn't it? Clear blue skies.
Yeah, perhaps they're taking aerial photographs or something like that. 203 for 6 here, as Overton is in bowls. No joy this time. Well bowled, Craig Oates. Shouts one Somerset supporter. I don't think that was Tractor driver, but Tractor is here. I heard him yesterday with a little group of supporters, Somerset supporters, that watch every home and away game for Somerset in the County Championship and the One Day Cup.
Staying in the hotel, perhaps, or is that?
I don't know where they're staying.
So the
quite
summer
possibly
flag
yeah.
wouldn't be theirs necessarily.
They might have. That's maybe why the flag isn't flying from the other balcony, because they've got it with them in the. I think they're sitting down below us somewhere, so I don't think we can see them.
I think every stand apart from the temporary one's open for this game, so there's supporters dotted all around the ground, which is good. It's quite nice to see that when you've got the stands open and people can sit where they like. Forward again goes Wells as Leach continues. Shoveled away into the offside of the front foot by the tall left-hander Luke Wells. Jogs through for one, moves on to 24, 204 for 6. The lead slowly creeping up towards the 200 mark with 4 wickets remaining. Leach to Bell this time. Leach, left arm around the wicket. Again, a little extra pace on that, pushed through a bit quicker by Leach. Bell off the back foot. It's punched away to cover. No addition to the score. 204 for 6. Here's Leach. In and balls to Bell. Again, he calls Wells through for a sharp single. He's worked that to mid-on. Straight away wanted a single. Judged by George Bell. He moves on to 11. 205 for 6 now. Lead 199. Gets Wells back on strike. But great contrast between these two batters. The big, tall left-hander Luke Wells, the shorter right-hander George Bell. So Leach comes back over the wicket to Wells. He's just dabbed away back down the pitch. Slowly it trickles back along.
He looks much more comfortable on the front foot, Luke Wells, than he does on the back foot when he's trying to play Leach from the crease.
205 for 6. Takes a moment, Wells. Settles back into his crease. Here comes Leach again from over the wicket. He's happy to watch that one. Just allows that to travel past his off stump and into the gloves of James Rue. Fiddles with his own gloves, Luke Wells, and twirls the bat a few times. Silly point and slip in place. Jack Leach for Somerset balls. Forward again goes Wells. Oh, again, there's a little bit of hesitation, but they've agreed on a single here. Just dropped into the offside, and they quickly realised that the nearest Somerset fielder to it was the bowler himself. And through they go for one, and that brings the lead to exactly 200. So 206 for 6, lead of 200. Wells on 25 and Bell on 11.
A situation that does not pass unnoticed by the crowd here at Old Trafford. As I'll make way for Callum Flynn for the last 4 overs up to tea.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, it was a welcome little ripple of applause, wasn't it, to see the lead move to 200 from Lancashire. Supporters not with too much to cheer, but I'm sure they've enjoyed the way, well, firstly, the way the team fought back last night with the ball to bowl themselves back into the game, and the way that they've managed to go about their second innings today. They've got the lead. It started at 10 this morning, the lead, and it now stands at 200, so a pretty good day so far with the bat for Lancashire. Lewis Gregory returns. It was a short spell by Craig Overton, 3 overs for 11, so maybe he'll be a chance to put his feet up before the new ball's due. And Gregory from the Anderson end bowls to Wells. It's just dropped away into the onside, and there is no run. Callum Flynn's back alongside me. Pretty decent day this, isn't it, for Lancashire on the quiet?
Yeah, they've done well, haven't they? When they've lost wickets, they've kind of just built a partnership back up. They've not lost any wickets in clusters yet. Partnership of 38 so far between Wells and Bell, just rebuilding after losing Matty Hurst and Flint off there. There are probably 2 wickets that have come in a cluster, but the rest have built partnerships together.
It's Wells on strike, just nudged away off his hip down towards fine leg for a single. Takes him to 26, 207 for 6. Yeah, there's that one standout partnership of the innings, which is Singh and Bohannon, but actually, albeit not huge ones, but in the context of what we've seen so far is a pretty low-scoring game. The 27 between Singh and Flintoff, the 31 between Flintoff and Hurst, and now this one between these two, 39 these two put on. Quietly away are important runs, aren't they? Important
yeah, especially at the time of the game, and like you say, with the mindset of the Lancashire batters at the moment, they'll have kind of be having nightmares of how the past few weeks have been going. So if they can bat together and just build little partnerships, it'll just build the confidence up through the dressing room, and it'll just keep building this lead. I think if you offered Lancashire a 250 lead before the start of the second innings. I think they would have snapped your hand off it.
Yeah, just a bit. Here's Gregory over the wicket and balls to Bell. Calmly defends this one into the offside, and there's no run.
But they still need 49 more to get to that. Yeah, so
very true, very true. Yeah, it's been a pretty tricky one to try and predict this this game, albeit I'm sure many would have foreseen 21 wickets on the first day. Even when Lancashire was skittled for 140 an hour after lunch. The fight back, really, the way that they managed to bowl Somerset out, stuff of dreams from Lancashire's point of view, really. Forward again goes Bell to defend, and there's no run. Has looked a little bit more calmer, a bit more, what's the phrase Anthony uses, mellowed out a bit, perhaps, the pitch today, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like it's not done as much, if anything. The odd ones popped, the way Josh Bohannon was playing a couple early on in the day, and Harry Singh just looked like a couple of balls were rising off a length, but there's been no real sideways movements off the pitch so far.
Lewis Gregory with 3 slips in place comes in and bowls to Bell, who's just a half shuffle down the pitch and defends away into the offside, and there's no run.
You'll get quicker and quicker as well, the wicket, with the sun drying it out. I think Casey Aldridge bowled a pretty quick spell. His second spell, he went at Rocky Flint off with quite a bit of short stuff. He bowled a really nice spell there in the middle before, just after lunch.
Here comes Gregory, bowls again to Bell. It's left and through it goes to Rue, and there's no run. And he's sent down 11 overs, but in the 2 spells he's had, the couple of spells he's had, I think he has bowled. He's bowled well, hasn't he? He does seem to have that extra bit of pace, rather than obviously it looks quicker than Gregory, looks quicker than Randall, and just that extra bit of kick off the pitch as well from Aldridge, taller man.
It's quite a nice, well-balanced attack for Somerset, isn't it? You've got Craig Overton, who can hit the pitch, but offers you immense line of length, immense control. Same with Gregory and Randall, and then you've got the extra pace of Aldridge, who he might concede a few more extra runs, might concede a few more boundaries, but he's going to ruffle a few feathers along the way and sort of beat the batters with pace. And then you've got the international class of Jack Leach and his new spin partner in Archie Vaughan as well, who we haven't seen yet. As Jack Leach comes in, Wells pushes that back towards the bowler. It's been a good battle between Leach and Wells. Wells very much likes to bat on the front foot. He's very attacking. But Leach is just trying to get him to play against the spin so he can try and spin one through the gate. As Leach bowls, and Wells pads up. Leach with a very optimistic appeal, should we say. The only one of the Somerset players asking the question. A big stride from Luke Wells, must have been outside the line of off stump, playing a shot. He's got a slip in a silly point waiting for him. As Leach bowls, Wells a little bit flatter, quicker. Wells just turns that into the leg side.
News from Canterbury, where Kent have lost a 7th wicket. So 187 for 7. Still 250 behind.
Leach bounces in. Just gives it a little bit more flight, and Wells turns that away again into the leg side, not quite beating the straight mid-wicket fielder. Quicker and flatter this time. Wells punching it back towards the bowler. 207 for 6. Lancashire leading by 201. Final delivery of Jack Leach's 11th over. He's just putting the silly point fielder onto the leg side now, opening up that offside, seeing if Luke Wells takes the bait. Wells stays solid, plays with the spin. Made it over from Jack Leach.
Yep, approaching tea here. A couple of overs to go before the tea break on 5 Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app, and across Lancs TV, live from Emirates Old Trafford in this county championship fixture between Lancashire and Somerset. Lancashire leading by 201 in their second innings at 207 for 6. The Kent scored 187 for 7, and that's a deficit still of 246 runs. Nottinghamshire making 433. Kent losing a 7th wicket. So Matt Parkinson is now in the middle. Johnny and Joey Everson, who's still there, 49 not out. And the leaders Surrey are up against Durham this week, and they've pushed themselves into a lead at the Oval. 272 for 6. In their first innings, they lead by 10 in that game against Durham. Here comes Gregory in and bowls to Bell. And that's defended. Just a half step forward and pushes it to mid-off, and there's no run. So Surrey lead Durham by 10 runs with 4 wickets remaining in their first innings. Kent are still 245 runs behind Nottinghamshire with just 3 wickets remaining. The 2 key games really as far as these two sides are concerned, Lancashire and Somerset. Well, he's at the top and bottom of the first division. Gregory into Bell. Oh, and that's left, and bounces into and out of the gloves of James Root. Just drops away into the offside, and there's no run. We've had one result today. Essex have beaten Warwickshire by an innings and 40 runs. Bowling Warwickshire out for 78 and then 114. Essex making 232. And there's one other Division 1 game, which is Hampshire against Worcestershire. Hampshire 462 all out, Worcestershire 178 for 5 in reply. And nips her into the gloves of Root. And this Bell doesn't offer a shot. And there is no run. So you're up to date with Division 1 games. In Division 2, well, the 3 sides are all pushing for a promotion of Yorkshire, Sussex and Middlesex. The leaders are Sussex, and they're at Gloucestershire this week, with Gloucestershire 53 for 1 in their second innings. They still trail by 149 runs. There's Gregory bowls to Bell. He's tries to chop that down towards third man. It's a good stop by Casey Aldridge at Gully, and there's no run. Gloucestershire trail Sussex by 149 with 9 second innings wickets remaining. Yorkshire at Glamorgan. Yorkshire making 361 all out, and in reply Glamorgan are 227 for 8, so still trailing by 134 runs with just a couple of wickets remaining of their first innings. Here's Gregory to Bell. Oh, that's flashed its way down towards the fine leg boundary, and off nothing. He's just speeding away down the leg side, Gregory, and Bell tried to help it on its way, but it's been given us 4 byes.
Yeah, there's not much James Root can do there. Stood up to the stumps. Lewis Gregory just sliding it down the leg side. I think he's gone for the in-swinger to try and catch Bell out. He started it too straight. He's just carried on going down leg. Beats everyone and adds 4 onto the lead of Lancashire. Takes on to 205.
Yep, 211 for 6. Final ball of the 75th over of Lancashire's second innings. Again, down the leg side. It's actually a good stop by Rue. He's going to be a bye, but he's saved probably a few runs there, because without that glove, it's probably heading down towards the boundary, potentially even for 4. But he's been given it a bye. It's the end of the over. 212 for 6. Lead of 206 here with 1 over till tea, just to complete the scores of the game in Division 2, with something resting on it in terms of a promotion battle. Is Middlesex, who are at Derbyshire, where Derbyshire are 173 all out, and in reply Middlesex building a lead here at 327 for 8, with Josh DeCaris 58 not out, and Middlesex lead Derbyshire by 154 runs.
Jack Leach to continue into his 12th over. Bell just plays that into the offside. One slip and a short leg away for George Bell. Point, deep cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on and a mid-wicket and a deep square leg. And he bowls. Nice and flighted from Jack Leach, trying to tempt George Bell for a drive. Very much batting with tea in mind here, both Luke Wells and George Bell. Just trying to make sure they don't lose another wicket before tea. Try and continue building that lead after the break. As Leach bounces in. Immaculate on that line of length again. He's in really good rhythm. Bell prods forward, plays it back towards the bowler. 1 for 28 so far through his 11.3. Leach balls quicker and flatter. Bell pounces on that. Gets onto his back foot, cuts it away through the offside, gets a single, thinks about the second one, but no need to take that risk. It so close to tee. Brings Luke Wells onto strike. It's been a good battle between Jack Leach and Luke Wells. Jack Leach trying to spin it back into the stumps of Luke Wells, and Luke Wells trying to be dominant and play against the spin, creating some chances for Jack Leach. Just needs to be careful. Again, playing against the spin there, but it's that full. He smothers it into the offside, gets a single to the deep cover boundary. Brings George Bell back on strike. Short point fielder, silly point fielder, goes into a leg slip now. So we've got a leg slip and a regular slip to Bell. As Leach, a bit quicker and flatter. Bell just plays it forward back towards the bowler. It's the end of Jack Leach's over, and that's the end of the session. Lancashire 214 for 6 going into tea, leading by 208 runs. It's a decent session for Lancashire. They lost the wickets of Harry Singh, Matty Hurst and Rocky Flintoff, but they've done well since. Luke Wells and George Bell carrying through to tea, putting on a nice partnership, trying to build this lead as much as possible and trying to put the Somerset batting order, whenever they do come to bat, under a little bit of pressure to try and chase on this 4th innings wicket here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, players heading off for tea. We'll take a break as well. If you're watching on, well, obviously if you're watching on Lancs TV, the QR code there, follow that and you can win some prizes. But it's just gone off screen. But I'm sure it'll re-emerge again at some point. There we go. There we go. Fill in the survey and follow the link and you can try and win some prizes. So we'll be back with you here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app in around about 20 minutes.
Well, hello and welcome to Lancs TV. I've got a date for your diary, October the 21st. It's a Monday night and it will be hosting the Lancashire Team of the 90s dinner here at Emirates Old Trafford. I've got Warren Hegg alongside me. Warren, I suppose it was your brainchild, really, initially, wasn't it? To commemorate those wonderful years of the 90s where Lancashire won 8 one-day trophies.
Well, you were a big part of it, weren't you? Well, the 90s were an era in Lancashire history of the cricket that was stellar. We had lots of good performances, lots of silverware was on show, and what's more, a lot of very, very good players represented the team in them days.
Well, there were 2 distinct eras, really, weren't there? Two teams. You were part of both. Because you were a bit younger than I was at the start, and you went through a sort of mature stage. But the 90s started really well. 1990 was the first time that any county had won both the Benson Hedges Cup and the NatWest Trophy, and Lancashire were the ones to do it. But the basis for that had started in the late 80s under David Hughes.
Definitely, you're right. The likes of yourself, Graham Fowler, Gayon Mendes, Trevor Jesty were the old heads really of that side. Quality cricketers who had played a lot of cricket, surrounded, as you mentioned, by young players. The likes of Atherton, Austin, Martin, Hegg were thrown into that into that array of experience, and it was a great fix.
We've not mentioned Neil Fairbrother either, who actually played in 1984 when we won the Benson Hedges, but he was fundamental in that 90s success.
Definitely, he was a bit of a crossover, wasn't he? He was a lot of experience, part of that team of the 80s, under Jack Bond, and then Alan Ormrod and David Hughes took over, and he was that crossover factor that I think we went, everything went through Neil to speak to you senior players at the time, but it was a really good era to play in. We as younger players didn't feel much pressure. We had fun. We had lots and lots of fun playing all those stellar games in front of big crowds in all the different formats of one-day cricket, and we came out on top more than often.
So two trophies in 1990, then there was a bit of a lull. We got to another final in 91, but lost it. And then 95 was the resurrection or the emergence of that second generation, if you like.
Absolutely, and I think roles must have been reversed. You know, the likes of Hegg, Austin, Yates, Martin, Fairbrother, Watkinson were senior players who'd played for a long time. You throw into the mix there the likes of a young Flintoff, a young Chappell, and that was the new generation of cricketers that got us over the line. And like you say, that double in the mid-90s was probably the pinnacle of that era.
Mike Watkinson captained for those two victories and the following year as well. And Wasim Akram captain for one. I mean, you're giggling. Wasim was captain for a year, wasn't he? And then John Crawley was captain for the final one. So you've gone through David Hughes to this younger generation. Who was the best captain for you out of all that lot? Or would that be unfair?
I think it's a good question. I think they were all different captains. I thought lots and lots of different captains throughout that area, and each one of those captains brought their own kind of stamp onto that team. It helped that we'd all grown up together. It helped that we'd played together in junior age group sides through second team into first team cricket. So we knew each other backwards, really. But you mentioned Wasim Akram there, you know, one of the greatest cricketers ever lived, and no doubtedly played for Lancashire cricket. And you add him into a mix of all those players that we've mentioned, and you've got a very, very formidable team.
Talking about three different competitions, Benson Hedges, NatWest Trophy. Well, it was basically 55 overs, 50 overs, and the 40 over Sunday League, wasn't it? Different competitions, but which one gave you the most joy to win out of all those? Or is it the Lord's Finals, or is it the playing well through a season for the Sunday League?
You're right. The Lord's Final is the FA Cup of cricket, and we loved it, didn't we? Well, we all went down to Slater's and got a new suit, and we went down on the train. We played golf at Wentworth. There's lots of media hype. A couple of days before the event, we trained together, we worked hard together, we ate together, we drank together, we won and we lost together. So I think for me, those days in the Lord's Finals were second to none, although take nothing away from the wonderful years we had in the old Sunday League, the Refuge Cup. I seem to remember you hitting a six against Surrey to get us over the line one day, with me next in with my lip quivering, and those were wonderful days in front of a packed house here at Old Trafford, as it was in the days, and there were days that will stick with me forever.
So you've mentioned a lot of names. Well, we've mentioned a lot of names from the 90s. Who's going to be here on the night in October?
Yeah, it's great. Well, unfortunately, you're not going to get everyone in the room, but we've got lots and lots of Lancashire legends, really. You know, yourself, Gary Yates, Ian Austin, Peter Martin, Neil Fairbrother, Mike Watkinson. You know, the main backbone of those teams. You throw into the likes of Graham Fowler, who was a massively great servant for us here at Lancashire, and I think those guys there will have some great stories to tell and some great reminiscing to be done on the night.
And what's the format of the evening then? Has that been determined fully yet?
I don't think so yet at the moment. I think it'd be very convivial. I think there'll be lots of interviews with lots of different players. You know, players who came in and out the side, like Dexter Fitton, for example, who came in bowling his off spin and hard-hitting batsman down the order. But again, was a very, very pivotal part of winning trophies in that era. And whether you played in 10 games or whether you played in 100 games like we did, you know, we were all part of one team.
Great stuff, Warren. I think we're all looking forward to it. October the 21st, then it's a Monday night here at Emirates Old Trafford. All details on the website, and you can get your tickets through there.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. Well, it has to be absolutely plumb. It matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
So bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being a little over the last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All well kept, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have fun. Catch. Thrill. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's ready for what a moment. He don't play.
Well, a real suspect came from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Fine shot, it's 2 runs, it's a winning hit, on come the crowd.
that hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
Welcome back to our listeners on the BBC Sport website and app, and the viewers on Lancs TV. Here to Emirates Old Trafford. A very sunny Emirates Old Trafford as well in this late afternoon sunshine. Lancashire 214 for 6, leading by 208 going into this final session of day 2. It's been a pretty good day for Lancashire so far. They'll look to continue for the rest of the evening, they will hope, and maybe even into tomorrow, but one step at a time for Lancashire.
Yes, slightly worrying from the Somerset perspective, with the lead now 208. Somerset won't want to be chasing much more than about 250. But their hopes will be pinned on the new ball, which is due in 4 overs time. In the meantime, we've got Casey Aldridge going to open up from the Jimmy Anderson end. And Somerset need quick wickets. Looks like Leach will bowl from the other end, judging by the way he's warming up.
Assume it'll be a couple of overs each for these two, and then maybe Overton and Randall back on.
I think so. It's outside the off stump as Aldridge bowls to Luke Wells, who is on 27 from 49 deliveries. George Bell 12 from 41. Wells in the leading role and Bell in the supporting role in this partnership so far. Wells looks as if he's intent on counter-attacking, playing his shots whenever he can, as Aldridge is in and bowls, and full-length delivery which is dug out by tall figure of Luke Wells.
He's an attacking batsman, isn't he, Luke Wells, for the longer format of the game. He's only 27 or 50 deliveries, but if he gets the opportunity, he'll certainly throw his hands at the ball. He'll look to be positive as much as he can.
Aldridge bowls to Wells. Oh, and that almost comes back onto his stumps. Well, just ran down, almost down the face of the bat and just past the leg stump. Would have been a bonus wicket that for Somerset, but they need something to go their way.
He's probably played it too casually, as Luke Wells, nearly such soft hands that, like you say, it nearly rolls back onto his stumps.
Aldridge bowls, takes Wells on a mixture of pad and glove.
Welcome
bobbles out into the onside.
Back to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra,
where the score is at Old Trafford 214 for 6. Lancashire not having added to their lead of 208 since the players came out after tea at the beginning of this over, but it's already a very useful lead. Aldridge is bowling to Wells and short and just helped down to long leg, but there's a fielder down there, Tom Lammonby, so it's only a single. 215 for 6. Wells on to 28. I'm Anthony Gibson, BBC Radio Somerset, with me Callum Flynn, and it's been a good day so far for Lancashire, Callum.
Yeah, it certainly has, and a day that Lancashire have needed for a long time, to be honest. He's fighting to stay in Division 1, 215 for 6 so far.
Aldridge into Bell outside the off stump, no shot from George Bell. That's the end of the Aldridge over. He's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 42, 215 for 6.
And by far the quickest of the bowlers, hasn't he? Casey Aldridge, his figures probably don't represent how well he has actually bowled. He bowled a very quick and fiery second spell in that second session, going at Rocky Flintoff and Harry Singh with some short ball stuff and Matty Hurst, but he's really sent it through to the keeper, carrying it good height and finding that extra pace in this Old Trafford surface, which to me looks to be drying out the more the days go on, and I think it'll be even quicker tomorrow, but there's no real pace in that Lancashire attack to expose it, maybe just quite how Casey Aldridge does. Jack Leach to continue after tea. Wells pushes it into the offside, no run. He's setting that trap, Jack Leach, of you can have a single in the offside if you really want to push it through, but you're going to have to go against the spin, and that potentially opens up an entry for Jack Leach. Just a little bit shorter. Wells on the back foot, pushes it back to the bowler for no run.
Leach in his 13th over, so he's having another good bowl.
Then he comes slipping a short leg away for Wells. Smothers the spin, gets that big stride in, as Luke Wells so often does. Just a slip, short leg, deep square leg, a deep cover. As Leach is in, over pitched. Wells pushed it through the offside, thinks about a second, but it's cut off and fired back into Jack Leach before they can get back for 2. It brings George Bell on strike. 12 of 42 deliveries so far. George Bell averaging mid-20s this year. It's been a real battle for George Bell in and out the team throughout the season. Doesn't have the wicket-keeping gloves anymore, as Matthias has fully took that role on for Lancashire. As in comes Leach. Bell on the back foot, punches it to wide mid-off, thinks about a single, doesn't take it. The lead 210 for Lancashire. They'll certainly take 250, but if they can bat most of the day, they'll be looking north of 250. Leach tosses that one up. George Bell on the front foot, push it down the ground, just one off. Jack Leach is over.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of bowling recently, Jack Leach. In the second innings against Warwickshire, back towards the end of August, he took 5 for 77 against Durham. He took 5 for 124 in the first innings and 7 for 50 in the second innings. And in the win against Surrey last week, he took 4 wickets for 105 in the first innings and 5 for 37 in the second. So he's been doing a lot of bowling and taking a lot of wickets as Aldridge is in and bowls, and cramps Luke Wells for room there as he brings that one back into the tall left-hander.
Getting him well prepared for the up-and-coming tour for England of Pakistan this winter. They'll be doing a lot of bowling over there as well.
It remains to be seen, A, whether the ECB will allow him to play for Somerset against Hampshire next week, and B, whether he'll get his place back in the test side. Might very well do. On Pakistan pitches, England can play 2 spinners outside the off-stump from Aldridge to Wells. Shoaib Bashir, the man in possession, who hasn't played very much for Somerset this summer. Has Shoaib Bashir, just the 3 games, 4 wickets in the county championship at 74.75. But to be fair to Shoaib Bashir, those games were played in early season when there really wasn't anything in the pitches for spin bowlers. Aldridge is in. This is punched into the offside by Wells, who won't get a run. As Lewis Gregory fields at mid-off.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the balance that England go with. Now Stokes is back bowling. Well, depending on how fit Ben Stokes is with his hamstring injury from the summer, but depending what spin attack they do go with out in Pakistan.
Aldridge in the bowls. This is driven nicely away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Archie Vaughan won't be able to catch up with that. And I think it's a no ball as well. Or is that just Steve O'Shaughnessy just extending his right arm as part of the signal for 4? It's 220 for 6 anyway.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Luke Wells. Over pitch from Casey Aldridge. Probably got what it deserved, but you still got to put him away, and Luke Wells does that emphatically.
2-2-2 for 6, double Nelson. This is played up to mid-on, where Coda Cadmore goes scurrying across to make the stop. Yeah, Luke Wells is on 33 now. This is becoming an innings of consequence. It's a partnership of consequence as well. Somerset need to break this partnership. They still won't be through the Lancashire batting by a long chalk, with George Balderson to come in next. This is played into the offside. Fielded by Jack Leach. There won't be a run. And then Tom Bailey. And then Anderson Phillip bringing up the rear. And all three of them combat. Anderson Phillip in the last game getting 40 odd against Notts.
Yeah, Tom Bailey's really made himself a handy batsman as well in these past year or two.
Aldridge in a bowls, and Peel for a catch behind, and which is given not out. Down the leg side strangle. Nothing from Steve O'Shaughnessy, and Peel more in hope than expectation. I think there's just a little shake of the head there from James Rue as he walks up the other end. Just watch the replay. Yeah, just clips his right thigh as it goes past into the gloves of James Rue. So there was certainly a noise, but it was the noise of trouser on ball rather than bat on ball. 2-2-2 for 6 at the end of that over. The lead now 216.
Yeah, excellent decision from the umpire. Luke Wells will probably feel like he's missed out a little bit. Maybe getting a boundary or at least a couple of runs. 1 over before the new ball's available now for Somerset. Jack Leach to continue from the Brian Statham end. He's in, and Bell plays nicely forward, bat and pad together, smothering the spin. Close catcher in on the leg side, just the one slipping. Craig Overton. Leach bounces in. Bell just tries to cut that away past backward point. Doesn't beat the fielder. 12 of 46. He's had a struggle this year as George Bell, averaging just in the 20s. As Leach a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Bell counter-attacks on the back foot, punches it down the ground, doesn't quite beat the fielder. He'll want to spend as much time in the middle as he possibly can for Lancashire. Leach nicely flighted, bringing Bell forward. Looks like a clear plan just to give it some flight and send that quicker, flatter one down to George Bell, trying to skid it underneath and beat it for pace just like that. It's an LBW call, but I don't know if it was a little bit too high.
Close.
Very close. Looks like he was playing in front of all three was George Bell, but maybe height just doing it for George Bell. Oh, yeah. Good bowling from Jack Leach, though. Again, final ball of the over. He's on it straight away, dragging Bell forward. And Bell pats it out. That's another maiden for Jack Leach. 1 for 31 off his 14 so far. Wells 33, George Bell 12, and Lancashire's lead now 216.
Well, Andy Umeed has got the old ball in his hand. Is he going to toss it to... yes, the new ball is taken. Steve O'Shaughnessy holding it aloft for the benefit of the two scorers. And it will be Craig Overton to take it from the Jimmy Anderson end. Craig Overton, the man most likely, one would imagine, to make the breakthrough, break this partnership. These two came together when Rocky Flintoff was out with a score on 168, so they've added 54. As Overton is in to Wells, who's advancing down the pitch towards him, but plays that out into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a tactic we spoke about earlier on in the day, isn't it, that Keaton Jennings so often does, walking at the quick bowlers, trying to counter-attack that swinging movement that they might get with a new ball, get further down the crease, trying to drop the bowler's length, trying to give it less time to swing and move.
Overton bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, and then plays it back to him. Overton Doesn't make the stop cleanly, it just clips one of his fingers, I think. But he's just looking slightly ruefully at it at the moment, no real harm done. He's a big, strong, tough fast bowler who doesn't bruise easily. 3 slips in echelon. Abel, Gregory and Aldridge, and this takes Luke Wells on the body as he looks to pull that away just a little bit short. There's no one out at deep square leg. There's a long leg lurking in front of the seating down there, trying to camouflage himself or disguise himself against the pale grey of the seats behind him. Tom Lavenby, I think that is. Is Overton in bowls to Wells. Plays this up to mid-on. This can go one of 2 ways, as so often with the new ball. Could be wickets, or there could be an acceleration in the run rate.
Yeah, it'll certainly be easier to score in terms of the freshness of the ball, how hard it'll be, a bit of extra pace. But then Lancashire also need to be careful. They don't want to lose a couple of wickets there.
Overton in and bowls to Wells, comes half forward, bat angled down. Somerset, wouldn't say they're desperate for wickets, but they're very keen to take wickets.
Yeah, the new ball's probably come at a good time for Somerset, hasn't it? They just want to try and break this partnership before it really does get going for Lancashire and starts to threaten. Wells batted well so far, and he'll be so used to this scenario, batting against the new ball.
Overton bowls, and this is punched away through the offside. Archie Vaughan will not make the stop as that races away across the used pitches and out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. Takes the score on to 226 for 6 and the lead on to 220.
Yeah, and that's what we've exactly just spoken about. There could be some quick boundaries as well with the new ball coming. Not exactly a bad ball from Craig Overton. Just ever so slightly back of a length, but Wells pushes onto his back foot nicely, punches it through. Straightish cover and picks up a 4.
Well, it's not going to be Brett Randall with the new ball from the other end. It's going to be Lewis Gregory, who's having a good bowl for someone with a groin problem, a groin issue, which he's been managing. But it's an absolutely vital game, this, for Somerset's championship ambitions, and Gregory is going to give it all he's got.
Yeah, Somerset skipper on at the Brian Statham end. Straight away attacking the stumps of George Bell. He gets an inside edge into the leg side, picks up a single. There'll be 3 slips to Luke Wells, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Just a wide-ish mid-wicket and a long leg. I think Luke Wells will look to advance to Gregory. He won't be worried about a short delivery. Won't be worried about the pace of Gregory, but he'll have to be careful with the swinging movement in the air that Gregory might get. Comes round the wicket to Wells. Wells advancing straight away. Punches it down to mid-on. James Rew might think about coming up to the stumps. He stood up quite a bit today to the medium paces. The fast medium of Lewis Gregory and Randall. Took an excellent catch off Harry Singh, which was a thickish edge. Gregory round the wicket. Wells again advancing. Gregory just straying leg side, and Wells turns it away to the long leg boundary. Picks up a single. Takes the score on to 228, a lead of 222.
And 220 anything is going to take quite a bit of getting on this pitch, which is certainly not as difficult as it was yesterday by no stretch of the imagination, but there's still a bit in it for the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, it certainly seems to have flattened out a little bit and dried out. As Gregory's in, George Bell tucks it off his hip, should pick up a couple. Gets two to the long leg boundary. Just a little pick-up pull shot. And George Bell. Gregory not quite hitting his line of lengths just yet. Into his 16th over. 1 for 33 so far, Gregory. Gave the Lancashire batters nothing in the first session. He probably his last over where he just got a little bit tired. Gave a couple of boundaries, but been excellent on his line of length. As in he comes and hits that line of length superbly again. George Bell just playing out of the crease into the offside for no run.
Men's one-day international. South Africa against Afghanistan. South Africa 106 all out.
Ooh. Afghanistan 4 for 1.
4 for 1.
Maybe it might be a tricky chase. Then comes Gregory. Short and wide, and Bell doesn't quite take advantage. Cuts it straight to Vaughan at backward point. He does the fielding. 4 off Gregory's first over. Lancashire 230 for 6. Wells 38. Bell 15. And the lead is now 224 for Lancashire with 4 wickets still intact.
The first 3 South African wickets falling to Fazal Haq Faruqi. And Faruqi is a name that's familiar to Lancashire supporters as what they called Farouk Engineer. Faruqi. Back in the 70s. No relation to the Lancashire Farouk Engineer, who's still going strong. Spoke at our West of England Cricket Society a couple of years ago. Here's Craig Overton in bowls to Luke Wells. Nothing's gone past the bat so far with the new ball. Everything's been played pretty solidly by Messrs Wells and Bell.
I think today and tomorrow will be the best days to bat on this wicket. I think it's drying out with the sun. The grass is dying on this wicket and just seems to be getting flatter and flatter at the moment.
Overton in and bowls, and Wells makes a couple of steps down the pitch towards the bowler. Place that into the offside as a sweeper out now on the offside. Archie Vaughan. Although he's not sweep, yes, he is going out to sweep on the cover boundary, or it won't be the cover boundary for the right-hander, it'll be the mid-wicket boundary.
Lancashire might find runs easier to come by soon as well, because Lewis Gregory will start to think about trying to contain the runs as much as possible. They won't want Lancashire to keep getting away. They're going to have to put men out at some stage just to try and restrict them boundaries. So singles might be easier to find soon for Lancashire.
Overton in and bowls to Bell, who is turned round by this delivery from Overton. Having talked about sweepers, they've both in fact been brought in. So the only boundary fielder is long leg. Very much a classical new ball field, 3 slips, with 3 saving 1 on the offside and 2 on the onside, and a man out at long leg.
I think you'll find that to George Bell, what, you're 15 or 55, but whereas Luke Wells, it might spread a little bit more.
Overton into Bell, who comes firmly forward, plays it off the face of the bat, out into the offside. And oh, bad news, I'm afraid, Callum. Kent are all out.
Kent are all out.
225, which means that Notts have a lead of 208. And I suspect they'll bat a second time rather than enforce the follow-on. That would be my guess. Overton in and bowls, and Bell turns this into the onside. Might have been a single, but Archie Vaughan quickly onto it. And not great news from the Oval either, where Surrey, they have lost another wicket, 309 for 7, but they've now got a useful lead of 47 over Durham. And who've they got batting at the moment? I'll tell you in the merest hint of time. Ryan Patel is still there on 95, not out, with Tom Laws, who's not a bad bat at all. He's on 15. Overton, though, into Bell, who drives without timing. It's cut off by Randall at mid-on. End of that over from Craig Overton. Just the 1 run from it. 1 for 54, his figures from 24 hard-working overs. But it's 231 for 6, and the lead now 225.
Yeah, good over from Craig Overton, offering nothing to the Lancashire pair, who are looking just to get around this new ball for now. Try not to lose any more wickets within the first 30 minutes or an hour of this new ball. And look to keep building this partnership, keep building this lead, frustrate the Somerset captain and fielders. Lewis Gregory just having a discussion, talking about the field placements to Luke Wells as he comes round the wicket. 3 slips away, full, he drives straight down the ground. It's good pick up, but Luke Wells makes his ground, gets a single, brings George Bell back onto strike and
slightly
takes
risky single, because that ball was going to Tom Lowenby's left hand, and he is a left-hander, but they made up their minds quickly. Any hesitation, they might have been in trouble, but there wasn't any.
3 slips again to George Bell. Gregory in, just pitches in, just jags back into George Bell, just cramping him for a little bit of room. Tries to work it into the leg side, but finds the mid-wicket fielder. I bet Jack Leach has tricked a couple in his time, hasn't he? Throwing it right-handed, obviously bowling left-handed.
Yeah, yeah.
But back in the day, junior cricket, he used to trick a couple.
Yes, it's quite unusual for that.
In comes Gregory. Back of a length, and Bell plays it nicely through the offside. Rises on his back foot, punches it just in front of point, and picks up a beautiful 4. Runs across this Old Trafford square. There's a beautiful shot from George Bell.
Looks to me like Somerset are going to have a pretty hefty target to chase in the 4th innings. If I'm any judge, it'll be over 300 the way these two are going at the moment, and neither Gregory nor Overton really getting very much out of this pitch.
Gregory bouncing in full, attacking the stumps. Bell probably misses out, mistimes it, goes to Lamonby at mid-on. Yeah, the positive for Somerset and Somerset fans is this wicket looks to be just getting flatter and flatter. There's been real no movement, no signs of any misbehaving today from the wicket, so Somerset will still be confident of chasing any target. As Gregory bowls, and Bell plays that nicely, just prods forward, allows the ball to run off the face of his bat and picks up 2 runs to 3rd man. Well played from George Bell, takes him into the 20s. 2-3-8 for 6, takes the lead to 2-3-2. The umpires are just having a discussion. I don't know what this is for. Midway through, 1 ball left of Gregory's 17th.
Very strange. been quite a long chat, and some perplexity in the Somerset ranks as to what it's all about. And
or is it fake? Is it a warning maybe for some fake fielding or something? They're having a word with one of the slip fielders.
Well, it was Casey Aldridge sort of half put in the slide and then left it to Archie Vaughan.
Has he done a fake throw? I mean, I'm sure he's not tricking the Lancashire batters at all. They're not silly, but I think there might be some penalty runs maybe being signalled towards the scorer. Yeah. Yeah, so penalty runs, I think it's for the fake fielding rule. Trying
I
to
think that's a bit harsh.
deceive the batsman, but I don't think Luke Wells or George Bell was going to be deceived by that. I think the ball was around 15 metres past Casey Aldridge, and Archie Vaughan already had it in his hand. Gregory in, a little bit quicker that one, a little bit fuller. Bell plays it nicely down the ground.
It's the first time I've seen that, and Casey Aldridge is pleading his innocence, and I think with justification, because he sort of put in the slide, but seeing that Archie Vaughan was right behind him, he left it to Archie Vaughan.
I think by the time he put in the slide as well, Archie Vaughan more or less had it
in his
picked
hand.
up, didn't he, as well?
Yeah.
So
it just struck me. What I was thinking was always leaving it to the youngster to do the donkey work.
Gregory in, beats the bat of George Bell. He goes for an expansive drive. It was full enough, but his footwork didn't quite get across to the ball. Plays and misses. And it was a good finish from Lewis Gregory after a frustrating over, conceding a boundary, and then 5 penalty runs as well. Casey Aldridge just taking a dive and a fake throw back into the keeper has conceded 5 penalty runs.
He's still chuntering along. Casey Aldridge. Don't understand it. What did I do wrong? Well,
and that takes the score on to 2-4-3. I don't think the runs have been added on yet onto the total.
Overton in and bowls, and Wells just lets this hit his bat and bounce down into the offside where it's fielded by Jack Leach at backward point.
The umpire's having a quiet word as well with Jack Leach, probably just explaining the decision.
Yeah.
Explaining why them penalty runs have come about.
Overton in again to Wells, and this time they'll take a single as he drops that one into the offside. So it's either 239 for 6 or 244 for 6. But Somerset are going to have, if not a mountain to climb, then a pretty steep hill to climb in their 4th innings, even as things stand. And in all honesty, they haven't looked much like taking a wicket with this new ball so far. Overton is in and bowls and goes past George Bell's outside edge. Well, that's in fact 2 plays and misses in the last 3 deliveries, because Lewis Gregory went past Luke Wells' his outside edge.
Yeah, it's getting to that stage where a bit of frustration will probably keep creeping in for Somerset. This partnership's offering some resistance for Lancashire.
Overton in and bowls to Bell, who gets an edge wide of the slips down to the 3rd man boundary. Lewis Goldsworthy makes the stop, and the fielding is completed by Casey Aldridge, and they take 2 runs.
Beat the bat a couple of times. They found the outside edge. Somerset will just have to stay calm, think about the plans, and try and figure out a way to break this partnership.
Board now says 241 for 6. I'm not entirely sure what the correct score is. Overton is in and bowls to Bell, who's looking for a single, which is not there as he plays that up the onside of the pitch. Luke Wells signals for a new pair of gloves, I think, or possibly a drink. It's warm out there this afternoon. Beautiful conditions for playing cricket, just about perfect.
Yeah, perfect conditions for batting as well, isn't it? And Lancashire so far have done that pretty well today, but still work to do.
Overton in and bowls to Bell. George Balderson did say yesterday when he was talking to Scott Reed at close of play that he thought Lancashire could bat through the day today, and they're showing every inclination and ability to do so. End of that over, 243 for 6, and we think that probably is the correct score now. And 40 to Wells, 21 to George Bell. Ah, 246 for 6.
Yeah, still don't think they've added on the penalty runs, have they, onto the scoreboard here at Emirates Old Trafford?
Yeah, the 5 penalties runs have appeared on the BBC scorecard, so I think the score is 246 for 6. Yes, and it's only the main scoreboard now that does not concur.
That takes a lead to 240 for Lancashire. It's been excellent so far today for Lancashire.
I'm going to make way for double change. Kevin Howells
we're
and
both
Scott
going.
Reed.
Thank you, boys. Seamless. So 246 for 6. My thoughts at this time are with Matt and Colin in the scoreboard downstairs.
Oh dear.
Well, as they try and get the scoreboard up to date with these penalty runs and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
In comes Gregory and bowls. That's down the leg side. There's an appeal for, I presume, LBW, because he's not caught the ball. He's not caught the ball, and he's gone for 4 byes. But since that was fizzed in away down the leg side, perhaps a little optimistic.
So do we know if these runs have been added then?
They have on the screen,
right.
so for viewers watching, and for us we can see 250 for 6.
We can.
But I think Matt and Colin and the guys in the room downstairs,
because they've got to have the buttons.
They've got to do the buttons, and they've got to do all sorts of things.
But I understand the BBC / Lancs TV commentary team were all over it.
Oh,
they knew straight away.
Right across that.
The listeners and viewers were in no doubt as to what was taking place.
Callum and Anthony, right on it. No
Costs
problem.
money, you know, that sort of quality.
Gregory around the wicket, bowls forward goes Wells, and that's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. Matt, who's downstairs with Colin operating the scoreboard, he's the one responsible for the celebrations in the back of the box, the chocolates.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, he's lovely from Matt. Thank you, Matt.
Mind you, I wouldn't want to mess with that Colin following news from the weekend.
Oh, I know.
So I'm going to thank him as well.
I'm glad that he got into the ground, Colin.
It's very important,
Just remember to check your boot before you do it in future.
Mm.
Here's Gregory in and balls again to Wells. It's pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I chucked my chainsaw out this morning. I was just leaving home and I thought, oh God, yeah, man. So I managed to put it in the garage.
I mean, a sniffer dog sniffing that out.
Oh, they're well trained.
What to sniff that out?
Yeah, especially trained, yeah. And it doesn't matter what make a chainsaw it is.
They can still detect them.
Yeah.
Good effort. Well done. 250 for 6, lead of 244. As Gregory comes in and balls to Wells, who defends. He's right forward, Luke Wells. He's batting, if not a little fraction out of his crease potentially here. But certainly with a shuffle forward, he's some way out. And defending away into the offside, no run. He's on 41, Luke Wells. And George Bell is on 23. Will be, I suspect, a score that Wells has not had too often, really. Some struggles this season, Luke Wells. Got a 50 here against Hampshire in the previous game, but a couple of low scores prior to that. But just dropping down the order in this game with Harry Singh opening the batting. He's on 41. Gregory over the wicket. Forward again goes Wells. And that's defended up towards mid-off. And there's no addition to the score. 250 for 6.
I don't know if you've made mention of news, I think, in the last hour or so from the cricket regulator regarding Essex and their hearing and the report into matters relating to discipline and sort of systemic use of racist and or discriminatory language, that sort of thing.
It's Gregory to complete the over balls, and Wells defends. 250 for 6. That's 86 overs gone. Lancashire lead by 244.
Because they've been done 12 points for the bat last week. But today, a cricket regulator has said Essex County Cricket Club has been cautioned, because there was some talk as to whether they lose points. But they've been cautioned, reprimanded and fined a total of £100,000 by an independent panel. That's the Cricket Discipline Commission. The ECB very keen to say this is a separate, this is separate to them. They pass it all on to an independent body now. The club admitted a breach in relation to the systemic use of racist and or discriminatory language and or conduct during the period between 2001 and 2010, which Essex failed to address, after which the panel held a sanctions hearing. If you want to read the full reasons for the sanctions, you can actually go on the cricket regulator website.
Right.
The ECB have responded to this as well, which I perhaps will try and read out in a second. But in the meantime, back to the action. And this is Overton pounding in to Bell. Push that into the offside, and there will be no run. So keep an eye on scores. I thought maybe there'll be another wicket. Sorry, don't think there has been. But yeah, so this is quite big news, because for the pretty much the whole season, because Essex were pretty much the only team that most people thought perhaps couldn't challenge Surrey. With all due respect to Somerset, as this next ball is bowled and very nearly gets an edge. I think it just withdraws the bat just in time through to the keeper. But the old predictions at the start is it's going to be Surrey, perhaps Essex will push them, and then but Essex is going to be docked points for this particular panel hearing and all that sort of thing. Well, that's not happened now, but Essex can't win it anyway. And the ECB have responded, saying that the independent Cricket Discipline Commission has published its sanctions in relation to Essex, and Richard Gould has quoted here as Overton bowls and driven to mid-off and no run. He says racism has no place in our sport, appalled by what those who experienced racism at Essex have been through and the way this behaviour could have been normalised. It's vital that as a sport we listen and learn from their experiences and ensure that no one suffers like that again. I welcome the action Essex has taken in recent years to address these issues and become a more inclusive club, and the commitment it has shown to make further progress. One more paragraph, which I think is probably worth reading. ECB response, and Overton bowls meantime, and that's nicely played, but it's also well stopped at mid-on. So again, no run. It remains 250 for 6. Richard Gould continues. Over the past year, the whole game has responded positively to the action plan we set out in response to the Independent Commission for Equity in Cricket. We'll surely update the progress which has been made. We recognise there's still significant work to be done, determined to tackle discrimination wherever it exists and break down barriers to ensure that cricket becomes the most inclusive team sport in England and Wales. Overton bowls. Well, oohs and ahs, catch taken by Rue, and seemingly nothing doing. Everybody went everywhere, left, right, centre, and that ball flew, didn't it?
Didn't it? Yeah. Didn't get much help from his teammates there, Craig Overton, unfortunately. It was a solitary appeal.
They were taking evasive action, pretty much. If not getting out of the way of the ball, certainly James Rue was across there sharpish. Well, that was an interesting delivery. Overton turns again. Bowling from the far end, the Anderson end. Knees bent here from Bell, and gets more of a bat on it this time. He sort of goes to the pitch of the ball. Still the same area, really, where it sort of flew off on the previous delivery. And that's made an over for Craig Overton. He's bowled 26 overs, taken the 1 wicket for 57. But this lead, 244. 250 for 6, Wells on 41, Bell 23.
Yes, I think Craig Overton is a grumpy fast bowler at the minute. He's running really hard for Somerset all day. Not a single inch that he's not given to try and take wickets here for his side. It's not has been as profitable for him as it was yesterday. And he's positioned himself at second slip. Tom Abel went up just to comfort him, I think, a little high five. It's Gregory's in. It's punched away by Wells. Good looking shot. Stop as well at wide mid-off by Tom Lambenby, but Wells does get through for a single. He moves to 42 not out. 251 for 6, so the lead of 245 to bring George Bell back on strike.
I was with Anthony on that situation at Canterbury. And in fact, we were, for those listening on Sports Extra, we were listening to Dave Fulton and others down there. But they didn't think that Nottinghamshire would enforce the follow-on. And they have.
Gregory sets off, Bell just steps
but he was shocked by the news as well, so he's pulled up.
Right,
so Kent a 2 for no wicket following on, trailed by 206 runs. And the reason pretty much that Fulton was giving, Dave, if I may call him, Mr. Fulton,
whatever he
was so much cricket, and the forecast was set good as well. It's 2 solid days of weather after this as well. So anyway, that's what they've decided.
Gregory to Bell, who defends. That's pushed up towards mid-off, no run.
And the situation for Lancashire, with Nottinghamshire in such a strong position, looking, and no more than looking, but looking like they're going to get a win. That means that Lancashire need to do the same.
They do, yeah. They would need to win this game, yeah.
Or it's curtains this week.
Yes, I think so. I think that's the mathematics of it. Nottinghamshire were to beat Kent.
For Somerset, we're looking at the Surrey score. That's still 7 down, 341 for 7. It's a lead of 79 runs. Drop catches there during the day as well. 3, I think, last count.
Gregory into Bell, who plays forward. It's nudged out towards the leg side. There's no run. 251 for 6. Lead of 245. Bell 23 not out.
Division 2 promotion story. Middlesex of Derbyshire, second innings 39 for 2, and they trail by 146. So in a good position there in Middlesex. Yorkshire batting again against Cardiff. In Cardiff against Glamorgan.
It's Gregory. Sends this down to Bell. Oh, he's bowled him. Trying to whip it out towards the leg side, George Bell. Ball rattles into the top of his off stump. In the end, it all looks rather awkward, the dismissal, really, with Bell down on one knee and his off stump leaning backwards, and Gregory celebrates. Somerset have managed to pick out the wicket of Bell, and Lancashire 7 down now, 251 for 7.
Was there any sort of height issue on that, in terms of did it not get up as much as he thought it would? Either way, you used the word awkward. He was certainly more confident than the result of that shot.
Yeah, the way
would portray that. 77 balls though for at 23, and when you've put in that work, you talk about the bowlers putting in the hard work, when the batters are putting in that work, and you're out like that, huge disappointment.
It is, and he's worked hard there, George Bell. He's not had the season that he would have hoped for. He's had one good score down at Hampshire. It's been tricky for Bell this year. He struggled. A little bottom edge on that, maybe.
You think it was going to get up more than it did? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe a little bottom edge.
The length of it.
Well, he's worked hard to try and get in there and try and contribute for the team.
Yeah.
Disappointing dismissal for him. Gregory celebrates. 3 more to get for Somerset, and then they can set about a run chase. A lead of 245 with George Balderson, the new batter, to join Luke Wells. I suppose the benefit you've got there, we're just watching on screen there, Wells and Balderson chatting with each other. And this has been certainly a challenge that Lancashire have had this season, is they've had such a young middle order. You've got 16s, 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds who've not played a lot of cricket. Even George Balderson, who's more advanced, for example, than the others, still not played an absolute stack of cricket. I suppose what you do get with playing Wells a little bit lower down in the order is that experience. Wells has got, he must have 13,000 first-class runs or something. He's got loads of runs. He's a top player and has been proven to be a very good player for a long time. So I suppose with Wells dropping down a little bit, it does just give Lancashire that little extra bit of experience in the middle there. And that, you know, watching him chat to George Balderson as they met in the middle, that's something maybe that Lancashire have lacked a little bit, that experience in the middle this season. Anyway, here's Gregory to Balderson. It's angled across the left hand, who plays forward. Ball slides past the edge of the bat into the gloves of James Roux, and there's no run.
I just wonder, you know, they've had to work hard, keep at it, Somerset. That little 5-run business for the fake fielding, that's probably put a little bit of extra energy in them. I think
that's a good shout.
I would have fired them up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of chat out there.
They didn't like it.
No,
they didn't like it.
No, and plus that appeal from Overton to Bell, I think they just got them fired up a little bit.
Got the juices going.
Right. Here's Gregory to Balderson. Okay, that's left, taken by skipping James Roux, who catches the ball and loops it up towards the hands of Tom Abel. That completes the over. So just a single coming off it, but for the Somerset skipper, he's managed to prise open the partnership between Wells and Bell. So 251 for 7, lead of 245.
So talk about Yorkshire, Glamorgan. Glamorgan made 239, so they saved the follow-on. Yorkshire's lead is now 153 at 31 for no wicket, so they've got off to a good start there to set Glamorgan something, but there's still a whole 2 days after this one. We're not even at the halfway point of the matches. So Yorkshire was second. What about the leader, Sussex? They've got Gloucestershire 109 for 2, trailed by just 93 runs. That looks to be getting a little bit easier. They were all out for 109 first innings, Gloucestershire. They got there this time, second time round, with a loss of 2 wickets. Any further developments at the Oval? 7 down, 349 for 7. Overton comes around the wicket, in now, and Wells bat on that into the offside. No runs, still a couple of slips in. Shadows being cast off the players with the sunshine. Not floodlights. Oh no, away with you floodlights. Don't need you. It's glorious, it really is.
September cricket's all right, isn't it? Last couple of Septembers have been good.
When you say that,
I'd have just said that.
Poor old Gibbo's got the sneezes over there. He's got an autumn cold.
Oh right, oh dear.
There's a chill around the wicket, in the bowls, and pushed away. They'll have to be quick going through for the single, and that they are. Well, this is the thing. I mean, I thought that April, I believe that the kids refer to it as minging. No, hold on. Is minging good or bad?
I think he's bad, isn't
yeah,
it? It doesn't sound like it should be good.
No, so it was a minging. It was a minging April. But equally, we can have some good ones. It's just that in the past, they've not been so good, and that March was dreadful as well with all the rain. So it took a bit of picking up, but the point I'm making is that you can't really tell.
Well, you can't.
You can go early April, you go late September.
Yeah. I mean, August wasn't great, was it, to be fair?
Was it not?
I don't think so, was it? No?
I mean,
well, July, maybe it was July. That was
Anthony was more in touch with nature than you and I.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
He was about to put me right earlier when I said that the weather's not been good this summer, and he said it's been better than you might think.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's all about Somerset. It always is. Didn't lose any play in the one-day cup. Oh, I thought you were going to base it on your latest farming stats and information.
Based it entirely on Somerset
on the Metrobank one-day cup. No wonder you're in the final. Oh, well, that's good news.
That's more like that's better than the data about the one-day cup.
As long as that makes my breakfast cereal all the cheaper, that's all. That's all that matters, really. But terrific stuff. Overton. It's got a bit of a breeze up today. I don't know if you noticed.
I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, well, you can just have a look at the sheeting covers at the far end, and it's acting as a sight screen. That's past batter Balderson and through to the keeper. Got 3 slips in with a new bat out there in the middle. 252 for 7.
Remember the first game of the season when we lost part of the side screen because of the wind?
I do remember.
It was like a big sheet, wasn't it, that was covering the.
It was.
Part of the pavilion. It just blew off. It blew away.
Well, you say it just blew off. It'd been threatening to blow off for 2 days.
True, yeah, it was hanging on.
And eventually it did. Overton. That plays onto the onside. You know what you did? No run. I remember that so distinctly. Yeah, you asked me about any scores or any individual batting performances in the season. I couldn't tell you a thing, but I remember the sheet blowing off at the far end.
Yeah.
How bad is that?
Yeah,
that's not good.
All the way back in April.
Ryan Patel, 122, not out. Tom Law's on 30. I'm not too sure as today is going to be a good day for Somerset. Really not. Over some bowls and Balderson into the offside for no run. Whereas for Lancashire, despite what's going on there at Canterbury, just a little flicker of hope.
It's a flicker.
It is.
Yeah, it's a flicker.
It is a flicker of hope. And much better than where we thought they were going to be when we all left last night, because the Jennings wicket, massive. To lose him second time round so very, very cheaply. Overton in past the umpire now, and full, worked by Balderson through mid-wicket. And on the left-hander, that is no run. It is the end of the over. That's 252 for 7, Wells 43. Balderson's faced 6 balls yet to get a score. 19 overs left today in a lead of 246. Just the 1 run coming from that Craig Overton over. A 1 for 58 from 27 overs. Kent made an okay start, 27 for no wicket, trail by 181. The way that things play out there at Canterbury, that is not necessarily, I mean, obviously Nottinghamshire bossing it. Yeah, they are bossing it at the moment, but things do tend to flatten out a little bit there as well, don't they?
Yep, they do. As he did last week when Kent were playing Hampshire.
Yeah. Indeed.
Right, bowling change here. Lewis Gregory, who got the wicket. George Bell, I think, just trying to pull that shot, which wasn't really there to be pulled. And in the end, I think he's played underneath it. Maybe got a thin little bottom edge on it. Perhaps either way, he's back in the pavilion. Randall in, driven away by Wells. And the ball disappears out towards mid-on. He's trying to drive it away through the covers. In fact, he wasn't happy with that shot, Luke Wells. He's going to stand there instead and rehearse it. It's a little semi-rehearse from Luke Wells. 43 to him, 252 for 7.
And helping out with the rehearsal, I'm clearly Craig Overton. He was perhaps helping him out with a shot. I can see from the way that the two looked at each other from a distance. You can see that.
There's Randall, 2 for 50. Right on round the wicket to Wells, left-hander, left. Through to James Rue, who just moves a pace of 2 to his right-hand side, the keeper, to take the catch. And then instantly in conversation with Tom Abel, who's at first slip. Somerset got the 2 slip fielders in place, and there's 2 men on the deep on the leg side, so a deep square leg and fine leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and point. Randall from the Brian Statham end, running in for Somerset from around the wicket. And there goes Wells again. Tall left-hander onto the front foot, defends, twirls the bat straight away after he defends that. Twirls it one-handed. It's good skills. Pushed away a front foot, fielded by cover, and again there's no run, so 3 dot balls to start the over. Over number 90 of Lancashire's second innings.
Hampshire, you know, trying to push hard for maybe for a runners-up spot if they can. And they had Worcestershire at 61 for 5. Worcestershire now 257 for 6. Gareth Roderick made 94 in the opener.
It's Randall to Wells, who goes back this time and defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
Ethan Brooks not out 128. I think it's been one of my favourite stories of the season, that Worcestershire story.
Worcester boys, yeah.
Obviously, I mean, personal tragedy, ever so tragic, with Josh Baker. But they all got together, you know, on that personal tragedy in a way that they've done professionally whilst playing the game as well. I mean, they were 10 for 4 against Essex at Essex, and they still won the game.
Randall to Wells, off the back foot, nice shot, punched away, and also a good stop by Tom Lammonby, just a backward point. In fact, it's so good
There's three running up. Surely we can have somebody a fourth running up and give him a pat on the bottom.
We've had James Rue sprinting up, the keeper. Tom Abel, he loved that stop
He
as well
loved
so
it.
much. He wanted to go and say well done.
Who loved it the most? Andy Mead was first there, I think. Yeah, so fair play to him.
But he was nearest.
Well, yeah, but
he's nearest. Abel and Rue.
They're talking about spirits and togetherness. They're trying to stick at this, aren't they? They know this is really important.
Randall in to Wells, driven again off the back foot to Umeed at cover. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 2.52 for 7. Wells 43. Balderson on nought. I think we're in for a double change again, aren't we? Because I'm due off.
You due off. Well,
I'm due off. Got a high-powered rotor.
He has got a high-powered rotor.
It's Gibbo and Flynn.
Yeah, my boss is standing the back, so I'll thank everybody for listening over the years. It's been a real joy and a pleasure and an honour to have been with you.
Go on, you get going.
Thanks. No, for you to jump on me so quickly. I'm off.
You get going. And we'll bring one of the other boys in while I go and do my 5 o'clock update as well. 252 for 7. So that's a lead of 246. And looks like we are going to see a bowling change as well from the Jimmy Anderson end, with Lewis Gregory coming into the attack. And I'll let Anthony guide you through the over, and then Callum will come and join him.
Here comes Randall, or even Gregory, and that's turned down to long leg for a single, and Gregory has his hands on his head, which indicates to me that was turned off middle stump by George Balderson. That's his first run. 253 for 7. Balderson off the mark. It's taken him 7 balls. Luke Wells looking very solid out there on 43 from 92 deliveries. He's looked in control. He's played and missed once or twice, but really no more than that. As Gregory, as the shadows lengthen here at Old Trafford, is in and bowls to Wells, who shoulders arms to a ball a long way outside his off stump, but a good tumbling take by James Rue, I must say, has kept wicket today very tidily.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with his glove work today, standing up to Randall for quite a bit of the game today, actually. He stood up to Lewis Gregory quite a bit as well earlier on in the day, but he took a brilliant catch against Harry Singh, stood up, and he took a couple of lovely takes against Rocky Flintoff down the leg side.
Gregory to Wells, who plays this defensively up the offside of the pitch.
Wells has batted with the composure and experience and class so far that Lancashire desperately needed from one of their experienced players. Himself, Jennings and Bohannon, the real experience within this order for Lancashire. They've been at the top of the batting order for most of the season, but Benkenstein and Jennings thought maybe dropping Wells into the middle order would be a nice change, and it certainly has been so far.
Gregory to Wells, and he turns this into the onside for a comfortable single. 254 for 7. Tony Hardwick on Twitter saying that Lancashire are showing Somerset exactly what they will have to do when they come to bat. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that for a moment. Andrew G. less than impressed with Somerset's performance. Blew the advantage of winning the toss yesterday, dropped Jennings, and only Overton really bowled well in the first session. Gregory and bowls taken by Rue, no shot from Balderson.
I don't think Somerset have bowled badly at all, to be honest. I think Lancashire have batted superb. They've offered a real rearguard up top with the likes of Harry Singh. Josh Bohannon was going nicely, and more or less most of the batters have dug in for Lancashire today, so I don't think Somerset have bowled badly at all. I think they've been quite unlucky in patches.
Gregory bowls. Again, too wide of off stump, no shot from Balderson. Not to be tempted. End of that Gregory over, his 20th over of the innings, and he's bowled pretty well. Picked up a couple of wickets, and Somerset. I think I agree with you. I think Callum. I don't think Somerset have bowled. I don't think they've been absolutely at their best with the ball, but I don't think they've bowled badly.
No, I think they could have maybe gone more attacking with the fields. I think, especially when the likes of Rocky Flintoff joined, Harry Singh, a real squeeze and put pressure on the two youngsters. I think they could have gone a little bit more attacking, more catches, more men under the helmet in front of the bat. As that's just called a dead ball, as Luke Wells just pulls away. I think maybe a fly or something, just creeping in front of his eye line. But yeah, I don't think Somerset have bowled bad. I think Lancashire have offered excellent fight today, and they played the scenario pretty well. They've dug in and been patient for the runs.
Good hard cricket from both sides, isn't it?
Randall round the wicket. Wells just gets that big stride forward, smothers it into the offside. It's called a no ball. Randall oversteps. Takes a lead on to 250 now for Lancashire. 254, sorry. Just a little bit behind.
England under-19s have beaten the Scotland Academy by 231 runs.
It's a convincing win.
That's a 50-over game.
Randall round the wicket. Wells goes after it. I don't think it was picked up by the fielder at first.
Goldsworthy, that is.
Goldsworthy stands there, doesn't move, but it's a thumping shot down the ground from Luke Wells. Over pitch from Randall. And Luke Wells stands and expects, I think, the fielder to move, but the fielder was just stood still. I don't know if he's just not quite picked it up. But it's 4 down the ground to Wells, takes him on to 48. 2 runs short of a much needed half century for Luke Wells. Randall round the wicket, and he drives nicely again. Wide of mid-off. Even better shot from Luke Wells. Have a look at cover drive in the textbook and you'll find that. Beautiful shot from Luke Wells, and that brings up his 50. 52 off 98 deliveries. Gets a standing ovation from his teammates on the balcony and a gentle applause from the crowd. But Luke Wells celebrates tamely. He knows the job isn't done. He'll want to double this score now and go on to a big 100. Randall round the wicket. Just brings that length back a little bit. Luke Wells sits on the back foot, plays it nicely into the offside.
Well, he's got an opportunity to go on the attack here this evening, because the bowlers will be tiring. It's been a long, hot day in the field for Somerset. Ball is getting softer, and the wicket's getting flatter. So pretty much everything in the batsman's favour at the moment.
Yeah, and frustration has been creeping into the Somerset team in the outfield. You can see some frustrated characters as Randall comes in. Over pitched again. It's a beautiful shot from Luke Wells. 3 boundaries so far in the over and 3 beautiful drives. 3 over pitch deliveries from Randall. Like I say, tiredness kicking in. Maybe that's just what's kicking into Randall.
That was the best of the lot. Best of the 3, that one.
Yeah, not
Played
quite.
with a real flourish.
Not quite an half volley either, has it? He's broke his wrist and got them wrist over the ball to keep it on the ground. But he's such an attractive player to watch, as Luke Wells, when he's free flowing. Randall in. Wells just pushes that down the ground, thinks about a single for a second, but realises he's got plenty of runs off this over so far. He doesn't have to take any risk.
Somerset being forced back on the defensive. Just the 2 slips now. Men out at deep square leg and long leg.
Like we said before, the wicket is flat, very, very flat, and it's only going to get flatter tomorrow. But it's the mental side of the runs on the scoreboard, of a big chase. Randall round the wicket. Wells just tries to punch that into the leg side. Doesn't quite beat the mid-wicket fielder.
Good piece of fielding that by Jack Leach. Anticipated it well.
It's a good over for Lancashire. 3 boundaries coming off it, and coming off the bat of Luke Wells. 3 beautiful drives. As viewers on Lancs TV will see the highlights package of this vital Luke Wells knock, which has been much needed, not just for him but for his team.
Lewis Gregory's going to bowl another over from the Jimmy Anderson end, bowling to George Balderson, who's been quite happy to play second fiddle. He's only received 9 deliveries so far, just 1 run to his name. Gregory in and bowls, and Balderson comes across his stumps and defends that into the onside. He's got 3 slips. James Roos standing up to the stumps. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a long leg.
He's had a tough year, George Balderson, with the bat, just averaging short of 20, scoring just 380 runs.
Gregory in and bowls, and this is on middle and leg, turned into the onside, but won't be a run. Goes straight to Andy Mead, mid-wicket.
Been moved up and down the order for Lancashire. Naturally started as a opening batsman when he first came into the side for Lancashire, but he's certainly batted in all positions.
Does he become a bowler who bats?
His role's probably, yeah, more this year. I'd say the third seamer that bats 6 or 7. But last year I think it was the other way around.
Gregory in and bowls to him, and this comes off the face of the bat down to Jack Leach at backward point.
I know he spoke to Scott, I think it was the back end of last year, where he said he'd like to take on the reins of being the full out and out third seamer, whereas he was kind of like the bit part all-rounder really, but he's made himself into an out and out seamer certainly, but just not quite happened with the bat this year for Balderson. He had a fantastic year for Lancashire last year. I thought he was, although Bohannon scored plenty of runs, I thought he was a player of the year for Lancashire.
Gregory in and bowls, and Balderson just plays this quietly into the offside. Well, he bowled jolly well yesterday. 4 for 50 in 30 overs. Tom Bailey 4 for 36. The other main contributor to Lancashire bowling Somerset out for 146 after they were 58 for 1 at one stage and in control of the game, but some good Lancashire bowling and some indifferent batting cost them that position. Gregory in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Balderson into the gloves of James Roux. And they're now up against it, Somerset. As things stand, they would need 263 to win, which even on a pitch that's flattening out will take quite a lot of getting. They'll back themselves to chase down whatever the target may be. That's been one of their mantras for this season. Gregory in bowls to Balderson, who turns this away down to Goldsworthy at long leg for a single. He moves on to 269 for 7. End of that Gregory over. He's bowled 21 overs, taken 2 for 44, just the 1 run from that over, which means that Balderson will keep the strike. And elsewhere, hooray! Surrey have lost a wicket, 371 for 8. And it's the wicket of Ryan Patel, who has gone for a lot of runs.
Yeah, past the 100 mark, didn't he, Ryan
134. Patel. It was that Parkinson who got him. 134. 371 for 8. Oh, sorry, so comfortably placed, 109 runs ahead of Durham, still with 2 wickets remaining. In a position one would have thought to win that game, which will put even more pressure on Somerset's second innings batting, because if Surrey win, Somerset simply have to win in order to stay in touch, and if Surrey win, they'll take more points than Somerset will take if Somerset beat Lancashire, so the gap will widen. But these are all ifs. All ifs.
We're going to see a bit of spin back into the attack coming from England spinner Jack Leach.
Well, he's got a reasonably new ball in hand as well, which will help him get a bit of bounce out of this hybrid pitch. Just 13 overs old.
Yeah, the Lancashire pair of Wells and Balderson will just have to try and ride any bit of bounce and turn with a short leg fielder in. Slip as well, as in comes Leach round the wicket. Balderson onto the back foot, push it into the offside where Leach is offering both left-handers a single anytime they want to, but they'll have to be patient because trying to play against the spin will certainly give Jack Leach the chance to spin one through the gate or even get an inside edge to that short leg fielder. So it's a game of cat and mouse with that field. In comes Leach. Wells tries to chop that into the offside. Goes to backward point for no run.
Casey Aldridge just doing a few stretches, so it looks like he might come into the attack from the Anderson end.
Oh. Leach is in and Wells leaves that one. There's no real oohs and ahs out of there, but looked like it turned back a little bit. But like Wells had all his stumps covered. Just needs to be careful with that ball spinning back into him. There's Leach bowls and there he plays and misses at one. Beautiful bowling from Jack Leach, getting the left-hander just to get confused about where his off stump is. Just needs to reset himself there, Luke Wells. He comes dancing down the track. Got like a real straight cover, wideish mid-off. Just trying to cut that single with long off and long on out. Just trying to cut that single down the ground off, and he does that. Keeps Luke Wells on strike. 270 for 7 Lancashire. As Leach bowls nicely and Wells just plays that awkwardly into the offside, but he's still there. 1 for 32 off his 15 so far, Jack Leach.
Yeah, good over from Leach, going past Luke Wells' outside edge, but still no joy for Somerset. One partnership succeeding another. So it is indeed going to be Casey Aldridge from the Anderson end as the shadows lengthen. How many overs have we got left? 14 overs left in the day's play. So we'll be finishing at around about 10 past 6.
Don't think we've seen Aldridge yet with this new ball, have we?
No.
Oh, he'll offer a little bit of extra pace and bounce, but he'll also offer some scoring opportunities to George Balderson and Luke Wells.
You just have the 2 slips. Somerset hedging their bets a little bit. You've got to be conscious of the number of runs on the board. Balance that with a need to take wickets as Aldridge is in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from George Balderson.
Yeah, it's bounced as well through to Rue, the wicket keeper. It's not good up at all once it's got past Balderson. First sign of any Delivery is staying low today.
Somerset can do without that. Here's Aldridge, Bowles and Alderson. There's plenty of time to play that defensive shot up to mid-off. There's a little bit of pace in this pitch. Aldridge got the odd ball to fly off just short of a length. And Craig Overton has as well, one in particular that produced an Overton appeal as Balderson covers up, plays that up the onside. It was just a Craig Overton appeal. He appealed, wicketkeeper didn't, slips didn't. But I think it was born just of sheer frustration because it really did take off. And it was George Bell who was batting and flew into James Rew's gloves, and I think Craig Overton just thought it jolly well ought to have taken the edge. Aldridge in a bowls. This is driven but not timed by Balderson.
He got it carrying through nicely to James Rew, didn't it? With the gloves, he was getting it through just above waist height, hitting the gloves of Rew hard. And that was with a ball that was quite soft at the time. This should be a little bit firmer only. This is the 15th over with this new ball.
Aldridge bowls, Balderson, bat and pad close together. Plays it defensively, picked up by Lammonby. 3 flags on the far side of the ground, 2 on the flagpoles on the pavilion. The Cross of St George and the Union flag, and then flag on the main part of the hotel, the older part of the hotel. As this is down the leg side, and a sort of half-hearted shout from Aldridge, but never any question of bat involved in that. It's the end of a Aldridge maiden. In fact, he's bowled 14 overs. Now 1 for 48.
It's the kind of shout you do in a cup game, try and deceive the umpire not to give a wide.
It never works though, does it?
No.
I don't know why they do
You
it.
end up looking silly. Jack Leach is going to continue from the Brian Statham end.
We've got some movement now from the Manchester United cranes. Manchester City cranes are stationary just for the moment.
I think they're turning round and packing up for the day. It won't be long before then site workers are off. Must be doing overtime at 5:30. Then comes Leach. Wells, couple of steps down the ground, down the wicket. Taps it back to Leach. 56 off 108 deliveries so far for Wells. Lead is 264 for Lancashire. Gentle appeal from Jack Leach.
It's a long way down.
Yeah, hitting the pad of Luke Wells, going down to third man, but the fielder cuts it off. Looks like he was a long way down and outside the line of off stump, playing a shot. Do well to get out, LBW. To Leach, spin it back into him, he should be able to get outside the line. He plays a nice reverse sweep, does Luke Wells, but hits it straight to the fielder. He cuts off the boundary.
Just as well he did hit it straight to the fielder. A couple of yards either side, that would have been 4 runs.
Yeah, he's hit it really well. Be a little bit disappointed there, Luke Wells. A yard either side. Picks up another 4, takes him to 60.
Provoked a change in the field as well, with Andy Umeed going from short leg to second slip.
You might just see Luke Wells' regular sweep now as well, with that short leg fielder coming out, but he stays on the back foot, plays it into the offside. Playing the scenario really well as Luke Wells, coming at a bit of a tricky time, losing Rocky Flintoff and Matty Hurst. Leach is in, Wells Sweeps, now that short leg fielder's out. Got the freedom to sweep. He picks a square leg fielder out, gets a single. 2-7-1 for 7. Lead of 265.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Archie Vaughan with 2 left-handers at the crease as we have at the moment.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen him earlier on in the day against Rocky Flintoff and Matty Hurst. Leach, a bit quicker and flatter to Balderson, pushing back on the back foot. Plays it out into the offside. 2-7-1 for 7, with 12 overs remaining of day 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford.
And Lancashire look set to do what George Balderson predicted they would do last night, which is to bat through the day.
Yeah, I don't think many would have believed George Balderson as well at the time when he said that, after 21 wickets falling on the first day, but
well, he did say that he thought the pitch would flatten out under the influence of the heavy roller and the sunshine, and he's not wrong about that. Somerset would dearly love to roll Lancashire over tonight, as Aldridge is in a bowls and Luke Wells plays it pat and pad close together, preferably with about 2 overs remaining in a day's play.
So they don't have to, go out on bat tonight. It would always be the ideal situation, especially the opening batters. A day in the field, you don't want to then have to put the pads on for a couple of overs, but the way Lancashire are batting, they might see out day 2.
Aldridge bowls. This is driven by Wells, nicely fielded by Tom Lammonby. Moving to his left at extra cover. Surrey still going, 392 for 8. They now have a lead of 130 over Durham. But better news for Lancashire is that Kent are going well in their second innings, having been asked to follow on against Notts, and they're 51 without loss. Compton and Muyeye yet to be parted. This is driven up to mid-off by Luke Wells, but it's fielded there by Brett Randall, who's taken his first 2 wickets for Somerset this afternoon. Yes, Kit Harris on Twitter saying, if only Somerset had, say, an off-spinner who bowls really well at left-handers. Quite Kit. Great minds think alike. As this is driven up to mid-on, there won't be a run. Don't know quite why Archie Vaughan hasn't been given a go.
Yeah, it seems strange that he's not been given a go at some stage today, even if it was the token over before tea. We've not even seen that, as we so often do in the county championship with the odd over from a spinner. But yeah, with the success that he had against Surrey and the history and tradition of Old Trafford surfaces being conducive to spin and bounce.
Well, he's swinging his arms around. No, actually, that's Tom Lammonby. This is cut away out to Archie Vaughan, who's in the game, but only by virtue of fielding that in the deep. And they take another single, 272 for 7.
That's his issue. He's out on the boundary. He can't get in the eye line of his skipper and get them arms warm. Keep hinting at his captain. Fortunately, he's out on the deep cover boundary.
Craig Overton. It's not Craig Overton, it's Casey Aldridge, and that's run out to deep backward point, and Archie Vaughan quickly across, gets his return away quickly as well. Good piece of fielding, keeps them down to 1. 273 for 7, 58 to Wells, and 4 to George Balderson.
Yeah, it's excellent fielding from Archie Vaughan. As soon as he hit that George Balderson and he beat the point fielder, you're instantly thinking it's 2. He's covered some ground very quickly and got the throw in. It's what Somerset need, just to try and create a little bit of something in the field, just anything, try and turn the game, try and be the man who gets Somerset that 8th wicket
He bowled 69 overs in the game against Surrey, Archie Vaughan, with figures of 10 for 142.
As Leach, his fellow spinner, is going to continue. Just back of a length, slow enough for Balderson to rock back and push it into the offside for a single.
So it isn't as if Lewis Gregory hasn't got confidence in him, having given him so many overs against Surrey down at Taunton, but he's not been given his chance, and I think particularly against these two left-handers he ought to be.
In comes Leach to Wells. Wells chips that just short of mid-wicket. Turns with the spin. Indicates that it just turns a little bit out of the foothold, sticks in the pitch a little bit, and he nearly gifts his wicket away after working so hard. But luckily for Lancashire and Luke Wells himself, it falls just short, and he survives. 274 for 7 Lancashire, as Leach just over pitches allows Wells to push forward, get a single through the offside.
Yes, Tom Lammonby's now just a couple of yards closer. But, well, so nearly the wicket that Somerset desperately need.
Leach in, Balderson gets a big stride forward, smothers the spin into the offside. Surrey have lost a 9th wicket.
Hooray.
Leading by 131 though.
Boo.
Durham will have to bat well. And then comes Leach. Balls. Bit of air.
Oh!
I think he's run out. There's a lot of confusion. He dances down the track. He misses the ball. It goes to Craig Overton in the end. While the keeper and the bowler are appealing, Balderson is still out the crease. Craig Overton throws the stumps down. He looked like he was still out to me. Balderson's so confused. Oh, he's a mile out.
It's well out.
He is a mile out, but I think the umpire has switched off. And he's not given the run out. George Balderson and Lancashire have been given a massive lifeline. And if you're a Somerset fan, I would not watch that back on the highlights, as that is sadly a very bad decision. There's a lot of confusion. Like you say, George Balderson come down the track. I think Leach and James Reed was appealing for maybe an LBW, but it just went through everyone. Went to Overton, who's very clever and done the fielding, threw the stumps down. As George Balderson's halfway down the track and he's out by a good yard. As in comes Leach. Balderson prods forward. So a few gentle, sarcastic cheers from the Lancashire crowd. He's at the crease and survives at the moment, but he should be in the shed, George Balderson. You could tell from up here at the time that he hadn't made the ground back, but the umpire had given it not out. And George Balderson's got a lifeline, and a very big lifeline.
I just don't understand that. I really don't. Unless the umpire thought the ball was dead, or crashed into the stumps with Balderson out of his ground. Well, anyway, what's done is done, and there's no DRS in the county championship, but well, Somerset will feel that everything's going against them at the moment. Aldridge in, bowls to Wells, who covers up and plays it back to the bowler. Craig Overton's going over to have another chat with Martin Saggers this time, saying what was wrong with that. And he'll get into trouble, little Craig Overton, if he's not careful, and that won't do Somerset any good at all. He's getting a long, hard look from Martin Saggers.
Yeah, Somerset, as hard as it is, just need to try and keep focused on the game. They don't want to let this run away.
Just got to suck it up, as they say. Take it on the chin. Aldridge in and bowls to Wells, who drives. Won't get a run as it goes up to mid-off.
The only explanation can be the square leg umpire being a little bit confused with everything that was going on himself as well.
Yeah, he's now having a chat with Tom Kohler-Cadmore. But he's not going to change his decision, Steve O'Shaughnessy. What's done is done. And Wells moves away with Aldridge in his run-up. Don't know why. Something maybe in his eye.
Don't know if there's maybe a little bit of chat behind the stump still. Maybe someone talking as well. Somerset just need to try and gather the thoughts a little bit. Try and focus on the task at hand. As frustrating as that decision is, they've still got a job to do, and they want to take ideally these 3 wickets. As much of a push it'll be before tonight.
Aldridge in and bowls. Swing and a miss to a ball wide outside the off stump from Luke Wells, who may be losing a little bit of concentration as well with everything that's going on out there at the moment. Lots of chuntering from Craig Overton in particular. He was the one who threw the stumps down, having fielded the ball. It was an appeal for, we think, LBW, and the ball flew through to Craig Overton. Aldridge in the bowls. This is pulled, and that will be 4 runs. Short from Aldridge, and the Lancashire crowd thoroughly approving of that pull shot for 4. Yeah, nicely played by Luke Wells.
Yeah,
off his eyebrows.
As you say, Luke Wells and George Balderson need to be ruthless here and keep on top of this momentum that they've gotten.
Aldridge in bowls. This is driven away through the offside. That'll be 4 more. Over pitched from Aldridge. Well, the previous ball was short and pulled, and that was a half volley outside off stump, and handsomely driven away through extra cover by Luke Wells.
Yeah, dismissive from Luke Wells. Short ball pulled beautifully off his right shoulder and an over pitch from Aldridge, and he just dismisses that through the cover boundary. It hits the boundary rope before you can even catch eyes on the ball.
Aldridge in and bowls, and it's a no ball. Oh dear, whatever can go wrong is going wrong for Somerset at the moment, I'm afraid. Aldridge just overstepping, is putting a little bit of extra effort in there. 285 for 7. As things stand, Somerset would need 280 to win, which is a big ask on a pitch that still not completely flat. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is run into the offside, and Wells sends Balderson back as Leach has ball in hand. End of that Aldridge over. He has figures of 16 overs, 1 for 60, 285 for 7, 67 to Wells, and 5 to George Balderson.
Yeah, excellent from Lancashire, excellent from Luke Wells.
Craig Overton is having another word with Steve O'Shaughnessy. He's going to get himself into trouble, Craig Overton, if he's not careful.
Yeah, he needs one of his teammates, ideally, just to have a quiet word in his ear. What's done is done, sadly, for Craig Overton and his teammates. This is where Lancashire need to be ruthless. They've had a decision go their way, make the most of it, and keep trying to pile on the runs and pile on the measure to this Somerset attack, and Somerset just need to recover and realise the job at hand that they still need to do. Then comes Leach. Balderson playing off the back foot into the outfield for no run.
James Rue didn't take the bails off, did he?
No. James Rue was appealing still at the time, and luckily got out the way as Overton threw the stumps down. Leach in. Balderson playing forward, bat and pad together. Back to Jack Leach.
See if anyone on Twitter can offer a plausible explanation.
Slip and a short leg away. Balderson on the back foot. Bit quicker and flatter from Leach. Bit fuller as well, but plays it nicely. As long as you're playing nice and straight on the back foot, he won't get caught out there. Well, Balderson just needs to be careful with Jack Leach's variations in pace. And again, on the back foot, playing straight, pushing it into the offside. 4 dots for Jack Leach. 1 for 35 off his 17.4 so far. We can see viewers on Lancs TV, Archie Vaughan waving them arms about, trying to get the attention of his skipper. Balderson pushes it
yes, he is,
into the offside. No run.
He's rather a long way away though, that's the trouble.
He's even took his cap off, ready.
Well,
he's itching for a ball. And with the kid taking 10 wickets, why not, in the last game?
Oh.
Leach getting it through the defences of George Balderson. He tries to punch that through the offside. Over pitch, misses it straight to James Rue. It's an excellent over from Jack Leach. It's a maiden. And Lancashire, after 100 overs, are 285 for 7, with a lead of 279, with 8 overs remaining today. And you've got your wish, Anthony.
Yep.
He's on.
At last. Better late than never. It's just 8 overs remaining in the day's play, so he'll presumably bowl 4 of them. Whether Jack Leach will be given a break at the other end remains to be seen. We could spin from one end and seam from the other.
It is very surprising that if they've not gone to him a little bit earlier. 10 wickets in the game versus Surrey. Plenty of confidence as a youngster. He'll be thriving off trying to be the man to get Somerset back into this game. And you wouldn't be surprised if he does.
Well, I'll be talking to, all being well, talking to Somerset's bowling coach Steve Kirby at close of play, so I can ask him why Archie Vaughan has been used so sparingly, and I'll ask him about the non-run out of George Balderson, and if he has an explanation for why the umpire didn't give it out. So, Vaughan to bowl his first over. He's bowling to Luke Wells. He's there and bowls, and Wells back on his stumps, playing that respectfully into the offside, and there's no run. 285 for 7, the lead 279. Full toss, which is not hit hard at all by Luke Wells, who's obviously decided he's going to have a little bit of a look at Archie Vaughan. It wouldn't surprise me if he comes down the pitch fairly soon and tries to hit him down the ground. He's got a long on in place, has Vaughan. Gives this one plenty of air, and again Wells quite content just to come out and play a defensive shot.
Yeah, I like that he's kept his mid-off fielder up, giving Luke Wells a chance to come down and punch it down the ground.
Vaughan in and bowls, driven up to long on for a single, 286 for 7. Wells on to 68. Just got the one slip. Craig Overton there, still simmering. You can almost see the steam rising from the top of his head. Yes, Vaughan will bowl to Balderson. He's there and bowls Balderson forward, killing the spin. No run.
Yeah, it's been an excellent day's play. Sadly, it might be a talking point at the end of the day.
Vaughan in and bowls, and it's a slightly quicker one. And again, played defensively by George Balderson. End of that Vaughan over, just the one run from it. 286 for 7. 7 overs remain in the day's play. 68 to Wells and 5 to George Balderson.
Going to see continuation of spin. Jack Leach. I think it'll be spin potentially to the end now for Somerset. The fast bowlers have bowled lots of overs earlier on in the day. Leach and Archie Vaughan will be looking to try and take a wicket or two before the end of day 2. As Leach is in, Wells prods forward. Leach does the fielding off his own bowling. Wells 68, Balderson 5. The lead 280 for Lancashire. The snap hand off at the end of day 1 yesterday for this. Leach bounces in. It's a regular sweep from Wells. He should pick up a couple. Archie Vaughan does the fielding. He's very quick across the outfield.
Right, it's Lamonby.
Tom Lamonby, sorry. Another quick fielder out there.
He is.
Wells gets 2.
He's one of the best fielders in the side, Tom Lamonby.
Him and Archie Vaughan cover some distance quite quickly as well. So, just need to be careful there. Luke Wells. In comes Leach. Wells just prods forward, smothering it into the ground, making sure short leg doesn't have a chance of a catch.
Sorry, all out for 415, but that does mean they've taken 4 batting points, which is 4 more than Somerset took.
Leach in.
Shot.
Wells punches that through the offside beautifully. Against the spin. It's over pitch from Jack Leach, but the stride that Luke Wells has got in, it's allowed him to smother the spin, allowed him to play against it, and he times it beautifully through the offside, picks up another boundary. It's a little bit quiet and flat out there for Somerset at the moment.
They're feeling hard done by.
They need to find something from somewhere. They can't just go through the motions. 6 overs still, 6.2 to still make a difference on this scoreboard. As Leach trundles in. A little bit flatter. Wells gets behind it. Plays it back down the ground. James Rew passes it to the England Test spinner. 1 for 41 so far. Been real patient as Jack Leach has bowled excellent lines. And that one's again over pitched. He might pick up a couple, but decides not to take the risk. Just takes a 1 as Wells. Keeps a strike for the next over, takes himself on to 75 and takes Lancashire on to 293 for 7 with a lead of 287 coming up to the close of day 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Ian Shepherd wants to know what happened. What happened was that Jack Leach was bowling to George Balderson, who was taken on the pad. They appealed for LBW. The ball flew to Craig Overton at slip, who threw the stumps down with Balderson out of his ground, and it was given not out. Would you concur with that, Kevin?
Yeah, it was that real confusing moment of no one really knows where the ball was except Craig Overton, and it was a brilliant, clever bit of work from him.
Vaughan in and bowls, and this is short and cut, but straight to extra cover.
It's a bit of fielding and brilliance that so often lifts sides as well and gives them that little bit of energy boost that they need.
Vaughan in and bowls, and again stretching right forward is Luke Wells. He's not attempted anything too aggressive yet against the young Somerset off-spinner. Ooh, and this one maybe turned a little bit, and Wells just got on top of the bounce and kept it down into the offside. A bit of extra bounce and turn there from Archie Vaughan, which will encourage him. Single is taken, 294 for 7.
Yeah, nice bowling from Archie Vaughan. Gives it a little bit of flight, turns it quite sharp, finds the outside edge of Luke Wells.
Vaughan bowls quicker ball and almost through there, but well played by Balderson, who responded well to that quicker delivery.
He's offered a good rear guard as George Balderson. He's batted nicely with Luke Wells, only 5 off his 37 deliveries so far.
Vaughan bowls, Balderson right forward, turning the ball into the onside, won't get a run.
But he's done the job that Lancashire and his teammates need. Stuck around with Luke Wells.
Vaughan bowls and just runs off the face of the bat to Jack Leach at backward point. End of another decent over from Archie Vaughan. He's just conceded 2 runs in his 2 overs. 294 for 7, 76 to Luke Wells. And just the 5 to George Balderson, who's been quite content to play the supporting role. 5 from 39 deliveries.
Yeah, he'll look to spend a lot of time at the crease. George Balderson, he's struggled this year with the bat, averaging just below 20. 368 runs before this innings. So he'll look to try and spend as much time at the crease as possible and try and find some form. Jack Leach is going to continue to Wells. Wells just squaring up a little bit, but plays it comfortably into the offside. One slip and it was a short leg, but they're just going to move him over to silly point. Getting the eye line of Luke Wells. Get him thinking about the forward defence and maybe an alternative, and his alternative is to sweep, and it's a good sweep shot, but it's going to be cut off, and he only gets a single. He's played it really well, Luke Wells. Every time the short leg fielders come out, he's had the freedom to sweep, knowing that he's not really going to get caught on the leg side. The only guy you can really find is the deep square fielder. He's played the spins very well so far today. Leach into Balderson. Balderson prods forward, but the outside edge of Balderson goes to short fine leg. 295 for 7, Lancashire. A lead of 289, creeping up to 300. Then comes Leach, he plays it through the offside. Balderson, he thinks about a quick single, but Jack Leach quick off his own bowling. As spinners so often are, an excellent fielder off their own bowling. Long on, creeps up to a regular mid-on. Just teasing George Balderson a chance to dance down and go over the top if he wants to take that risk. Leach into the pitch. Just finds a little bit of assistance from the surface. Turns into the fire guard of George Balderson. Very much an end of day feel out there. Somerset frustrated. Lancashire trying to bat the day out. Balderson cuts it into the offside for no run. That's the end of the 104th over. Jack Leach's 20th over, 1 for 43. And Lancashire 295 for 7 with a lead of 289.
Well, good news for Lancashire, more good news for Lancashire is that Kent haven't lost a wicket in their second innings, 75 without loss. Following on against Notts, a game that if Nottinghamshire were to win that and Lancashire were not to win here, could condemn Lancashire to, well, I think it would condemn Lancashire to second division cricket next year, but as it is, their hopes of staying up still very much alive. And Somerset's hopes of overhauling Surrey at the top, well, not exactly fading yet, but as Vaughan bowls to Luke Wells, but they're going to have a very, very tough job on their hands.
Bad news for Somerset. Surrey have got a wicket first ball.
Oh dear.
They removed the night watchman, Callum Parkinson, and he got a little bit of a send-off from Dan Worrell.
Vaughan doesn't. Oh, he does deliver the ball, but he's got something in his eye, and it's given as a no ball because that's a bit unfair. This is off the pitch. I mean, but poor bloke was clearly discomforted in bowling and didn't bowl the ball properly, and it went off the cut strip, and he's given a no ball. When
you so often see dead ball being called for something like that,
just
don't you?
signal a dead ball? I mean, I don't know what Steve O'Shaughnessy seems to have it in for Somerset at the moment, as this is played up to long on. I think it was Shaughnessy that initiated the 5 penalty runs, which seemed a bit harsh. It was certainly Steve O'Shaughnessy that didn't give the run out. But, anyway, run was taken, 298 for 7. Vaughan in and bowls to Balderson. 1 or 2 shout-outs in the crowd. Vaughan in bowls and Balderson back on his stumps, playing this off the back foot. No run is taken. There isn't a huge amount of rough that we can see outside the left-hander's off stump that Archie Vaughan can work with. Vaughan in and bowls, and Balderson's back on his stumps this time. Won't get a run as Leach fields. You've played on hybrid pitches, Callum. Do they rough up in the same way as a natural pitch would do?
Yeah, they don't rough up probably as quick, but they do certainly still rough up. There's obviously stitched grass.
Oh, and the bail's taken off. Appeal for a stumping as a play and a miss, but nothing doing for Somerset again. I think it was more just a gesture from James Rue, and don't think there was any question of Balderson having his foot raised, and the over comes to an end with Lancashire on the verge of putting 300 on the board in their second innings after being bowled out for 140 in their first. 298 for 7, 78 to Wells, 5 to Balderson. 3 overs remain in the day's play, 2 of them to be bowled by Jack Leach and the other we suspect to be bowled by Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, you get the stitched grass in the hybrid pitches, which I think, you know, the job that it's there to do is try and keep wickets fresher for longer and try and keep them so you can play on them a little bit more with that fake grass being installed into the pitch. As Leach is in, Wells, big stride forward, smothers the spin. Leach does the fielding.
But they do tend to be sort of relatively batsman friendly, don't they?
Yeah, more often than not they certainly are. Obviously, once you play a couple of games on them, they are still just like a normal wicket. Obviously, the wear and tear naturally brings the ball inside into it, but so often than not, hybrid wickets are more batter friendly. As Luke Wells tries to sweep a little bit full, he has to get down real low. Squirts away into the leg side, doesn't get a run. 2 slips now for Wells, no one in front of the bat catching. He tries to turn that into the leg side. Goes straight back to Leach. 2.3 overs remaining for Lancashire so far, even if they lost a wicket now. It's been a fantastic day for Lancashire.
And a disappointing one for Somerset.
Then comes Leach. Wells getting that big stride forward, as he so often does. Such a tall batter. I imagine sometimes it could be quite hard for a spinner to find the right line and length to Luke Wells with how far forward he can get. And he sweeps very well. Leach bowls and Wells covering the stumps, playing forward, setting himself up just to try and bat out the day and return tomorrow and try and continue. And he'll have 3 figures in his sights if he can get through today. Leach in, hits the pads of Wells. There's a big appeal from Leach, but nothing really from anyone else. Maybe more frustration from Jack Leach. He's in the ear of the umpire, asking if it's much of a shot.
Well, I think that was the argument, yeah.
Batters so often hide the bat behind the pad, don't they? It certainly looks like a shot, but I think every batter across the country knows they're not exactly playing one.
Very difficult for the umpire to give, though.
Yeah, because there's always the argument, isn't there, is of I'm committing to a shot, but I think every batsman knows when they're padding up and when they're playing a shot.
Right, the penultimate over of the day being bowled by Archie Vaughan to George Balderson. Lets that run off the face of the bat out into the offside. Jack Leach with the fielding. Somerset just taking the 6 wickets today. They would have had high hopes of bowling Lancashire out well before the close, and starting on the process of chasing down whatever target they'd been left in the 4th innings. Vaughan in and bowls. This is shorter and played from the crease by Balderson. Second slip comes in. Andy Mead standing alongside Craig Overton. Vaughan bowls, pitches this one up, it's driven back to him by Balderson. I think it'd be fair to say a fairly unhappy Craig Overton. Don't think I should be interviewing Craig at close of play. This is another defensive shot to a good ball from Archie Vaughan. We'll be talking to Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach. See how he feels his bowlers have done today. Vaughan bowls fuller length this time, but same response from the batsman.
Yeah, I don't think we've spoken about it before, haven't we? I don't think the Somerset bowlers have bowled badly at all. I think Lancashire have just offered a real good resistance today. They've been patient for the bad deliveries, and they've batted time.
Vaughan bowls and beats the outside edge with one that maybe just turns a little bit. Certainly bounced more than George Balderson was expecting, but no outside edge, no wicket. 298 for 7, maiden over for Archie Vaughan, who's bowled 4 overs for just 5 runs. But we've got just the 1 over remaining in a day that has belonged to Lancashire.
Yeah, even though they've lowered the gears down, Luke Wells and George Balderson, Archie Vaughan's bowled pretty well there, 9 for 5 off his 4 overs. He's turned a few past the outside edge of George Balderson. He's found the outside edge of Luke Wells, which squirted away into the offside. So there's a little bit of something in there for Vaughan. Maybe he'll be asking for more overs at the start of tomorrow. It's going to be the final over. Jack Leach into Wells. Wells just prods forward. Craig Overton bringing the floating mid-on fielder up. There's no point being 3/4 of the way back. I think we know Luke Wells has put the handbrake on. He's trying to bat out of day 2 and trying to bat into day 3 tomorrow. He turns that one round the corner. Doesn't take the single. It's been an excellent innings from Luke Wells. Something that Lancashire have been used to since he joined from Sussex, but something he hasn't delivered regular this season.
Struck a very good balance between playing his shots and keeping the good balls out.
He prods forward and just taps it back down to Leach. 3 balls remaining for Wells to survive. Balderson's offered some good resistance as well from the other end. So often we talk about partnerships in cricket, batting in partnerships, and thought Lancashire have done that well today. There's been no real standout partnership, but they've all chipped in as Wells pushes forward into the offside. Leach doing the fielding off his own bowling. 2 balls remaining of day 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire lead by 292 with 3 wickets still in hand. Leach targeting them pads, bit flatter, bit quicker. Wells has got the wall up, allowing nothing through. He'll try and see out this delivery, and then his mind will be on batting tomorrow and trying to reach 3 figures for a personal accolade, but for the team, he'll be trying to bat as long as possible tomorrow and try and keep building this lead of 292. The final delivery of day 2, Jack Leach into Luke Wells, round the wicket, and Wells turns that away into the leg side. And that's the end of day 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire end on 298 for 7, a lead of 292 at the start of the day. Lancashire was 16 for 1 after losing the skipper and the big wicket last night. But Lancashire and throughout the order have offered excellent resistance, losing just the 6 wickets today. Mainly Luke Wells, the standout performer for Lancashire, 78, carrying his bat into day 3 off 156 deliveries. And Josh Bohannon as well, reaching a half-century. But it's been Lancashire's day, and they'll certainly be the one taking the momentum into the changing rooms.
Absolutely. Thank you, Callum Flynn. And Somerset have plugged away pretty well with wickets for Overton, Randall, Gregory, Leach and Aldridge. They haven't had the rub of the green, I think it would be fair to say. And they've got a big job ahead of them tomorrow and possibly on into Friday as well. But that's it from Old Trafford, with Lancashire on 298 for 7 in their second innings, a lead of 292. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage today and that you can join us tomorrow morning at 10:30 for the start of play.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like my story would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's not devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.